Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at WFA. I'm joined this morning by Kevin Harris. He will be our legal analyst today, walking us through this trial as it continues. We're now in day 3 of the trial of Tanner Horner, who has pled guilty to killing Athena Strand, and we're in the punishment phase, and prosecutors, of course, are seeking the death penalty. Before we get started, I want to play a couple of stories so that we can catch everybody up.
Jurors saw something they won't forget. Tanner Horner on video describing the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand. We want to warn you, some of the details are difficult to hear.
I tried to break her neck, making it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying.
Prosecutors played recorded interviews Horner gave Texas Rangers after his arrest. He graphically described the last moments of little Athena's life.
I just tossed her in. Like, I couldn't just keep running around with the kid in the back like that.
Throughout the interviews, Horner changes his stories from claiming initially it was an accident to admitting he killed her to protect himself.
He was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
Jurors also watched video of Horner taking investigators to a bamboo field to find Athena's body, not once, but twice. As investigators try to find the little girl, video shows Horner smoking and chatting about his life. Then in a bizarre twist, investigators say Horner changed his story again, claiming an alter ego he called Zero was responsible.
Zero, tell me where she's at.
And this time he leads them to the right place.
He then directs me directly to her body.
Investigators say Athena was found in a creek in an area Horner passed every day.
Told me he dropped her right there over the edge.
Jurors also saw the moment she was found.
There she is.
Horner rambles about his alter ego at length, but in the end, prosecutors say it was Tanner Horner who pled guilty to capital murder, not his alter ego. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez. Inside this courtroom, jurors heard the unthinkable. We want to warn you, some of the details are hard to listen to. Tanner Horner, in his own words, described how he kidnapped and killed 7-year-old Athena Strand.
I tried to break her neck, making it as quick and painless as possible, but it didn't work. She started crying.
Prosecutors played a recorded interview Horner gave Texas Rangers after his arrest. At times he was calm, at times emotional, describing the little girl's final moments.
I just tossed her in. Like, I couldn't just keep running around with the kid in the back like that. I just tossed her.
Initially, Horner, a former FedEx driver, told Rangers he was delivering a package to Athena's home when he accidentally backed up and ran over the little girl, then panicked, so he took her.
He was concerned about losing his job. He was also concerned about seeing his child and concerned about what was going to happen to him.
Jurors also watched video of Horner with Rangers driving through rural roads in a bamboo field, supposedly leading them to Athena. But investigators say he was wasting their time.
How long did this wild goose chase in the bamboo go on?
I believe almost 2 hours, close to 2 hours.
Investigators repeatedly asked him where Athena was.
We just want to make sure we find you.
Prosecutors say the whole time he was more worried about himself.
My main fear was I could lose my job, lose my source of income, the way, like.
At any point in that, did you think about just letting her out?
Horner says he thought about it but didn't let her go. Investigators say Athena's death wasn't an accident but deliberate.
I killed her.
In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer 2 critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Okay, Kevin, this is, I have to say that yesterday was, I've covered a lot of trials, and it was some of the most difficult stuff I've ever had to listen to, watching them play these videos of, them interviewing Tanner Horner and him leading them twice to the wrong location, and then him in this interview with law enforcement describing how he killed her and how he dumped her body, and then over and over again saying he tossed her. I mean, the word tossed just hits me hard. And then, of course, ultimately leading them in his alter ego persona zero to her body. Talk to me about why is there the need, since he's pled guilty, to go ahead and play? Why do they need to go ahead and do all this?
I think the main thing is that the state's going to be asking for the jury to come back and execute this individual, or to actually vote that he should be executed. And so I think anytime you're doing that, you've got to have some sufficient evidence to convince them. And just as you mentioned, a lot of the stuff that was mentioned and what you're seeing and the words that he uses, and also almost the things that he does, I mean, it's horrible. And I think a jury needs to hear those kinds of things whenever you're going to be asking for that. Probably the reason he pled guilty is because it's not an issue on whether he did it. And from the defense standpoint, sometimes what they're going to want to do is kind of glaze over that, because that's very entailing. Once the jury hears these specifics, they're going to remember this the rest of their life. And so sometimes the defense might say, well, let's go on and plead guilty on this. That way, hopefully, the state will rush through this. And I think that they're doing a great job of going step by step on this, because at the end of the day, they're going to ask for the most severe punishment that we have.
Well, so we had Mike Howard here with us yesterday, and Mike, I asked Mike this question, so I'll ask you this too. I asked Mike, I said, so if you were representing Tanner Horner, what would you do? Would you plead him guilty and then go ahead and go on to punishment? Mike said, well, even if there's a 1% chance of some miracle, that he would still go ahead and go for the 1%. If you were representing Tanner Horner in these same circumstances, what would be your advice to your client? Yeah,
I mean, I completely agree with and understand why Mike said what he said. And that's the thing, it's tough on this because at the end of the day, once he pleads guilty, no matter what happens, he's in for the rest of his life, at minimum, or at best case scenario for him, he's in prison for the rest of his life. I think on something like this, the facts are so, they tug at your heartstrings, as any human being, I think, would. And I think the most moving thing is just even seeing her in the back of the still photo of her in the back of that van. Just knowing that there wasn't an injury, she wasn't injured, and that she seemed okay, that I think that as an attorney, I would let them know, look, in order to hopefully speed this along and hopefully not go into all of the gory details of all of this, it might be in the client's best interest to go on and plead guilty. And then hopefully you get some sort of empathy or credibility, because that's what it's going to come down to, is trying to build credibility and some sort of rapport with the jury. So now you can say, well, I took responsibility. That might be something that may be a little mitigating in regards to this. I didn't have to drag y'all through all of the details of this stuff. I'm taking responsibility for what I did.
Except for they are being drugged through all the details of it. What do you think the likelihood is of anybody feeling any empathy at all? Because I can tell you right now, I feel no empathy for Tanner Horner. I mean, I feel all the empathy in the world for Athena Strand's family. And as I went home last night to my own kid, just the horror of what this man did.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do this and see this regularly. I have a 7-year-old kid, so this hits really home. My youngest is 7 years old, and this is something that just truly hit home, and thinking about what they think of at that time and during their age. things that they come home and talk about. And so I think they have an uphill battle to have anyone feel any sort of empathy for him. You know, someone that could do this to someone so innocent and so young, it's something that none of us could grasp or even think or comprehend that. And so I think that they have an uphill battle. I think it's going to take a lot of work. I think they're trying to pull pieces and build some sort of credibility or some sort of empathy for him at any point that they can, because there's not a lot when you look at the evidence of what all's out there and what's been shown. Even him minimizing things or lying and constantly lying and lying and lying. And I think that the state's done a good job of showing how we're going to show all these lies. That's all he does is lie. And on something like this, credibility is very, very important. And if they can continue to say that this guy, he's lying, he always lies, he's always going to act on the betterment in his own interest, and if they can continue to build those pieces, I have a hard time seeing a jury being able to have much empathy for him in his situation.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. I think it'd be very difficult for anybody to have empathy. And of course, you know, the jurors will have to answer these two questions, these two special issues questions. You know, is he an ongoing danger, and is there anything mitigating? So far, I'm not seeing anything mitigating. And based on what we heard yesterday, he sure feels like an ongoing danger. I mean, the idea that somebody would grab a little girl and kill her, and to use his words, toss her body, is so unspeakably evil that, you know, in my mind, this is truly what the death penalty does exist for. No matter where you stand on the equation of the death penalty, this is what it exists for right here, this kind of case. And I want to talk a little bit about, though, somebody's asking about the jury having to be unanimous on the death penalty. Yes, they do have to be unanimous on the death penalty. So on. Let's do, I know we played that short explainer, but go ahead and walk people through the special issues questions and how this works.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, the future dangers, that's going to be a question that they ask, and then they have to move on to look to see if there's any sort of mitigation for sparing his life. And if the jury is not unanimous, they all have to believe or come back with a verdict for death if they're going to execute him. And if it's hung in any way, or they can't agree or get a unanimous decision on that, then it's automatic life in prison without parole. So he will spend the rest of his life in prison if they don't get a unanimous decision in regards to the death penalty.
Right, and then of course on those special issues, that second special issue question, and this is what I think this is the key to what the defense is going to try to argue. They're going to try to argue that, he was exposed to lead, he's got autism, you know, all this, you know, throw anything up against the wall to try to you know, prevent him from getting the death penalty. But you know, and of course, to even get on the death penalty, to even get on this jury, you have to be willing to give the death penalty.
I mean, they spend weeks qualifying jurors in regards to this, asking them questions and making sure, just like anything, that being one of the within the punishment range, you've got to be able to at least consider that going forward, and swear that you could consider that in the appropriate circumstances, be able to vote that way for death. And like you said, I mean, that word tossing, I know you've gone back to that a couple of times, and the one thing in regards to that, it almost shows there's a detachment from him we toss tools, we toss bags, we
don't toss a 7-year-old girl.
Exactly. And I think that that's something, I mean, it's a great point that you bring up. It just resonates the way and how he even discusses that. And I think at some point you're probably going to hear the state come back to that, because whenever you're talking about future danger, and this will be like if there's a future danger whenever he gets to prison and the community, the thing is, I think you're going to hear them try to show how detached he is from just normal empathy and feelings towards others. And I think they're going to use that by examples of some of the things that he's done.
And I have something else I want to add to that, but I want to tell folks. So we're waiting for the trial feed, and again, everybody who's live streaming in this trial is getting the same feed. So from the courtroom, so we're waiting on that feed to kick off, and as soon as We have video from the courtroom. We will go to it and we will start to listen in. We are expecting that they will continue on with that Texas Ranger from the stand, and there will be more video played. Obviously, yesterday we ended with him taking the law enforcement to Athena Strand's body, where he had dumped her there in the river, and we're expecting, obviously, them to continue, prosecutors to continue questioning the Texas Ranger, and then of course we haven't had cross yet, and then we've been told that probably there will be crime scene video and photos this afternoon. And of course there will be some of that we won't be able to show, or the court they'll pan away from it in the courtroom, because again we are not going to show a 7-year-old's body on a live stream or on TV or anything like that. Okay, so let's talk about that. So Tanner Horner, he pretends that he's got this. I'm sorry, pretends. As far as I'm concerned, it's complete hogwash. That he has this alter ego named Zero, and he law enforcement ends up the ranger, and I think this is quite good. Really, as far as I'm concerned, the ranger does kind of a master class.
He does. And
keeping him talking. There's never a bad cop. We see the TV shows and there's good cop, bad cop. We never see bad cop. Right. It's good cop. Trust me, but what do you think about just how they handled that, and in terms of getting him? They give him a cigarette. Whatever they got to do, they're doing it.
Yeah, I think, as Mike said even yesterday, it's a master class in how you go about handling that, and every situation requires different handling types, and the fact that this ranger would know how to go about getting him to talk, because a lot of times on this it's just not breaking down that communication and that back and forth, building a trustworthy or a credibility where he believes the ranger may have his best interest, or may be trying to help him out, or may really want to hear what he has to say in regards to that. That goes a long way. And so I think this is one of those, later on down the road, the Rangers may pass this video around saying this is one way of how you can do this, and one effective, highly effective way. And on something like this, that's exactly what he needed to do. I think you go in there and maybe take a bad cop approach in regards to that situation, and I think it's one of those things that he might shut down on you, and then it goes nowhere. You're done, and you don't get to continue to get that information. And so I think that they handled it about as well as you could in a situation like this.
Yeah, and people probably have watched too many TV shows. On TV you get good cop, bad cop, right, and coming across the table and yelling at the guy, and the reality is that is not always the most effective.
Right.
Way. And by the way, I'm hearing that the jury's coming in soon, so we should be getting video from the courtroom. But anyway, so that's not necessarily the most effective way to do it. I don't know how. I've done a lot of interviews over the years as a reporter, and my tactic is generally to keep them talking, even if it's my quote unquote bad guy or bad girl, so to speak. It's always let them talk. Let them give their side. Their side may not be defensible, but go ahead. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
And I was telling yesterday on the live stream, I interviewed a guy a number of years ago who had killed a little girl at the time who was about the age of my child. She was a toddler at the time. I think Aiden would have been about 2, and this kid was about 2, and it was one of these child abuse killings. And it didn't end up being a death penalty case because of you have. No, he didn't get the death penalty, I don't think. But he agreed to an interview. And I get there, by then I was in TV. I used to be newspapers, by then I was TV. And my tactic with him was, I don't want to say I was sympathetic, because but I just let him tell his story. Yeah. Never conveying at any point, and as I'm interviewing, how much I think he's an evil, horrible man, and I think that's what the ranger did. Oh
yeah, and I think that's on something like that, because I think it's human nature that we all have these feelings, and especially if you're investigating a case like this and you know that there's a 7-year-old girl who's missing and more than likely potentially dead.
Okay, well, we're going to go now to the trial.
body, right? And we've seen that happen. Why continue to play into that?
It's a matter of playing along with this game if it means getting Athena home. It's also a common practice in interview. If, as I'm assessing the interview, I know that if I don't play into this game, he could potentially shut down on me, and then the odds of recovering Athena, the window gets smaller. So I have to play into this game. I have to just take the lies he's given me. I have to continue that interview and maintain that rapport, because ultimately at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena.
So once you've found her, and we'll see that in this video here, is there an additional video after you go back to the jail and have that short conversation?
Yes, sir.
And when does that occur?
That occurs on that same night. Are you talking about the additional video that's occurring there?
Let me clarify. We have the short video you talked about when you get back from the jail on the 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there any additional interview of Tanner Horner after that final interview on the 2nd?
Yes, sir. There was an additional interview with Mr. Horner where he asked to speak to me on December 7th.
And I was going to ask you that, who requested this interview?
The defendant, Mr. Horner, requested it.
Now, at this point, other than telling you where Athena was located now, is there anything else truthful that Tanner Horner has told you?
No, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, up until this point, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you of how things went down at Athena's residence?
He's given me numerous different versions of how the events of that day transpired.
And up to this point, before we start this video again, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point about whether he did or did not remove Athena's clothes?
He's also given me numerous versions of what happened to the clothes, if she was clothed or wasn't clothed.
And then also, how many different versions has Tanner Horner told you up to this point as to where her body's located?
He gave me two versions. One was at that bamboo, and obviously when he finally decided to take me to her.
Now, when we watch this this video, you're still talking to this alter ego Zero during this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At some point, do we get Tanner back?
Yes, sir.
Well, how does that happen?
At one point during the course of that interview, after we've located Athena's body, he pretends to come out of this psychosis or whatever was going on at the time, and then I get Tanner back for a little bit. And of course, the only time I'm getting the truth is when I'm playing into his game of Zero. So I asked to speak to Zero because I feel like that's the only time I'm getting the truth.
And do you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what happens?
Zero comes back.
So all you got to do is ask.
Yes, sir.
Now, throughout all of this, who does Tanner Horner continue to blame for what happened to Athena?
Everybody but himself.
And has that been a consistent theme throughout all of this?
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, when we're doing this, and I'm trying to figure this out here, so when Tanner Horner wants a cigarette, or he's telling you the story about how he wanted to leave her on the scene, who is he then?
I feel like in that time he's Tanner.
But when you start digging in and asking him what happened to Athena and what's going on, who is he then?
That's going to be Zero.
When he's telling you that he's worried about his kids and wanting to see his child and things of that nature, who's he then?
Tanner.
But when you guys start challenging him regarding some of his inconsistencies, who is he then?
0.
And is this a pattern that continues throughout what we're going to see today?
Yes, sir, yeah. Throughout the course of the interview, that's obviously, like I stated before, something that I acknowledged based on the interview. And it's very strategic for us because, again, we want to maintain that rapport. We don't need him shutting down because we're trying, now that we've found Athena, we still need to get to the truth. So if getting to the truth is playing this game, I'm willing to play it.
And so let me ask you just a little bit about this interview on December 7th. We're gonna talk to you about it a little more in a minute, but I just want to get an idea here. You said that Tanner Horner asked for this interview, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you go to the jail on December 7th and interview him. Is that audio and video recorded as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is it in the same room that we saw before yesterday?
Yes, sir, it is.
And during this time, did Tanner Horner tell you what the primary purpose of this interview was with you on December 7th?
The only purpose of that interview, which I quickly learned from speaking to him, was that he wanted to cut a deal.
Judge, can you go ahead and finish the video here?
Yes, go ahead.
Good at that? Oh. Yeah, okay. I knew that you did. You tore my copy. I'm sorry.
Zero. We were talking about, when it was Hannah talking earlier, about trying to break her neck. Did y'all really try and break her neck? It didn't work. Was it you that tried to break her neck, or was it Hannah? Did you? Did you choke her from behind like you said earlier? Did she defecate on herself? Did she struggle? Did she try and claw you or anything like that? How's she trying to claw you? Trying to kick you? She actually get a kick on you? She's screaming on? Wasn't able to. So about it. Did it end quick? So you talked about a sock being in the truck. Is that her sock? You remember where you tossed that at? You don't remember, just some random place, for sure?
Tanner tossed the sock.
Tanner tossed it. So what Tanner tossed it when he threw up?
Hold on. Hey, Zero. Very important. What items of her did you take to Tanner's house?
Did you take any of her clothes or anything to your house, to Tanner's house? You didn't take anything over there? She was wearing her clothes?
I was throwing clothes all over the highway.
You were throwing your clothes all over the highway? Do you think maybe Tanner took some home?
Are you saying you stripped her naked and throw her clothes out the window on the highway? Is that what you're saying?
That was funny.
You thought it was funny? Did you take all her clothes off of her? Shirt, pants, panties, everything?
I left the panties on.
Left the panties on?
So did Tanner take any of the clothes home, you think? You don't think so? You think Tanner
He's
took,
not stupid.
you think Tanner took anything home?
He's not stupid.
I think Tanner
Maybe a
had,
little bitch, but he's not stupid.
I think Tanner had a statement to me earlier that he doesn't shit where he eats. Is that why?
That was me.
That was you? You don't shit where you eat? So you didn't take anything back to Tanner's house? Okay.
So the only thing she was wearing when she went in the water was her panties? How long have we been talking to you, Zero? The whole time? When did you take over?
When he addressed me as such.
So when we were in the building earlier, it was Tanner talking to us?
So if I'd addressed you as Zero from the get-go, you would have talked to me?
Probably, it's only respectful.
I apologize for not referring to you as Zero sooner, but it clicked to me. Tanner, you've been talking. I need to talk to Zero. Thank you for talking to me. You asked to talk to me. You wrote on the board, and I remember acknowledging that. You were trying to get me to talk to you the entire time. I just wasn't seeing it until I was there on the side of the road. I saw it. I heard you calling my name, I just wasn't listening. Zero, who's got one more question for you?
So her flat pants, the little pants, I think they're at the house.
Okay.
Yeah. Remember that now?
I gave everything away.
Okay, in the trash at your house? At your house, in the trash?
No, just in the trash.
Just in the trash, okay. Okay, anything else there at the house?
Shouldn't be.
You're being truthful.
Truth as a good.
Hey, Zero, when you took her, was she wearing a jacket or anything? No jacket, no shoes?
No jacket, no shoes.
But she was wearing little pants and a shirt?
Yes.
Was it long sleeve, short sleeve?
I think it was short sleeve.
Maybe it was short sleeve. What color was it?
I don't know.
You don't know?
It was dark.
Did she tell you she didn't want to go with you?
Of course.
What'd you tell her?
We're going on a ride.
She didn't try to fight you when you told her you were going on a ride?
No. She did keep asking for us again.
What'd you tell her?
Told her no. We're just going on a ride.
Just going on a ride? So did you hit her before you dropped the package? I'm sorry, did Tanner hit her before the package was dropped off or after?
I want to talk to him.
No, I want to talk to Zero. I want to talk to you. Because you're being more honest, you're being more helpful. I want to talk to you.
Because I wouldn't let Tanner.
I understand.
All it took was a quick motion and I'd be able to snap my own neck.
I don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want you to die.
He wants to die. I want him to die, but I want to live.
So if he dies, you die. That's not helpful for you. You know what I mean? And you're being helpful for us right now. I really appreciate that. You said it was funny throwing her clothes out on the highway. Which highway did you throw them out on?
114.
114, so before you even got out of Wise County?
Why'd you take the clothes out, Zero?
It's funny.
A form of humiliation?
She was going to tell.
See that Punisher?
Did she tell you she was going to tell? She did? When did she tell you she was going to tell?
She said she was going to tell her dad.
At the house or after y'all left?
At the house.
At the house? I understand. I'd be a little upset too.
Zero.
Her boots and jacket were there.
Put my pizza jacket.
Okay. Where did you show her?
In the back of the truck.
Okay. And where were you parked at that time?
Private road.
The private road? Okay. And then when were her clothes removed?
Garage.
Okay. And then what?
I drove off.
Okay. And what was done with her, the clothes at that point?
He
So her clothes were taken off and you're driving down the road and she's not wearing clothing, correct? Am I correct? Okay. And then what? What did you do next?
had a place to go.
And where was that?
Bottom of the creek.
Okay. And then what direction did you go?
And I started heading back to the station, and I let him take back road.
Tanner doesn't remember times. Do you remember about what time it was?
About 6:30, when I started heading back, I believe.
When did you put her in the creek? Do you remember about what time that was?
A little bit before 7.
When did you turn your phone? When did you turn his phone back on?
When I let him take back road.
Do you remember what time that was? Do you remember being back at FedEx back at his work?
No, I went to sleep.
You went to sleep, so you don't remember?
He might.
You got any questions for me?
Is that it?
No. It's not. I want to get to know Zero for a little bit.
Why? No one wants to do it.
I do.
I'm an asshole.
You intrigue me, Zero. Does that make sense?
I'll give a video of perspective, I guess it does.
Let's get you inside, get you some water. For sure.
What happened? Ignition. Thank you. No, sir. And it's all the sheriff will let us in. Tanner, why are those pants and sock out there in the back shed?
Move it back, okay? Yes, sir.
Espinoza, I'm going to show you what marked States Exhibit 38. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what's that?
It's going to be the interview from the Wise County Sheriff's Office interview room, which I've initialed.
And that initial again means that you've reviewed it, and is that a true and correct copy of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And just to clarify, since we've got several videos here, this is the one that we're going to see right after where the video just ended. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, the body camera stops, and then the interview room camera would take over. So essentially, you'll see the transition.
Judge Rudolph, for States 38.
Any additional objections other than those previously mentioned?
No further objections.
Okay, those objections remain overruled and States Exhibit 38 is admitted.
So this one's fairly short. Can you publish this one?
Absolutely.
I should have a look.
Okay.
I should have a letter around.
Where do you shower and go to the bathroom at in your house?
Up in the grandmother's,
Okay, where's that at?
on the same property.
Okay. What about the bathroom?
What about a bathroom?
Yeah, where do you go to the bathroom at?
My grandmother's.
Okay. So have you told us everything?
What?
Have you told us everything?
Me?
Zero.
It went away.
No. So who's here?
It's this one. It's me. Like, just me.
Oh, okay.
Channel 0.
It's not 0.
Tanner,
Yeah.
welcome back. You okay?
I'm a little flabbergasted, I guess.
Why is
you'd
that?
say.
How's that?
Because I was in the back seat watching everything happen, and I'm kind of freaking out.
Alright. Was there anything Zero didn't tell us that you can remember, or were you in and out?
I mean, I've been in and out the entire time. He hasn't really let me come out at all.
Okay. Since I brought him
He
out?
has like a weird, this is a weird type of respect because you actually, how should I put it? You address him, which I think is, he's, okay.
Yeah. There's a lot to process, Tanner. There's a lot that happened. So, we're gonna step out for just a second, okay? And give you a second to process that, okay? Give us just a minute. okay?
I want to talk to Cassie.
I'm gonna talk to Cassie. We'll let you make your phone talk to Cassie in a minute, okay?
I want a video chatter.
Okay.
I want to be able to see my thought.
We'll do that for you, okay? But right now you need some rest. Alright?
Is she still waiting on me to call her?
You got something handy? Just write down Cassie's number real quick.
Yep.
It's on the phone.
Just have a phone, you know it?
No.
You don't,
What's her number? You don't know that? Oh, you don't know it off? Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it.
It'll be under my recent calls. It'll be under my name because I never saved your number.
Okay. Almost.
I used to be able to do that.
Friend Espinosa, before we get to this next video, and I've talked to you a little bit about that, in the very beginning of this, there was a question asked to Tanner Horner about did he take any items from the house? What was his initial answer?
No.
And then when, I believe it was, Danny Briley was asking about her panties, what did he say that he did with those?
He stated they were still on her.
Okay. What do you know about that statement?
That was a lie.
And why do you know it's a lie?
I visually could see her body, and I was privy to information of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor, that is hearsay.
Overruled. Just don't testify what the information was.
The clothing was located at Tanner's house.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on
Sustained.
hearsay.
That's sustained.
Now, let's talk about that. As part of this interview, one of the officers mentions to Tanner Horner that there were some pants located at his house. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
And does then Tanner Horner now remember that there might be some pants at the house?
Yes, sir. I believe he stated they were placed into a backpack.
And did he state what he had done with the pants at the house?
They were thrown in the trash.
I want to clarify this here. When asked why he took her clothes off, what did he say?
It was about humiliation.
Objection, that is mischaracterization.
Overruled.
You say it was funny?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of this information that we have as to what he said about throwing the clothes out the window, is that what he said? He threw some clothes out the window?
Yes, sir. I believe the statement he made.
So all of this information about that, if we wanted to know if that information is true or not, what would we need to know if that information is true or not?
Based on the course of this investigation, I knew that was a lie.
And in this particular investigation, did you obtain any additional evidence at a later date that would allow us to determine if any of the things he is saying is true or not?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
Video evidence.
Now, let's move on to this next interview here, because I want to make sure there's been a lot of video evidence here. This next video is about 2 hours, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And this was the interview that Mr. Horner requested of you.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about in the beginning of that, and how did you come to find out that he wanted an interview with you?
On that particular day, I was contacted by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and advised that Mr. Horner had sent up a kite, which is basically a letter that says I'd like to speak to the investigator.
And do you remember about what time that you arrived to conduct that interview?
I can't remember the approximate time.
Secondarily, you said that's on December 7th. So how many days is that after you locate Athena's body?
Approximately 5 days.
And how many days after he had murdered her was that?
It was going to be approximately 7 days.
So a week after he's kidnapped and murdered Athena, he's wanting to talk to you again.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said earlier that he had indicated to you the purpose of his interview. Pardon me, get a little feedback there. Purpose of his interview was he wanted to cut a deal. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir, I did.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. When people say that they want to cut a deal, what does that mean?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
I'll let him answer. Overruled.
Basically, obviously, in my time in law enforcement, with my experience, we always have people that want to essentially have us be a conduit to the district attorney's office as far as if I'm truthful, will the district attorney's office show us some type of consideration or maybe lessen our charge or do something if we're more helpful, which is a common practice that people do in order to reduce their time.
And in this case, is that the case here?
Yes, sir.
And so, as part of this, who arrives to conduct this interview?
Myself and Investigator Oliver.
Again, same interview room we saw before.
Yes, sir.
And so on the first part of that video, is that where we see you guys discussing what this proposed deal he has? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, is there also a discussion about Tanner Horner telling you about things, for example, his work history?
Yes, sir. That's common in interviews. What we do is, especially on this one, it's more controlled. Kind of things are settled down now. What we'll do is we'll obviously get through the constitutional rights, and then we'll go through some historical questions, obviously what you want, and then we wanted to learn a little bit more about him, work history, family history, things like that.
And in this case, did you go through that with him, his work history and his family history?
Yes, sir.
And did you go through his dating history and, for example, his having a baby with Cassie, his girlfriend?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that would encompass some of that family history.
And were you able to discuss with him as far as work, the locations and places is where he worked?
Yes, sir. Yeah, previous employment, things of that nature.
And then also scattered through this interview, is there also still references to this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the deal he wanted to cut, okay? Prior to talking to him, did you advise him of his rights or have a discussion about his rights at that point?
Yes, sir, we did.
And he had asked for this interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
Initially, what is his basic proposal that he makes to you as far as this deal he wants?
Basically, just a brief synopsis of it is I want to be freed with an ankle monitor. I want to spend Christmas with my family. You guys can monitor me, keep track of me, and I'll fully cooperate in this investigation.
So that's his proposal. If you'll let him out, then he'll tell you the truth.
Yes, sir.
Now, during this time, did you ever agree to anything about that?
No, that's another thing. We can't make any promises. We can never do any guarantees. That is not in my job responsibilities, and I am 100% forthcoming with people on that. I can't make you any promises. I actually told him that's not going to happen.
And as part of this interview, you said he wants to have Christmas with his son.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that if he can do that, he'll tell you everything. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you, essentially, he wants you to give him something for him to be truthful about what he did to Athena on November 30th.
That's correct.
Now, it is part of this investigation and questioning. Do you ask him some questions during this process about the why and what happened to Athena?
Yes, sir, I do.
And at all points in this, does he volunteer any additional information about that?
No, sir. Usually when we start talking, he diverts back to this deal, refers back to it, and then it's more me essentially trying to pry information out of him. Just, hey, be honest with me, talk to me, tell me about this.
And so does this process of you trying to question him and then him wanting you to give him something to tell the truth, does that repeat several times?
Yes, sir. Yeah, throughout the course of the interview, you could kind of see how that plays out.
And that's in the first part of the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
The middle part of the interview is what you're talking about when we discuss all of the history. Is that right? His family history and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of this, do you also have another detailed discussion about this whole zero thing?
Yes, sir. We speak about it.
And let me ask you a couple of questions about that. At any point during all of this, does Tanner Horner ever take responsibility for what he does, what he did?
No, sir.
And during all of this, do you ask him questions about whether he feels remorseful or not?
I do.
And at any point, does he directly express remorse for what he's done?
No, sir.
Does he ever say that he's sorry for what he did?
Not that I can recall.
Did he ever ask to apologize to Athena's family?
I believe I asked him if he wanted to say anything to the family.
And what was his answer?
He just said he wanted to give him a hug, I believe was the response I got.
Judge Matt?
Yes, sir.
And Judge Matt, I'm a little out of order on the numbers here. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 275. Same questions as before. Do you know what that is, and how do you know what that is?
It's going to be the reinitiated interview, and it's going to have my initials on it with a date stamp of December 7th.
Indicating you've reviewed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this a true and correct copy of the interview that you did on December 7th with Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir. I believe this one may have a redaction that was requested by the defense based on my review.
All right. But that's included here?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we would offer State's Exhibit 275.
Any further objections other than those previously given to you?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, those objections remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 275 is admitted.
Judge, this video is about 2 hours.
I anticipate what we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes and we'll get started, all right? 5 after 10, we'll start, everybody. What we'll do is we'll start, and about halfway through or so, we'll take a break, and then we'll come back in and finish it, okay? Yes, ma'am. You need a break? All right, let's take 10 minutes.
All right,
and
so
we'll get
we're
started, all
gonna
right?
chit chat.
10,
Okay.
5.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test.
Okay, so I'm Tanya Iser with Channel 8, senior investigative reporter. This is joined by Kevin Harris. Sorry, I'm hearing myself in my mic, so let me turn it down. Okay, so gosh, we've been listening to this Texas Ranger and watching this, ongoing as they've begun to, continue to lay out this video, and I'm struck listening to this Ranger talk about that Tanner Horner never takes responsibility, never directly expresses remorse, never says sorry. Well, he said, not that I recall. And then when he's asked if he has anything he'd like to say to Athena's family, he says that he just wants to give them a hug.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost the gall of someone. I think it plays into the narrative of what whenever the state says that this is all about him, that he lies. If this is beneficial to him, that's whenever you can just kind of see that he makes it about himself at so many times, and just the detachment. Like I said, I mean, man, the defense, I've always said, just has an uphill battle from a standpoint of figuring out, getting some sort of empathy for this guy, because just someone that feels like, oh, I want to go hug the family after I just took their little girl. I mean, it's appalling. It really is, and I think that it plays into exactly the narrative of what the state is presenting to the jury. I mean, he does seem like it's just, he makes this all about himself. Whatever I can do to benefit myself, and whatever I can ask for my own punishment. Hey, it's my show. I want to talk to the officer,
He's
to
a
the ranger.
A
He's
psychopath,
very much
a narcissist,
absolutely
all the things.
Absolutely.
And then to ask to speak to law enforcement because he wants the basics. They called it the basic proposal, was that he wanted to be freed on an ankle monitor so he can spend Christmas with his family.
Yeah. I mean, that just goes again to that detachment. I mean, he feels like knowing that this is something that he's done, that should get the ankle monitor. And for those that don't know, whenever they do that ankle monitor, they can put you on house arrest, or they can have you at certain locations, but you go back to either your home or to the community, and there's nothing that prevents someone from just cutting the ankle monitor and going off script or off monitor. So it's a big ask, and it also just shows just how unrealistic his expectations are of what he's done and what his future looks like. I mean, it's appalling to some extent to think you can do something like that, and then not only that, but hey, the Rangers have been nice to me. I've given them this information.
They're my best buddies, right?
Yeah, so surely they're going to let me go back out into the community, and it like you said, I mean, you put it perfectly. I mean, it just shows that narcissistic tendencies that you can see throughout this.
Yeah, it's something else. For folks that are perhaps joined us a little late, let me start off. I'll introduce us again. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, and joined by Kevin Harris, who's our legal expert for the day. We've been watching this morning. They got the Texas Ranger back on the stand, and they're continuing to walk through this video. They played the remainder of that video from after Tanner Horner takes them to find Athena Strand's body. And then what the Ranger's testifying about is how Tanner Horner contacts them on December 7th, about a week after he has killed Athena Strand, and he wants a deal. He's got a proposal. He thinks that they'll agree to let him out on an ankle monitor so he can spend Christmas with his family. And this video that we're about to see, where they're on break right now, is going to be a 2-hour video, and it promises to be, maybe in many ways, a lot more of the same of his complete lack of empathy, awareness. It is almost like he does not grasp what has happened.
Yeah, and I'm just going off of a few of the points of what the Ranger said, just in what to anticipate in this video. And like you said, it's going to be him asking about the deal, cutting a deal, and also just lack of showing any sort of remorse for this 7-year-old child and what he's done, and the gravity of his actions. And I think that if this plays out the way I anticipate based on what this ranger says, this jury hearing this, it's just going to, like I said, it just continues to build another layer or another brick in that of what the state is trying to lay down on the foundation. And like I said, because the defense is going to have to try to show some sort of mitigation, some sort of get the jury to feel some sort of sense of empathy or some sort of redeemable quality or trait in him. And I just think if they continue to put this stuff on, which now I can see why this case may last some time, this will be interesting to see how he comes off in this 2-hour video. If they get 2 hours of non-accountability, it's all about me, please help me out, this is what you should do because I'm being truthful, this will be something to watch.
Have you heard anything right now that would give jurors any pause to not give him the death penalty?
As of now, and I want to be fair, especially to the defense, since they still have to put their case on and the jury has to keep an open mind until they hear everything. But from what I've heard so far, and I've handled both sides of this, and it's just one of those deals that this is going to be a tough ask for the defense to get a jury to show any sort of empathy towards him. Right now, it's what it seems like the state has made out just when you watch this. And right now, I personally, just of what I've seen now, I've had limited access to seeing some of this, but this is going to be a big ask. And from what I've seen, I know we've discussed some things off air from a standpoint of just the evidence and how it comes out, but this is a tough one for the defense. I think that they've just got a very tough battle, and from what I've seen, I don't see anything in my mind that I've seen so far that would have me be empathetic towards the individual or redeemable, that there's something redeemable.
Yeah, I don't feel any empathy for him. And talking a little bit about, they started off, they had the ranger on the stand, and he was talking about the strategy that they took in interviewing Tanner Horner, and he said that the reason that they played into the whole persona that he had taken on, this zero, this alter ego that he has created, the ranger said on the stand, if I don't play into the game, he might shut down. And he also says that ultimately, at the end of the day, it's about finding Athena. And so, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, that what the Rangers did here, really, it is a master class. To think that you're going to come back a week later and you're going to continue the conversation with your buddy, the Ranger.
Right. And that's the thing, is that the rapport that they built, and that's what it comes down to in a lot of these, is you got to keep them talking. And the deal is sometimes if a ranger or a detective wants to shut things down, they can be very harsh or just say, oh, I don't believe that. Tell me the truth. Do this, do that, and stuff. And a lot of times, if you just let them talk, they may open up doors, avenues, or shut off future defenses that they may want to use just because they've already talked and they were here 1 minute and now they're over here another minute. But if a ranger or if an agent or a detective continues to listen, it's amazing if you can just keep them talking. You can just keep them talking. One thing that stuck out on what we saw that last section as well is just they constantly ask him about some of what happened to the clothes? Where are the clothes? Did you take that? I think that's going to come back at some point and bite them in the bottom, because sometimes you'll see in these cases people want to almost have trophies, or they have aspects of that, and that's anyone that would keep us not only take off the clothes of a 7-year-old and do what is being alleged to have been done potentially, but to also hold on to that or just be recorded saying, well, this was funny to me. That's just something that I think a jury, a panel, our community, that's not something that we would find funny or think. And it's just another way that you show this guy he's not part of almost a human. He has these just monster type aspects of him. And that's the deal. The state wants to make sure to paint a picture that he's a scary individual, and that's why we're asking the most harsh punishment that we have under the law.
So far, they're doing a pretty good job of painting him as a monster, and he
Yeah.
did that all by himself, as far as
Right.
I'm concerned.
Right.
Yeah, and they asked him. The ranger said they asked him if they had taken her clothes to his house, and he initially says no. But of course, they find her pants at his house, and they've been apparently thrown in the trash. That he asks if they asked him if she's still wearing her panties, and he says yes. But the ranger says that when they find that, he said, quote unquote, that was a lie. I could see her body, which is that she was unclothed. And we know from the prior video that she was found unclothed face down in that body of water. Okay, let's take that video back. Look in the courtroom. They've got that door open, which is indicative of the fact that they should be bringing Tanner Horner back out. Well, of course, now they've gone back to the seal, so we're waiting to see. But they should be kicking back off here pretty soon. Again, I've said it before. This judge runs a pretty tight ship. Judge Gallagher. And I'm sure, Kevin, you worked over in Tarrant County. Judge Gallagher's a very well-known judge and a very good judge.
He's very good. He lets both sides try their cases, which that's what each side wants to do, have a judge that lets them try their cases. He's knowledgeable of the law, and he does move. He runs a tight ship. I mean, he wants everyone there at the time that he says that we're going to start, and then he starts it up, and he wants them to stay on track and on schedule.
All right, we have Tanner Horner is in the courtroom, seated. We're about to see this video, this 2-hour video of law enforcement interviewing Tanner Horner on December 7th. He asked for this. We should have sound here back in a minute. I mean, we're waiting for them to start back up. One of the rules that the judge set forth in the rules is we're not supposed to air sound from the court when they're not on the record. So we have to be really careful, which is one of the reasons. Because again, airing live stream of a courtroom is a privilege, not a right. Judges do not have to say yes. And Judge Gallagher, he also presided over the trial of former Fort Worth police officer Aaron Dean, and he allowed live streaming in that. And like I said, he runs a tight ship, and he expects us to follow the rules, which is why you can see we're very careful about getting audio from that courtroom when we're not supposed to have audio from that courtroom. And so this 2-hour video, they say it's gonna. They said it's gonna start with. See if I took notes on that. I think they said it was going to start with, and then we're going to, I guess, hear the tale of woe is me about his family life, and then I can't remember how they said it was going to end, but 2 hours of this is going to be a lot.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting in regards to watching this and seeing whenever it gets around to the defense. Whenever they put their case on, I'd be interested to see what he says at this moment in regards to his history, his lifestyle, how he grew up, and what they end up, if there's any additional stuff that ends up coming out, because some of the things that he says initially in this interview.
Okay, we're going to bring up the microphones in that courtroom.
Federal States 275. 275A. Go ahead. 27.
Those off here real quick, and then we're gonna go through some formalities, okay? So did you get the ladies and gentlemen yesterday, or what? Hang on just a second. First and foremost, the reason we're here is because you requested to speak to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you ask to speak to us?
The guard.
The guard. Do you remember the guard's name?
I can tell who it was.
Okay.
Was it male or female?
Female.
Female?
Okay. So female jailer. Do you remember what time that was?
I don't have a clock to look at it.
Okay, that's understandable. So it says 9/11, around 9 o'clock p.m. last night, you requested to speak to an investigator in reference to your case. And let me make it aware of your rights again, okay? Because you have constitutional rights regardless of the fact that you asked to speak to us. Yeah, absolutely, that's for you. So you have the right to raise law to make a mistake. Against you in trial. Any oral written statement may be used against you in court. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to hearing the question to any peace officer. If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed to advise you prior to hearing the question. You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
You know who your attorney is?
I can't remember the name.
Okay, but you do have an attorney, you have consulted with him, and now you're asking to speak to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you do understand your rights and you waive those rights, correct?
I understand my rights.
Okay. You understand your rights and you know you have the right to counsel, that you have the right to turn this interview anytime, right? Okay.
Sir, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to defend it easy.
Sorry, I've had a lot of female jailers.
Okay, so name and date of birth.
Tanner Horner, August 8th, 1991.
Okay, perfect. All right, Tanner, so obviously you have some questions for us, right? What's going on today?
I've been thinking about this for literally hours and now I don't know how to.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah. I tell you what, you ain't had a cigarette for 2 days.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure.
In here?
Yeah, it's gonna help you relax.
I mean, maybe, I guess. It just feels weird doing it inside. But
It's okay. I've done it numerous times.
This is my home, so.
Is that gonna help you relax? Okay. So when you're taking about 4 hours, use that water bottle's match tray and use this one to drink. No, you want to chug it.
Just leave a little bit in there.
What have you been thinking about 4 hours?
So I imagine you have basically a list of bullet points that you want to know from me, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
There's only one thing in this world that I want.
What's that?
I don't want a month. If you can't do that, I understand.
You don't want what?
I want a month.
A month of what?
Even if y'all have to put ankle monitors on the GPS monitors, check off with you, like, if you give me a month with my family so I can have Christmas with my son,
Yeah.
I'll tell you everything.
I'll be completely honest with you, Tanner.
If that's beyond your power, I understand.
Yeah, no, it's something that I can't even feasibly think that's possible, but I don't know that for sure because I'm not the prosecutor. I'm not, the courts. I don't know that. So it's above my head. It's a question I'd have to ask.
I'd be willing, even if y'all set up cameras outside the house,
you know what, Tanner? Give me some good faith. We talked a bunch that night. You were completely honest with me. Completely honest with me. I mean, and I think that goes to trust because there's a two-way road. I think you trusted me and I trusted you to do the right thing and tell me the truth. And you did. Literally, I'll tell you right now that it's okay. Don't worry about that. That's small potatoes. Don't worry about it.
Still,
We'll have somebody clean up that.
Listen to me. Small potatoes, right? Remember I kept telling you that and I did some, small piece of a bigger picture, right? So you told me the truth and you walked in. Obviously, in today's modern world and with our capabilities, we can make a lot of things. We can corroborate a lot of things, right? We can put all the pieces together and see if you're telling us the truth. And you are telling us the truth. We've literally, we've got everything nailed down. Even you go into the store and get the cleaning materials, all that. We know all those things, right? So a lot of the what has been answered. I think I told you that from the beginning, right? Right? What happened has been answered. What path you took has been answered. Where you put her has been answered, right? That's the biggest thing for me. I think I told you from day one. It's like, just let me bring her home, right? I think that was the statement I made to you, and that was my sole intent. I just wanted to bring her home. And we got her home now. to do, but I think you gotta give me some more good faith on why this happened. Why did this happen?
Well, the thing is, I'm willing to tell everything, even if you have to make a list, I'll make video entries of every detail of everything. If you can somehow give me a month just to be with my family, that one last month, if you can talk to somebody, anything, that's all I want. I just want to be able to have one Christmas.
I can't promise you anything.
I know you can't promise that.
I can't tell you that that's even possible, nor am I going to begin to give you any false illusions. Because I think from day one you asked, how many questions did you ask me there on the side of the road and I answered you truthfully?
I didn't count.
But how many times? You asked me several questions. Did I avoid your questions?
No, sir.
I answered you directly, correct?
And I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I was truthful with you
about this.
Well, what's a two-way road, Tanner? That two-way road means that what I expect of you, you should expect of me also. So I'm not going to...
That's why I'm not like upset that you're telling me that it might not be possible.
Yeah.
If there's like a sliver.
Yeah. I'll tell you where we're at right now is you got to give me some good faith and answer that question for me. You got to answer me the why, right? Because that's what's weighing on me, is why this happened. We don't have to get back into the details if you don't want to right now, but that's a big question I have. Why did this happen?
Sir, I want to answer everything you have to say. But the main motivation behind me wanting to talk to you is I literally just want to see my son.
I understand
I
that.
want to be there for him on Christmas. I want to give him that good Christmas feeling. I want to be able to leave
Tanner, answer me
videos that he can look back on.
Absolutely. 100%. If I was in your shoes, I would want to do the same thing. But you got to answer me something, Tanner. You got to give me some good faith, right? Are you willing to do that for me? No, hang on. Listen to what I'm fixing to ask, because I didn't ask you what I'm fixing to ask. I'm just asking you, are you willing to do that for me?
It's the only thing I want. And that'll give me anything you want.
Did you know what you did was wrong?
Of course. Now, I haven't been on my medicine in 5 days. It's starting to wear off. I've actually been crying. Do you know what that's like? Not being able to cry for months and months and months.
Tanner, are you remorseful for what you did? Obviously, you're telling me you're crying, bro. I mean,
I'm a father. I took a fucking... I took away something from someone and thought they had something there. Oh, that was jail, I guess. All I want is just to spend one last Christmas with my son, and I'll tell you everything. Like, I'll buy on
Tanner, you got distracted and you didn't answer my question. I said, are you remorseful for what you did?
I'm a father.
Tell me about that. Are you hurting inside for Athena?
Hurting for her, I'm hurting for her family. But even if this was some random person, I'd still be hurting for this child.
Well, what would you want to say? If her mom and dad were here right now, what would you want to say to them?
I thought the little Elizabeth dancing around questions, by the way.
What's that?
Is there a sliver of a chance?
Hang on, Tanner. I told you that. I'm not going to promise you anything. That's way above my head. And I'm going to shoot you straight just like I want you to shoot me straight. I don't think there's that possibility. Now, is there a possibility for you to receive equipment and things to make videos for your son and things like that? I believe so. I believe that may be a possibility. Obviously, you're going to get to talk to your family. There'll be a time and place for that.
I mean, I have a lot of rights I need to run with my own family. Like, you've probably seen what that backyard looks like. My grandmother's been telling me she needs that cleaned up for over a decade, and that just... If I'm on like house arrest, something like that, I'd be able to right those wrongs. If I was on house arrest, I'd be able to actually give my son a Christmas. I'd be able to, you know what I mean?
Tanner, where'd you come up with this idea? Is this your idea or just something you saw someone else or somebody tell you?
I pray about it.
Pray about it. Did God speak to you? And he said this is what you should ask for?
So Tanner, let me ask you something. I've answered your question just now. You said I'd asked around it, but I didn't ask around it. My question was that I told you that, one, I didn't know if this was possible, and two, it was way above my head. And it's, I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope, right? Because you and I started from day one on shooting each other straight. That was our relationship from the minute we met. And I'm not going to begin to start jacking that up right now and not shoot you straight. So I've answered your question. The only question I have is, and you got to help me out here. You said you were a parent, right? So as a parent, my question to you was, if Athena's parents were here, put yourself in their shoes for a minute. What would you say to them?
I don't know what I would say.
I mean, would you apologize to them? Would you explain why you did this? Or
I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless.
What would you want somebody to say to you if somebody took somebody from you?
If you can make this happen for me somehow.
I listen to me. Here's the deal. Again, I'll go right back to what I said before. I don't give it in a minute. Yeah. I'm not going to begin to give you false hope, right? I'm not going to begin to tell you that this is possible. The current offenses, the charges that you've been charged with, I don't believe that's something where they're letting folks, obviously if you can post bond, you have your constitutional rights for that, and you can be with your family if you can make bond. There's that side of it. But other than that, I'm not going to start with giving you false hope or telling you things. This is above my pay grade. That's a question that would be for prosecutors, judges, and different things that I don't have the answer to, because I don't think that's possible. So, that being said, if I wanted to sit here and bullshit you, which I'm not, and I haven't done from day one, I would give you false hope, and I'm not going to do that. Okay? Because, again, I think our relationship goes into telling each other the truth and shooting each other straight. Now, I think you can save a lot of grace and save some face here, which you've already done. First of all, hang on, let me tell you something, Tanner. From the bottom of my heart, I want to personally thank you for letting me bring her home. Thank you for that. Because guess what? That wasn't for me. That wasn't for you. That wasn't for anybody in this community. That was for her parents. You let me bring her home. You let me bring her home so she could rest and so that family could get closure. So thank you for that. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for letting me bring her home. I genuinely appreciate that. I don't think I ever got to really express that to you. Okay? So, again, thank you for cooperating with us. Thank you for being truthful, honest, transparent. I do see a little bit of remorse on you. I do see a little regret in you. And I feel you as a parent, as a person, right? Just because I wear this badge doesn't make me not human. I'm just like you, right? I'm a person, I'm human, I have feelings, I have emotions. Right? Do you understand that? So quit thinking of me as a police officer right now, think of me as a person. And understand the human aspect of this. The human aspect says that we know the what. Now the family needs to understand the why. People need to understand the why. Now we need to explain to this community why. Now we need to explain to the people why. Officers. This case has impacted everybody tremendously. I personally investigated all over investigators that were on the front line. I didn't sleep, man. Days looking for Athena.
Do you know her parents' names?
I'm sorry.
Her father's name is Jacob. Her mother's name is Maitland. Her stepmother's name is Elizabeth. They want to know why. They're curious as to why this happened.
If I don't go to them next time I see them, because their question when I see them again is, why did this happen? We know what happened. We're always going to know the what. We get hung up in the what too many times, but we never understand the why. And you can go play every person I've talked to in the past. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you I haven't worked cases like this before. I have. And every single person's always helped me understand the why, because there's always a why.
Let me tell you something, Tanner. Last night there was a prayer group for this going on, and Jacob specifically asked me why this happened to us. I mean, why did he really take it? He wants to know. I mean, he's got 2 other daughters, but he'd like to know why. Why did this happen? And I couldn't tell him. I looked this man dead in the face and I couldn't tell him. I said, I don't know. He hasn't answered that for me. He doesn't want to talk to you right now.
Tanner, I know what you want, and I'll listen to it. And you know, I've been honest with you and upfront with you, and you have been with us as well. But if that's something that you can help us put that piece of the puzzle in, then that's very important.
I know there's a lot of other details you could have, what you want to give us, if we can grant this, but the why, it is pretty big for this family. This helps with their closure.
Would you be able to talk to a judge?
Yeah, you know what I'll do? I'll do is I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey what you've told me here today. I'll convey to the judge and to the prosecutors, and I'll convey to the department heads what your request is, right? And I'll also convey to them that I've told you this isn't something that I believe is feasible. Because again, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. I'm not going to sit here and give you false hope. But if you want me to relay something, I will. But I think as good faith, I think answering the why is crucial.
The answer would come after I got,
Yeah, and it's fine.
Tanner, I want you to understand something. It's not crucial about the case. That's not what he's talking about. It's crucial to the family. This is not about prosecution, not about putting you on trial. The why is crucial to the family.
We need to, let me help you understand this again and walk you through. The what happened is done. We know what happened. You were helpful in what happened. You literally walked me step through step on when you took Athena, when you killed Athena, and where you put Athena, and what you did after you killed Athena. That's the what happened. What you did after, up until the day you came here. We know what happened because of you. Because of your cooperation and your assistance and your willingness to let me bring her home. That is what happened. And those answers have been answered. So that's what I want to help you understand. Would you agree with me on that?
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. But can I speak for a minute? No. The reason I wanted to do this I want to spend that one last Christmas. I have videos of Christmas morning and waking up, gonna go sit, I go under the tree, see his presents. Videotape the entire thing and have him be able to look back on that. This isn't even really about me at this point. It's about that little boy. I want this because I want to be able to, for him to have something to look back on. The reason I wanted to trade this is because if somehow by some million and one shot y'all were able to put me on a monitor, put cameras around the house, everything, if y'all were able to do that, I would go no contest. All I want is that 1 month time. Hell, not even a month, technically, just end of the year, you know what I mean? That 1 month time, that one last crucial time for my son. I would give up everything. I would say, just throw me in a jail cell forever, I don't care. I would give up everything. I'd give up all my defenses. I'd give up everything. Plead no contest. Give you the information that you want, everything. That's what I want you to convey to the judge.
I'll convey that to the prosecutor, to the district attorney of this county. I'll convey that to him for you. But again, I tell you this, that is not like what you're requesting is more than likely not possible. I'm not going to sit here, and again, you know we can't make we can't make any promises. We can't give you false hope. We can't give you any illusions of what's going to happen. You know what I mean? It's like I'll convey it, but for you, but I can tell you what the answer is going to be. Does that make sense?
I like your shoes.
Thank you. What are your thoughts, Terry? What are you thinking?
I guess I'll just wait on a response at this point.
What do you want to say to this community? What do you want to say to the families? Is there anything you want to put out there to them?
No one deserved any of this.
Have you spoken to your family?
My mom and my grandmother are currently coming today.
To see? You know what time they'll be here?
Pretty soon, from what I'm guessing.
Okay.
Is this y'all's water?
No, that's yours. Everything we got is for you.
Either way, that's basically my price. And then,
Yeah. So let me kind of reiterate some things. For me, right? Will you do that for me? So, yeah, I'm just going to, a couple things, some of the things that I want to kind of talk to you about. I don't spend a lot of time talking that first night. We covered a lot of things, but one of the things that we didn't get to was again, the human aspect of this, right? Emotions and feelings, and early on from a young age, we're always taught right from wrong, and then as we come up, through life, as adults, we become the persons that we are, right? Through the course of times, but obviously, one of the main things that I asked you that night, and it's just something that has concern for me, has anything like this ever happened before?
No, sir. Nothing like this has ever happened. Ever.
You've never killed anyone else?
No, sir.
This is the first person you've ever killed?
Nothing like this has ever happened before. That's I cry when I run over dogs at work. Like, I've cried over a squirrel before, dude. Then why I fucking feed homeless people, man? Then why Athena? If you got cry over a squirrel, this is a 7-year-old human being. It wasn't me. Now that I haven't been on my medication, I haven't heard from Zero in like 2 days.
Tanner, I know you're being a little evasive right now to me about some of the things, rightfully so, right? This is your meeting. You call this meeting. You want to speak to me, I know that you want to put it on your terms, right? But I do ask that you show me the respect that I'm showing you, because this is a two-way street. Honestly, by all accounts, if you hadn't reached out to me today or last night, we probably would have spoken again for a long time. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to sit before you for a long time. It would have been a while. So what I'm trying to do here is not only primarily fill those voids for the family, first and foremost. Feel that void, feel that emptiness, feel that why for them. Because it's not about me, it's not about you, it's about them. It's not, again, I'll reiterate that. It's about that family, it's about that closure, it's about what you would want as a parent. Right? Closure. That's why I'm asking you those questions. That's why I asked that why. Again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend.
I told you the why the first night, though.
Which is what?
Come back and watch the videos. Y'all have access. I told you why it happened.
So the whole reason we took her is because you bumped her with the truck.
I knocked her down with the truck.
And then it just spiraled out of control from there.
I sat on my hands at that point.
So if you had never bumped her with that truck, this would have never happened.
Nothing would have happened. I'd be at work right now. I'd be at work, saving up for Chester's Christmas, getting everything ready, just trying to get us into an apartment. I was this close. I finally got a new car. Okay, I was having to drive the freaking work trucks home for like a month because I didn't have a car. Because my car broke down several months ago, and then Cassie's broke down. Like, life was getting really bad. The stress was getting too much. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a bad person. I've never been a bad person.
Would you say for the majority of your life you've done the right thing?
I've always done the right thing. I've never been a violent person. I've never been a bad person. The only bad things I've ever done is, like, occasionally I'll smoke marijuana, but that's legally that's on its way out the door anyway, eventually. So, like, slowly things are coming in, but I'm not getting into all that. Like, that's literally the worst thing I've probably done in my life.
I would say so. I'd say so. I would hope so.
You can look at my history. I'm not some deranged psychopath. I'm not some criminal.
I don't think you are either. I don't think you are either.
I'm an autistic, weird dude who likes music that other people to the show that.
Well,
Musician, dude, I was in a Christian punk band at one point. A Christian punk band. Giving, not gonna lie, the vocals weren't the best, but you know.
were you lead vocals?
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. If I were to jump on a kit, your jaw would probably drop.
Yeah, it sounds like it just before you put your hands on your knee just now. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I worked years mastering my craft, and at this point, I write my own music. You know, I've written my own music, but I haven't really. Like, I had lyrics and everything, but I never really got to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Put it out. So,
Yeah.
I mean, smart, freaking talented. You work for a living, being a productive member of society.
Yeah.
So you can see where that why, and you answered the why. If you're telling me, you know, if you'd never bumped Athena with that truck, she would have never died. That's the why, right? That's some of the why. You paid by all accounts on your statement. The first night was that if you were scared, you know, that you were going to get put away for vehicular assault and go to jail. So you panicked and took her in the truck. And then at that
These
point,
are all things that have been covered.
I know, I'm just saying, that's the why, right? She died because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Essentially. Please have another cigarette.
In a minute, when you slow the smoke got down, I'm not just let it settle for a little bit. Okay? I'm not a cigarette smoker, tobacco smoker, so honestly, you know, I know
You're probably choking up a little bit.
Yeah. So if you'll just give me, you know, let's let the smoke essentially clear for a little bit, and we'll get you up, okay? Again, I know that you're.
I bet that little girl's dead breaks my fucking heart, dude. Like,
I'm personally, I'm glad to hear that, because if you do show some type of emotion, right? If you do have some type of remorse, that goes a long way, right? As opposed to just a cold-blooded killer monster.
if I was a cold-blooded killer, I would have been killing people for years. You know what I mean? Like, I have a conscience. I have feelings. I'm just a person.
It was a decision that was made at the, you know, you panicked.
It wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. There's other jobs out there. He didn't want to let her go. Now I haven't even heard from him in 2 days.
Zero.
No.
What were you doing your eyes like?
Can y'all do some research on something for me?
Sure.
Can you look up some of the potential negative psychoactive effects of potentially Prozac?
Let's talk about that real quick. What all medications are you on? I know you told me that first night.
Yeah, I'm on Prozac, Strattera, and...
Hang on. Strattera?
Yeah.
Spell that. It's alright. Prozac, Strattera, what else?
And Remeron for times when I can't sleep. I literally only take that one.
And Remeron?
Remeron, yeah.
Remeron?
Also known as Merzapine.
Who's your doctor?
Foreign dude that works at MHMR Penn Square.
Do you remember his name?
Again, foreign dude, I have no idea how to pronounce
Penn
it.
Square?
Yeah, Penn
Where's
Square.
Penn Square at?
It's a MHMR clinic in Fort Worth.
You mentioned my clinic before. Can you write that down?
Penn Square.
You mentioned my clinic in Fort Worth.
Oh, you did the same thing.
What's up? At the same time?
Yeah.
That's an habit of mine. I got caught this week. Broke the same on top of it, so it gets to hurt sometimes.
I do it because as a drummer, like, you can see scars from years and years of playing drums where I just like busted my fingers on freaking snare drum.
Do you see any other doctors, Tanner?
For him, it's weird because when I started getting back on my medication about 7-8 months ago, I'm guessing, like what ended up happening was I was going through like a suicidal episode, right? And you know, instead of leaving my son here without his father, what I wanted to do was get right.
Get some help.
So initially I went to Millwood to, you know, because that's where I originally got put on my medication, all that stuff. And they said they had this outpatient thing called eye care. So I went through them, and you know they helped me get back on my meds and all that stuff.
So let me go back a little bit. Do you care if I get to know you a little bit better? Just real quick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's just literally start about it. And I'm not gonna interrupt you. I'm gonna let you do your thing. I just want to know, Tanner, where did you grow up? Where were you born? What did you do? Where'd you go to high school? All that stuff. Tell me a little bit about Tanner.
I'm pretty much born and raised in Fort Worth. My dad's a fucking crackhead. Like, if you type in Horner, pardon my French. If you type in Horner at like Parker County, my dad's name and my brother's names come up a lot.
Okay.
You know, I try to disassociate from them because...
What's your dad's name?
Terry
Horner?
Senior.
Okay.
My oldest brother, his name is Terry Horner as well.
Okay.
He's junior.
So born and raised in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school?
Multiple places.
Okay.
Multiple places for elementary.
What elementary around Fort Worth or around Parker County? Or?
Yeah, like Fort Worth.
Okay. So multiple places in Fort Worth. You don't really remember the names. Where's the last elementary you landed at?
Last elementary was Eagle Heights.
Okay. Which is in Fort Worth.
No, that's technically, I think, Eagle School District.
Eagle School District. Okay.
Yeah.
And then where'd you go to high school?
High school, that was Hazel. The years before that, I was just kind of moving around a lot, you know what I mean? Because my mom is a heroin addict, so most of my life I was actually raised by my grandparents. Well, my grandmother and my step-grandfather, which I consider him more my grandfather than anybody, because he's the man who raised me.
Okay, what's his name?
Bill.
Bill
Hardison.
Hardison?
Yes, sir.
Where does he live?
Veterans Memorial Cemetery.
Okay, so he's since passed on, sorry for being lost.
He passed a few years ago.
Okay. So he pretty much raised you. What was your childhood like? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it rocky?
I didn't realize how bad it was when I was younger.
Okay.
Because, you know, I didn't realize, hey, why is my mom always gone? You know what I mean? Why is my dad never around? Like, for a big portion of my childhood, my dad was in prison. And my mom in and out of jail constantly. Like, when my mom and my grandmother see me, I actually worked on this clever line. As soon as I answer that phone, and my mom's on, she'll be like, oh, how the tables have turned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a little nod to seeing her in jail most of my life.
Yeah.
So my grandparents raised me, and you know, I'm glad they did, because I wouldn't be the kind of person that literally buys fucking homeless people food. You know what I mean? Like, there's been several points.
They taught you right from wrong. They made you the person you were growing up. Probably instilled some work ethic.
The work ethic, that came later.
Okay.
Yeah, the work ethic I didn't really get until I was a father.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I was always in and out of jobs when I was there. You know what I mean? Like, my 20s were interesting. I got to live my 20s to the fullest.
Yeah, tell me about that. What do you mean by that?
Bands. Play show after show after show. It was great.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah, especially Sacred Sound, the Christian punk band I was in. It was that time when I met this girl, Nicole. Oh my God. Bunch of crazy.
Yeah.
Bunch of crazy. That woman stressed me out so bad.
What's your girl's last name?
Baka.
Baka?
Baka, which
means cow?
No.
Baka?
Funny story. So I ended up watching anime, right? One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, all that bullshit. And, sometimes if I caught up with the English dub, I'll watch the subs, right? And that's when I learned that baka in Japanese means stupid. So,
okay.
I know. So, I definitely never told her that, but, I thought it was funny because she's dumb as a brick. She actually, with Sacred Sound, they pretty much gave me a choice, like, hey, it's her, the band, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I chose her like an idiot. She ended up, how racist, I swear to God, but she did end up cheating on me with 2 different black guys. So, which eventually ended up telling me later on what was really going on. And actually, y'all can send this into Fort Worth. So she, one of the guys that she cheated on me with, right? She put rape charges against him, right?
Mm-hmm.
I ended up meeting up with the guy while doing Uber one time. He ended up showing me the messages. She had been cheating on me with him for like 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
What he's saying has happened was one time when they were messing around on me, right? He came in her, and there's no way she'd be able to pull that off as my kid, because clearly about as white as glue.
Yeah.
But that's when I went through my first suicidal depression and all that stuff.
What year was that? You remember?
It was like 4 or 5 years ago, something.
Okay, pretty recent.
Yeah, that's the first time you went to know.
So that's really the first time you had any type of issue. It was over a girl. Essentially, you were heartbroken, right? Was that a proper conclusion? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
3.5 years down the drain like that. So that's.
You loved her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ironically now, supposedly she's a lesbian.
Yeah. So that's kind of your first, obviously, rough upbringing a little bit with your parents, but for the most part, your grandparents kind of filled in that void.
I was 20s when that happened.
Okay. And then, after that, what are you doing there? You're Uber driving, where are you working?
I'm doing Uber at that point until I lose my Tahoe, which, she ended up telling the finance company that I was only on liability. Mm-hmm. So, that got my car taken away. So I was jobless there for a bit, but I was doing pretty good.
Where were you at? Where were you living at then?
My grandparents.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not until I got with Cassie that I moved out.
Okay.
With that, I was 300 pounds when Nicole broke up with me, right?
Just because you started eating, kind of depressed, kind of doing that thing, or what?
I got stagnant, I got careless. So I got up to 300 fucking pounds, right? Mm-hmm. So after the breakup, I get put on medication, all this other stuff, and I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna get myself in a natural routine. So I wake up every morning and I put myself on the keto diet, which holy shit, it works. So I would eat 4 sausage patties, 4 eggs when I wake up in the morning. I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, go out in the Uber until about 5, 6 in the afternoon, right? Then I'd go to the gym, run for I would listen to an entire music album, and I'd run that entire time. That was my routine for 3 months. I got down to 215. Keto literally sheds off your fucking body fat. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I was doing good, ended up actually going out and socializing a lot more because, I've always been an introvert, all that stuff. I'd rather sit at home, watch anime, play my guitar, do all that crap, right? told me, you know what, I actually need to go out and be social. So on Friday nights and Saturday nights, what I would do is I would go out to the bar, and that's where I met, you know, some friends, you know, Karen and Stacy. Stacy's actually a dude. I think his actual name was Randy or some shit, but, you know, he likes going by Stacy for some reason. So,
I remember his last name.
No.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, he's like one of my best friends. Yeah, like the last name things never come up because it's like, it's Stacy.
So you met him at where?
Electric Cowboy, which is sadly shut down now. Shut down.
I remember Electric Cowboy. I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, it was a fun place, you know. And
So you met them all there. And is that kind of like a routine? You know, how a routine?
yeah, we had a routine there for a long time. And
Tell me about that. What would y'all do?
we'd just go and hang out at the bar. Like we pretty much ran that shit. You know what I mean? Like we were the regulars. You know what I mean? So we'd all just hang out, do our thing. You know, and that's when, you know, I lost my car and all that shit. So I ended up needing work. So I started working with my cousin Bert and my dad.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Bert. What's his last name?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
I know, it sounds strange, right? Because I'm white as shit, but yeah, his name's Bert Rodriguez. But I worked for him, and, you know, me and my dad worked for him. We do AC work.
Okay.
Which, you know, it's fun, but, you know, it's hot work in the fucking summer. Like, we were installers, you know what I mean? We take out units from the attic.
Oh yeah, no, that's hard work. I've seen it. I've got some buddies that own a company that do that, and man, they're constantly just sweating their butts off.
Yeah, this one time the fucking unit fell out of the ceiling, right? I caught it. Okay, those things are like 200 pounds, so I decided to brace my knees, and I caught that shit. I was like, oh god! Hurt my knee like a motherfucker, more than my back, but that's because I actually braced correctly before doing it. But, so after that, I started going more to guitars and Cadillacs, because that's where my cousin wanted to go instead, because it was just like, oh, fuck Electric Cowboy. There's no chicks there, blah, 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 that whole thing, you know, like, he was just getting over a separation, which, you know, that always sucks, you know, so he starts going through like a midlife crisis, you know, he gets like a freaking not dirt bike, but he gets a motorcycle, like a Yamaha.
Yeah.
You know, like he's in his early 40s at this point, you know, and he's sitting there acting like he's 20-something.
Kind of like a little midlife deal kind of going on.
Yeah,
So
definitely midlife crisis, but, you know, I helped him through that because, you know, he's my cousin, I love the shit out of him. But,
so where's Bert live? Is he living near Hazel too, or what?
he did live in Hazel. It's actually a funny story on that. So with that separation he went through, he wanted a percentage of the house, and his girl wanted a flat amount of, like, I don't remember what the amount was, you know, but it was a flat amount. And then fast forward through time, and housing goes up. That means his percentage, his money went up, but hers stayed the same because she wanted a flat amount. So, yeah, he came out on top on that one. Like, when they finally were just like, hey, let's go ahead and finish this out, because, you know, like, COVID put everything back a lot. So he ended up getting this like huge payout because they had to sell the house, you know what I mean? Like, there was no way around it. So I don't know where he is now.
Obviously, you hadn't seen him since he essentially got some money and forgot about his family and friends kind of deal, or what?
No, I think he's having a house built. I just don't know where. Yeah. Probably like Joshua or something.
Okay, Johnson County area.
Is that county?
Yeah, that's Claiborne, Johnson County.
Yeah. But, so I don't know where he's at. And as for my dad, last time I heard him, he was telling me, hey, I'm homeless, can I have a place to stay? But I'm sitting here living with my mom and my grandmother, like, I can't help you out. But yeah, during that time, I'm going up to Guitars and Cadillacs. That's when I meet Cassie, and we just hit it off really well.
Okay.
Like really well.
Yeah. Tell me about that. How'd y'all meet? What do y'all have in common?
Well, we're both dorky as shit. Like, personality-wise, we're super dorks. But Cassie, I met her and it just kind of clicked, which is really weird because her mom was trying to hit on me and her mom's like,
So she was with her mom at the bar? Or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was with her mom at the bar and her mom was interested in me. I clearly was not.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, your daughter's a lot cuter, man. Like, you're like 50.
Yes, I get it. Yep.
So,
y'all exchange numbers? How's that going?
actually, I didn't talk to her for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
She legit thought I was gay because I ghosted her like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that. I had a bad problem with like ghosting girls because like I'd always use it up like we're flirting, like all this other shit, you know, like sometimes we'd sleep together, all that shit, but then like afterwards I'm just like shit, I don't know where to go from here.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about that. How long have y'all, what year did y'all start dating?
We started, okay, our anniversary is on October 26th.
2000.
And our third anniversary was recently.
So we're talking 2019 on that.
Yeah, like right before the pandemic.
Okay.
You know, and she had lost her job at one point. Like her mom's always been a bit kind of abusive towards her ever since, you know, her parents split up.
Yeah. So you meet Casey. What's her last name?
Cassie.
Cassie. What's her last name?
Wait.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. So y'all meet around 2019, and is it immediate y'all dating or exclusive or?
Well, our friend Jackie helped us with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But which Jackie always had a thing for Cassie's brother, but.
Who's Jackie? Jackie, what's her last name?
I have no fucking clue.
Just kind of an acquaintance or whatever, friend.
Acquaintance. Actually, the first night I met her. Yeah, that was the thing.
You hook up with Jackie or what?
Yeah. Okay. No, I actually, before I met Cassie, as I said, like I would ghost girls, but I definitely made a habit of being a little bit of a, you know, man whore.
I was gonna say you sound like a little bit of a player out there, man.
I used to be.
Yeah.
But you know, I started realizing getting older, I need to kind of
settle down.
Yeah, settle down essentially.
Okay, so tell me about you and Cassie's relationship.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, man. Like, she ended up, after a couple months, moving in with me at my grandmother's house because, like I said, her mom's slightly abusive. So she ended up moving over with me, and you know, we ended up getting jobs, all that stuff. But then, you know, Cassie lost her job. I don't remember what job it was or what happened, but she ended up getting those, you know.
You don't remember where she worked though?
No.
Okay.
She's had several jobs. She ended up getting like those stimulus checks in, right? So after a little bit of getting those stimulus checks in, we're just like, hey, let's go get an apartment. I'm buying a car for my friend Chris, and, you know, we get an apartment out in Arlington. It's the same apartment complex as our friend Jay, so, you know, we at least know some people out there. So we're out there for quite a bit, just living our lives, that whole thing. I get a job at Papa John's, which I actually used to have that job at Papa John's a couple years prior when I was with Nicole.
Okay.
But so Papa John's out in Pantego.
Pantego, okay. What'd you do for Papa John's? Did you work the front or did you do everything?
Delivery.
Okay.
I was the #1 delivery boy.
Yeah.
Though I will say this. UTA was in our delivery zone, right? And I hated it when I delivered there because, and I'm not mad because I realize it's a cultural thing, but people from India think tipping is disrespectful. But when you're a pizza delivery driver, you're basically living off tips.
Yeah.
And they don't tip at all.
So there was probably a lot of Indian folks in that area, I guess is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I mean, they're going to like TCU, you know,
yeah.
Hookamore and all that. So we ended up getting out of that apartment. We ended up moving into where her mom and her her were staying previously.
Which was where?
Denver. Yeah.
Okay.
Right off of, what's it called? 377.
Okay.
So we ended up living around there, and it's going relatively well. After a few months, JC's boyfriend gets out of jail. That's Cassie's cousin. We were living with JC at the time.
What's his name?
Levi Henderson.
What was he in jail for?
He's a piece of shit. He's an absolute drug addict piece of shit. Like, but I'm not someone to call someone a piece of shit, but this dude was. If I would have known what he was in trouble for, we would have been able to get him gone sooner. But JC wanted him around, and me and Cassie did not, because at this time we're finding out, oh shit, Cassie's 3 months pregnant. So we're just.
What was he in trouble for? What did you find out he was in trouble for?
I don't know the exact details, but we lived pretty close to a school, and he was not supposed to be that close to a school, supposedly. So
are you alluding to the fact that there's maybe some type of sexual assault on a child or something?
that's what I'm guessing. I did not like the guy. I did not like the guy being around. So after a couple days, I'm just like, hey, JC, like, why is he still around? And it was this entire deal. Like, I tried getting him out, like I tried forcibly removing him from the property because I didn't want him there.
So you had physical altercations with each other?
I wouldn't say physical altercations. Like, there's one point where he straight up called JC a cunt, and I lost my shit on him. Because, JC is Cassie's cousin, so that means she's basically family to me. Just sitting there calling her a stupid cunt bitch, like, no, like, you respect her, you fuck. So, that's the only time I ever, went off on him. But that's, anyways, I digress. I tried to remove him from the house, and then JC called the police, and it's just like, well, you can't do anything because she lives here, and she's letting him come here. So we really can't do anything to remove him. If we would have known that he can't be that close to a school, we would have been able to get rid of him. God, I wish we would have known that, because this friend of his came around and busted out my windshield. Like, there's police reports about this and everything.
Yeah, through Fort Worth.
Yeah.
Okay.
He busted out my windshield, busted my right window, busted JC's windshield. Like, it was.
He came and really tore y'all stuff up.
Yeah.
Over what was the reason? Because he was mad at Levi?
Yeah, he was mad at Levi.
Okay. You know why?
That's when we started to figure out, hey, something's not right about this dude other than the fact that he's on drugs. He started sitting there calling him a pedophile, and me, I'm just sitting here like, what? So I'm not liking it.
Yeah.
So after this all happens, a police report was filed again, and they actually caught the dude busting our windshields and all that stuff on ring camera. So they get him out, finally, but then the landlord sees everything that's happened and...
Yeah, tired of the drama on his place.
Yeah, exactly. So me and Cassie have to find an apartment. So we found an apartment out on, Brian Irvin? Yeah, Brian Irvin over by, trying to remember. It's over by the Sam's Club on the border, all that stuff.
You remember the name of the complex? Just trying to get an idea where it's at.
Well, they changed the name of it.
Yeah.
They got bought out by another company. We were doing the Texas Rent Relief thing, and by the time the Texas Rent Relief check came in, they changed companies. They got bought out and all that stuff. So they had to send another check, but it all happened too late, so we got evicted.
Yeah.
So when we got evicted from there, our son was born. He was already born at this point. He was a couple months old.
What year was that?
It was
2021?
Yeah.
Your son's 1, right?
Yeah.
So when was your son exactly born?
February 2nd at 6:14.
Okay. Yeah. What year though?
I didn't mean February, I meant July.
July?
Yes, sir.
July 2nd, 2021?
Yeah, he was born at 6:14. at 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I will never forget that.
What, and what'd you name him? What's his full name?
Chester Thomas Lenore. The Chester comes from Chester Bennington, the deceased singer of Linkin Park.
Okay. And then what about his middle name?
The Thomas comes from her brother. The Lynn comes from both her grandfather and you. And me.
Okay. But so he's got some meaning behind his, got some soul behind his names, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His, sorry, can I? Yeah. So, Cassie, bless her heart, like the months leading up to, Chester being born, we were both working at, what's it called? Alien themed. Outback Steakhouse.
Okay. Yeah.
In which that's off of 377.
Okay. What were you doing for them?
I was a dishwasher, she was a server, and she was pregnant and a server, so she was making more money than me, and I was making like 15 an hour.
She's probably making a lot of money because she's pregnant. But,
exactly.
I see somebody that's pregnant, I'm always going to tip extra.
Yeah, that's such a guilt trip, but at the same time, it's just like, shit, she needs the help.
Yeah, absolutely.
But bless her heart, man, up until the week she was giving birth, she was working doubles. Man, I don't know how the hell she was doing it, man.
That's grit and character.
I know it.
Yeah.
I fucking love that girl. Like,
yeah. That just shows her, her character. So.
But after her son was born, postpartum hit really bad. And
where was he? What hospital?
Hewley. I think it's Burleson or Crowley, but it's like right off of 35.
Yeah. Right there in that little corridor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then you said postpartum hit?
Yeah, postpartum hit, she got really, depressed, all that, which,
What were y'all doing that then?
That we were still at the apartment at that time.
Okay.
For a few months, and then, after a while, we moved over to her grandparents' house when we got evicted from there, which...
Her grandparents' house?
Yeah.
Remind me of her grandparents. You mentioned their names earlier.
I didn't mention her grandparents.
So you mentioned your grandparents. I'm sorry. What was her grandparents' names?
Lynn and Patsy.
Lynn and Patsy.
Yeah.
And where do they live?
Burleson.
And it's Wade also?
No.
No? What's their last name?
Wade is on her dad's side.
Okay.
This is her mom's side.
You remember their last name? It's alright, you got so many names in your head.
Bolanger. I don't know, it's French. It's pronounced Bolanger, but like...
Yeah. So y'all moved in with her grandparents, and at that point, I guess, to give Chester somewhere to be, or...
Yeah, like we needed a good environment for him. Originally we were staying out in this little shed. We kept it nice, and it was kept up for a bit until Cassie's postpartum came back a bit. We ended up moving into the house itself, which, at the time I was working for Amazon as pretty much the same thing I was doing for FedEx, you know what I mean? Just delivering, all that stuff.
That's around 2021 that you started working for Amazon, delivering to packages?
Yeah.
Like a contract company or whatever, same thing?
Yeah. Contract company. It was a Southern Star Express. Oh man, they let themselves go. Actually, fun fact, I brought on drivers from there to go work with us at FedEx.
Just guys you knew from the...
Well, technically I brought on one person, that was my friend Savannah, and then she brought on her boyfriend, and then ironically, like a month ago, someone that worked at Southern Star started working for the company that we work for, and I was like, oh, hey, did Savannah bring you on? She was like, no, I just applied.
Yeah.
So it was
like I brought everybody over.
Pretty much, yeah. Where they went wrong is they kept getting step vans, but in their minds, all right, step vans, we're making more money now, right? But that's like, they have the same work area, but they're getting bigger routes. So they're kind of screwing themselves over because they have all these people that are step van certified and all these step vans, but not enough routes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was showing up like driving 40 minutes to work every day, just for like the chance to be able to go on a route that day.
Yeah.
And, I have a 1-year-old.
So you're trying to make some money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you only get paid if you run a route?
Yeah.
That's the only way you're gonna get paid?
Yeah.
Do you get paid by the hour or do you get paid by the route?
That one I get paid by the hour.
Okay.
Which, that's no way to live if you're trying to sit here and make a freaking home for your family.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the time I was back on keto because when COVID hit, I stopped keto and all that, I gained weight. Then I ended up losing weight really fast, a little bit too fast. So one morning I woke up, I stood up too fast, and I just lost consciousness because you're not supposed to lose 60 pounds in 3 months.
Oh yeah, that's unhealthy, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So I hit the ground really hard, hit the back of my head, and I ended up going into a seizure. And I ended up calling in that day and, tell them why. I'm just like, okay, well, you're going to be on a 3-month leave. She's like, wow, this isn't really changing much because I'm already showing up 40 minutes to work and not being able to work.
Yeah.
So I ended up looking for jobs elsewhere. And since I got my step and certification while I was there, DOT certified. So I ended up going to FedEx from there.
Okay. Where'd you apply for FedEx at?
I think it was Indeed.
Okay. So essentially a third-party internet.
Yeah, third-party internet. Ended up working for these people.
When did you start with them?
February.
February? Okay, so February this year?
Yeah.
Okay. And what routes did you have when you started with them?
What routes?
Yeah, or what area did you work predominantly?
Hazel.
Okay.
Hazel, which, was welcome for me because I know Hazel like the back of my hand, dude. Like, I went to Hazel High School.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would work from Reno Road. Wait, hold up. I'd go down 730 a little bit, Reno Road, and then I'd work my way out till I got to the center of Springtown. And that was my route for a few months, and then I had kind of a mental breakdown, and that's when I kind of got put on my meds again.
What was the cause of the mental breakdown? What was the cause of you being depressed, upset, whatever?
Inadequacy. I wasn't able to provide for my family. I couldn't get Cassie to do anything because she was in this really bad state of depression. It was just all kind of building up over a few months while I was working at FedEx. And one day I only got 5 deliveries done in an hour. I couldn't find anything on the truck. I couldn't find where anything was. I was stressing out over it. So I started getting really, really, really suicidal. And it just, from that point, it was getting really bad. I ended up having to leave work early and have Cassie go take me to Millwood, and that's when they told me about their, what's it called? Their outpatient program.
Yeah. So essentially, observing you, medicating you, kind of deal, helping you kind of cope with some of the stress that you got going on. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
On the outpatient treatment?
Yeah, and that's about the time. Hold up.
Are y'all okay?
It's about the time we started popping up.
Right around that time? You remember what month that was? So you're talking February, March, April, May, June, July. You started at, FedEx in February. So that's 6 months in.
Give me a second, I'm trying to think of timelines.
Do you remember when you went to Millwood?
It's after about 3 months, I think.
So that puts you, if you started FedEx in February, that puts you around April.
Yeah, about that. It's around that time.
Okay. So April timeframe is kind of when you first, tell me about that one. How did that happen?
It just kind of What do you mean?
Like, you said that's when you first started coming in? Or you first started seeing zero? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, not seeing.
Or like hearing? Or?
It started off as like almost like a little devil on my shoulder kind of thing, you know what I mean? But then after a while, it just kind of turned into, I was switching back and forth sometimes. Like in times where I was stressed out, I would essentially switch, if that makes sense.
Do you think that was maybe more of a coping mechanism? Maybe some way to, you know, overcome your stress and be more assertive and...
I mean, it's possible.
Yeah. Because, and again, I don't put words in your mouth, but, you know, I know some folks that essentially, you know, put up with so much bullshit and have so much stress going on in order to cope or kind of do things different and not be, you know, regular, nice, easygoing, laid-back Tanner. They try to kick it up a notch so they can overcome and get through some of that hard times, you know? Because it sounds like you were having a lot of coping to do. You were dealing with a lot. You got a 1-year-old at home. You got essentially a fiance. Is that proper fiance or girlfriend? Or fiance. A fiance at home that's not working and she's dealing with some postpartum stuff. And you're the sole provider. You by all accounts don't have your own home.
And she keeps spending all my money.
So every time you get a paycheck in, it's going right down the drain. Is it going to good stuff? Is it going to Chester? Or is it...
Some of it does, yes, and then other parts of it, not so much.
Okay. So then here we are sitting in April. You go to Millwood. You do the outpatient treatment. Tell me about where do you go from there? You keep working, obviously.
Yeah, I keep working. They end up putting me as a floater, which I absolutely hate.
Yeah.
Like me having Asperger's syndrome, I like being routine.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I have a routine. I used to have the way I used to do my old route. I used to go down 7:30, hit the businesses first, and then I'd move west from that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'd always do it the same way every day. But now they're putting me on like different routes every day. Like since while I was away for like a week, right? So they put someone else on my route, and then they became the main on that route. I would only get that route like once a day.
Yeah.
And Polaris at this time had, let me see, they had Paradise, Bridgeport, let me see what else. All of Springtown, Poolville, which, fun fact, I got chased down by a peacock in Poolville. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen those peacocks in Poolville. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I also delivered to that nudist colony that's apparently out there. That's
rumor, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, don't even go there. No, like the dude that answers the front is like 400 pounds and like nude as hell, and I almost called the police right there. Like first thing I did was just like, hey, Jason, this dude just answered this door, dude as fuck, and he's like trying to shake my hand and shit. She's just like, oh wait, you're on that route, okay, yeah, no, that's a nudist colony, you're fine. Please don't put me on this route again.
Yeah.
Like people being naked freaks me out, but
so but essentially it messed up your routine.
Yeah.
It took you away from your comfort zone. It took you away from, you know, you like that control that it had. I'm the same way, right? I like things organized. I like my routine. I like to do things. When you mess up my routine, it kind of throws me into a little bit of a funk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So, yeah, we're dealing with that. I tried getting them to put me on an ASL route because, like, let's face it, I know ASL like the back of my hand. Like, the main city ASL route, it has high volume, but it's mostly residential. The only place that was kind of a bitch to deliver to was Walmart. And that's because they wanted their stuff early in the morning and then they give you twice the amount of stuff, so now you're going to have to work around all that stuff. But that wasn't a big deal for me because I still know how I'm running this route, you know. I get like 50 stops done in like 2 hours by doing all the residential shit.
You need the fastest routes to everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know how to get it done so I can hurry up and get home, because since I wasn't getting paid by the hour, my goal is hurry up and get done.
So you were getting paid by the route now?
Yeah.
Okay.
FedEx I get paid by the route.
Okay.
But just keep putting me on these like stupid, like, okay, now you're on this route today, now you're on this route today. I never knew what to expect. And then that's when they ended up having to sell some of their routes to this new guy, Richard Davis. Y'all probably talked to him already.
Yeah, I haven't personally talked to him, but yeah, I think they have. The guy that owns these trucks, right? The guy that owns the routes you're currently on.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Supervisor for that.
Well, he's the business owner.
Business owner, yeah.
But the reason they sold me over to him was because they were trying to push me out towards those routes.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, that irritates the piss out of me because I'm from Amazon, like, condensed routes, you know what I mean? Because, let's face it, like, I've gained weight because they keep putting me on routes that I'm sitting most of the time versus running shit to the door.
Mm-hmm.
But it was disheartening, but, you know, in my mind, I'm just like, hey, I have a kid, I have to keep providing, I have to keep doing what I have to do. So it was just kind of frustrating, I guess.
Okay, so how long does that go on? When did they sell over? When did you catch these new routes on this side? I don't remember when that was.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
A few months?
Yeah, a few months.
Not too terribly long.
Yeah.
So now you got these new routes, you got this new business. How are you doing at that time? What's your...
I have no clue.
No clue.
Everything just kind of
Yeah.
blends in.
So did that add to your stress a little bit on you and Cassie, obviously?
Yeah, of course, because like we're having to change our locations again. Like it's bad.
Yeah. But you're still running her out, you're still working. Is she working anywhere at this point?
No.
No, she's
I mean, she's using my Grubhub account to go get money every once in a while, but it's gone by the next day. At least providing money for her own dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, she'll go do Grubhub to order Grubhub later.
Yeah.
Gotta love that girl, but that's so dumb. But, sorry.
And Grubhub is just like delivering food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always have a backup plan work-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're at my grandmother's for like a month, and then, you know, my grandmother's house in general is just not a clean place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have like several little bitty dogs running around all over the place, and it's just, there's shit everywhere. Like, it's not a good place for a boy that's about to start walking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So we moved to the shed, and, you know, that shed is where I was during all my high school years because, you know, I'm a teenager, I like privacy, you know, and I have a little brother, that whole thing. So we moved back to the shed, and I cleaned the shit out of it. But then I started noticing spiders. And I'm not just talking about like, oh, it's a little house spider. No, like I saw like 3 brown recluses within a 10-minute period.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, having a baby, that's
a no-no.
Yeah, that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
So we really didn't have a choice in the matter, but we had to let Chester go with her family.
Okay. And did they want him? Did they want Chester?
Yeah. Given the circumstance, like wolf spiders, like brown recluses in general, like I was bit by a brown recluse in the 4th grade. It was not fun. But from that, we were just, it was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because now, like, I'm separated from my son. Like, Cassie's not doing anything to help.
So this is into, now we're talking about current events.
Yeah, like last 3-4 months.
Okay, so then Chester goes to Cassie's family, and you're still living with your grandmother's. She's Grubhubbing it, you're FedExing it, you're kind of just living life, right?
Yeah, and at this point, we're both just kind of developing a relationship with Zero at this point. Because Cassie knows him pretty well at this point.
What do you mean by that? How does she know him at that point?
To her, she's basically Cassie herself, she has multiple, but she gets that from her grandmother, her Baja. On
So
her
you're
dad's
saying
side.
she has multiple personalities?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I only have the one. She says I have 3, but I don't. I haven't seen evidence of the 3rd. So at this point, we're just kind of, it's getting bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because like, I miss my son.
So you are, by bad, you mean you are like
I miss my son.
a lot of altercations with each other, maybe arguments?
I wouldn't say that, but it's definitely a bit irritating. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when we were under grandparents, we tried moving out twice. Right? There's this RV park out in Springtown, which the first time we tried moving out, we didn't realize that the people we were dealing with were psychotic. So that only lasted for like a week, and then we're just like, yeah, let's get out of this RV and go back to your grandparents. Like 2 weeks later, the RV park manager, because this RV park was on my old route. So she was just like, hey, there's this guy who has an extra RV, and he's trying to rent it out to people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we get there, and we have about as much space in this room, and the air conditioner's not working, and then my car breaks down. So the only car we had at this point was Cassie's car. So fast forward a little bit, since we're only running on Cassie's car, I'm the one who's always going to work and then coming back home, so she's not doing Grubhub anymore because she doesn't like waking up in the morning.
Yeah.
So
you are sharing that account just to kind of make money.
yeah, I let her use it, but which I really need to talk to her about that, because that you have to file as a 1099 for that. But so I'm the only one working there for a bit, and then her car breaks down. Right, and her family's all blaming it on me, but honestly, she could have been working in general. But for like a month, I'm sitting here, driving like the freaking work trucks home.
Yeah, and they allow you to do that, obviously.
Well, Richard's allowing us to do that because the dude's got a heart goal. He really does.
Yeah.
But he, after a while, I started noticing they were putting up signs, right? And it was for $18.50 an hour for package handlers. Cassie, I'm just like, hey, look at that. She's like, you know what? That's a lot of money. Yeah, I'll do that. So for the last month, she was, she's actually worked. She was driving with me up to the
So it makes sense, right? Y'all both go to the same place.
Yeah.
She does the packages, you do the delivery.
Yeah, pretty much. So after a few weeks of that, we go to a car dealership because, Richard's just like, all right, so what's the status on the car? So we get a car over at MCMC, which, it only took like $1,000 down, and we got ourselves a car, a little 2015 Chevy, something, I don't know.
Sonic?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. Which is not a bad little car. Not a bad little car, just a little tiny.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
Hey, 4 wheels and it gets you from point A to point B, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So y'all get your car, so essentially, hey, it is what it is. A car is just a means to get to where you need to go, right? It doesn't matter what it is.
And the entire time, all this is going on, it just starts.
Well, it sounds like things are getting better, though.
Yeah.
Essentially, she's working now, y'all got a car. Sounds like y'all kind of coping with each other's shortcomings on these, personality issues, and everything's great, right? I mean, it sounds like it.
Yeah, it's starting to get a lot better.
Yeah.
And then the last 4 months, though, Zero becomes a little bit more prominent. He starts, ever since, I want to say about 2 months before we moved out of our grandparents' house, becomes a lot more prevalent. He's...
Describe that to me. What do you mean by that?
He's coming out more. He's taking over a lot more, which at the time I really didn't mind because a lot of the times I'm just sitting here like bored as hell, like driving these long ass routes for like, sometimes it's like 15 minutes in between one stop and another, you know what I mean? It gets tedious. So I didn't mind him coming out a little bit more. Plus, like, dude gets trained. Like, I listen to a lot of metal and all that stuff, like, his technique's different. I don't know how to describe it. But, so I'm starting to do a lot better. We're doing a lot better. I'm starting to understand a little bit more about this other me, essentially. Cassie's starting to understand a lot more.
You describe that as like, you're there, you're present, but you're not present. You're not patrol,
So there's different states, I could say. Like, say it's a car. So if I'm the one driving, it's just normal. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm in the back seat, and that's when Zero's driving, and I'm just kind of
along for the ride.
Essentially, yeah. And then there's other times where I call it being in the trunk, where I have no idea what's going on, because there's been times where I wake up and I have no idea how I got there. Like this, for example, like this right here, I woke up like going through my grandmother's backyard, and I don't even know how the hell that got there. I don't know what happened. It just kind of, it's like I want to say blackout, but like sometimes I can like,
you can recall.
Sometimes I can recall like later on, like when I'm like dreaming, stuff like that.
Yeah, because with Athena you could recall the majority of it. I mean, so that makes sense.
That night I kind of had a nightmare. And I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack.
Okay.
I thought the entire thing was a nightmare.
Okay, so you saw it, you remember it, but then when you found the pants, you knew.
I thought it was just a bad dream.
Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been able to wash my hands in days. I haven't even taken a shower in 4 days. I am like,
Well, when you stop doing silly stuff like that, it's, you know.
I don't remember doing that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we can.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, stuff will happen, I don't even remember how it happened. I woke up in a padded cell with that right there. I don't even know how he got anything to do that with.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about that, about remembering, you know, where did you find the pants?
My backpack.
Okay.
Well, I don't even know what the hell happened.
Yeah.
Like, I just found them in my backpack and I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I thought I just had a really fucked up nightmare.
What was in your mind before that when you, because I mean, obviously now we've gone through kind of that. Was the nightmare pretty similar to what we discussed, or was there any?
I was describing my nightmare.
Yeah.
Like I said, sometimes I recall it in like weird ways. I'll recall stuff in dreams. I'll recall stuff like just random flashbacks to the next day. It's almost like a PTSD kind of thing.
So have you recalled anything come back that you think maybe we missed that first night that we spoke?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah. Nothing that just sticks out to you. It's like, oh crap, I remember this, or telling this, nothing like that.
I've been trying to think of something.
Yeah.
But I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Like I'm at a loss. I'm in trouble for something I don't even remember doing half the time.
Half the time. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember, like I said, like nightmares, dreams.
Yeah, no, you recall a lot of it in great detail, and I understand some of it you don't, and obviously, you know, ultimately talking to Zero, he filled in a bunch of the holes that Tanner wasn't able to fill in, right? Well, we kind of talked about that, and I'm not discounting anything, right? I 100% believe you, what you told me that night, and the statements you made to me, because of digital evidence, physical evidence, timelines, everything we're able to corroborate. Right? That's my job. Now we're talking about the guy that's responsible for doing that. So then I'm responsible for essentially corroborating and filling those holes that you told me to make sure that we're not missing something. And I'll be honest with you, I was able to fill in every single one of those holes for the most part. And some of the holes, like that's that what that we keep talking about, that what that we keep bringing up, right? But then there's just some of that why that comes into it, you know. And I know we touched a little bit about it, but you know, obviously if the child was sexually assaulted and you said no, you were pretty adamant about that. That no,
I don't have any visions, memory of any of that.
You know, and obviously we have medical examiners and folks that'll determine that.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. By
Yeah, I'm not too worried. I'm pretty sure you didn't.
Yeah.
Like, I'm 98% for sure.
98%.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like halfway thinking about a cigarette right now. That's why I'm just like,
I'm just 98% sure that.
Yeah, because I haven't seen anything.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything in my dreams. I haven't seen anything like at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I trust you on that. I believe you because I'm going to revert back to whoever I was talking to, whether it was 0 or 10, or that both of you guys were completely honest with you. Both, 100%. And I think that goes, I'm going to go ahead and credit that with that throughout your life, throughout the series of events in your life, that's a two-way road with you. You're going to give what's given to you. Am I wrong about that? If somebody disrespects you, you're more likely, it sounds like, to disrespect them. If somebody...
Not even to that point.
Yeah.
Like, I have a lot of patience with it.
Yeah.
But there's certain lines that when it's crossed, it's crossed. Like, for instance, my mother-in-law putting Cassie and my fucking son in danger.
Yeah.
Like, that's a line you don't cross.
Yeah. So I tend to believe, you know, if you're telling me you didn't sexually assault her, she wasn't sexually assaulted, I believe you. But I'm not the doctor, right? So if the doctor comes and tells me that she's been sexually assaulted, then obviously I have to go with what the doctor's saying. But you're 98% sure that's not going to happen. That's not going to be.
I'm sure that's not going to happen.
Okay. Okay. I believe you. So that being said, as bits and pieces are coming back, that's one thing that you're for sure on, you know, so whether it was sexually assaulted, and obviously we went into some of the details of the way Athena was killed. You know, that was Tanner telling me that, because you remember that pretty good. You know, obviously...
I had nightmares about it for like 2 nights, man.
Here, you've had nightmares?
No.
Oh, before that, after it happened. Yeah, so obviously that was pretty descriptive, you know, she faced away from you, you tried to break her neck at first.
That wouldn't save me. That was...
Zero tried to break her neck, which is, I mean, and when I say you, obviously, it's not another person. It's you, your body. You physically tried to break her neck, that didn't happen. Facing away. Obviously, it's not like the movies, you know, I think that's a misconception. Obviously, maybe there are some people that can do that, but...
Yeah, maybe like my python.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Every time I say Mike Tyson's Day, I do that. It's just a joke that me and my cousin have.
Yeah. So ultimately, you ended up strangling her, or your body ended up strangling her.
Zero strangling her.
So 0 strangling her. Do you have any recollection? Because I'm gonna shoot you straight. She's got some marks and things on her. Are you aware of any how those marks could have potentially got on her?
Like what?
Like some patterns, scratches, or anything like that.
I don't know, it depends. Like, what do you know? I might be able to.
I don't. Again, this is something I don't physically know. I haven't physically seen them or visually seen them, but I've been asked that. So maybe you can feel it. It's like maybe like a pattern on her body. Maybe, and I think it maybe just from the process of transporting her from the truck to essentially the Trinity River. Maybe she got scratched on her somewhere.
Trinity River
or the creek.
I'm gonna say Trinity River. That's way far off.
Yeah. So we're the creek there that where we found her. So any ideas on that? Where she might have gotten any scratches or scarring or anything like that?
I mean, we drug her across the road.
Yeah.
And threw her in the bamboo.
Okay. So you did, that's one thing I wanted to clarify a little bit. So she was in the bamboo at first?
She was in the bamboo.
At first?
Yes, sir.
And then what made you move her from the bamboo?
That's when I was in the backseat, not in the backseat.
But that was same day, right? That wasn't a different day, you came and got her and then moved her to a creek?
Essentially.
Yeah, same day, same time frame.
But when I came to, I was getting on 114,
Mm-hmm.
coming off of that little county road.
Okay. So essentially you went back, you had to go back, get her, put her back in the truck, and then take her to the creek.
As far as time goes, I don't think that happened.
What do you mean?
I think it all happened in one go.
Okay, so
I
creek is the next
got in the
spot.
I got in the driver's seat, and that's when he took back over.
Okay. So essentially it was like, this is probably not a good spot, somebody's gonna find her pretty quick if she's
I
left.
wanted somebody to find her. I wanted somebody to be able to find this poor little thing.
You wanted to, but zero didn't.
That's my guess.
Okay, so then that's how she ends up in the creek. That's how Athena, and I can say she, I think we should give her the respect by calling her by her name, Athena. That's when Athena is
Such a pretty name.
in the creek. So,
Goddess of beauty and mythology.
yeah, that's, and I thank you for filling in that blank because I was a little confused on that. I guess I got confused on, because we went to the bamboo and she wasn't there.
Sorry, trying to blow out here.
It's okay. And then essentially, you know, once Athena's not there by the bamboo, I'm a little perplexed because you and I were being pretty honest. But then that's when I had to talk to Zero. And then Zero essentially took me to the creek. So zigzag, or any type of pattern, any type of scratch, anything like that on her would more than likely be from you dragging her on the road or something in the truck. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Keep in mind the truck floor does have kind of a rugged
Texture?
Yeah.
Okay. And in the FedEx truck? Okay. So you don't think Zero tried to, in your dreams or in your mind when you're recollecting some of this stuff, you don't think
I haven't seen anything.
Nothing as far as like trying to smother her or anything like that, just strangling her?
Sir.
Okay, that was it?
Sir.
Okay. And strangling Athena, I'm sorry. Again, I just want to show her the respect, you know, by calling her by her name and not minimizing who she is.
It's a person.
Yeah, it's a person.
That's a child.
Yeah. So, and it is a child. So, and at that point, explain to me a little bit about the clothes. What do you think is the rationale behind taking the clothes? I know it was essentially, it was a humiliation factor for Zero, is what I understood, to humiliate her. Is that
It might have been like throw off trails, some kind of thing. I don't know.
Okay, essentially put the clothes somewhere else and then, it's kind of like the story about the green van, right? So to throw us off. So if we find clothes somewhere, then it kind of throws us off. Is that your train of thought? Maybe? Is that what the thought was?
That's my theory on it.
Yeah.
I don't know 100%. I haven't talked to Zero in a couple days.
Okay. It makes sense, right? I mean, to me it makes sense. Obviously, you did tell us that the green van was to throw us off, right? So essentially seeing somebody. So now the clothes, it only makes sense that if we take the clothes.
When the first time that I talked to the people from the FBI, when they saw me when I was dropping off some packages at someone's house, I was in the back seat for that.
Mm-hmm.
When we realized who that was, Zero took over on that.
Okay. So threw them off. Yeah.
I think he had access, like, we share the same mind.
Mm-hmm.
And he has access to our memories.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad used to have an old Astro van, and I think that's where he got that from.
Okay. Just a repressed memory, essentially, so to speak.
Yeah, and he had a missing panel off the.
Yeah. And that was very descriptive, so that's what, obviously that's something that was, stuck out to me. It was very descriptive of the way the man is described. But it only makes sense. So do you remember what article? Obviously you found the pants in your backpack at the house, at your house, right? Do you remember where any of the other articles of clothing went? I know we talked about a sock that maybe was thrown out on the side of the road.
I can't think of anything else as far as that
I
goes.
can't think of anything.
No, sir.
Was she completely nude when she was thrown into the creek?
I believe so.
Okay. So she had no more clothing on her person?
No, sir.
Okay. But you don't remember particularly any other signs of injuries, anything that you can remember or recall in your mind, in your memories of any other injuries that she had on her?
Not that I can think of.
No. Yeah. So, we recall a little bit, and I want to talk a little bit about that because I don't want to minimize the actual act. It's like, obviously, get her in the truck and find that dead end road, which we drew up here, right? Let's get to the dead end road and kind of instruct her to face away from you, and then try to strangle her, and then she did defecate and urinate on herself, right? Is it? Yeah, you recall that. Is that maybe the reason some of the clothes came off? Because she had defecated, or is it just straight to humiliate her? You think? Because that's zero rules.
Reread that?
So do you think maybe the clothes came off because she defecated on herself, or because it was just to humiliate her?
I don't remember there being any defecation on the clothes.
Okay, I think Zero stated, or a memory that you recalled, was that she had potentially got a bowel movement.
I remember part of what I threw up. Part of what I cleaned up was throw up.
Okay.
The other part was poop.
Poop?
Poop.
So that's defecated. Essentially, she was it her poop?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the throw up was yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So essentially, once, do you think maybe she was, obviously the clothes was taken off in the truck, and then some of it was put in your backpack, but you don't remember where the other stuff went? Sure,
Yes, sir.
that. Okay. But just looking at it, it only makes sense. I think you're on the right track there. Maybe to throw us off, throw law enforcement off.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
Yeah. So obviously early on, your grandmother was it already on your radar? Obviously, it was all over the news. You'd kind of seen it.
My grandmother sent me a message about it, like, dude, this is up where you're working. Like, you know anything? I was just like, I don't really know anything. Like,
Yeah. And you didn't talk to anybody about it?
no, sir.
No. You didn't mention it to anybody? You didn't tell anybody what you did? Nothing?
No, sir.
No. It was just you and Zero. Nobody else had a clue about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do at that point when you find out? This is kind of like an oh shit moment, right? Like, this is real. What's your train of thought? What's your direction?
I think I was in denial.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of it was denial because, like, I would never have it in my heart to do that.
Did you think about calling law enforcement at that point? Did you think about doing anything like that?
I thought about it. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. When you thought about it, what did you think about doing? What was your thoughts? You had events and things going through your head, right? Because we're human, right? We're human. We're natural. You're going to have that human emotion as a parent, as a son. You're going to have some type of emotion or some type of thought of what do I do next?
I didn't know what to do next. I just tried living my life.
Yeah. Just pretend it didn't happen, right? And that's human.
I didn't like the motion you just made, but
I'm sorry. I apologize if I offended you. Yeah. So essentially, human nature, right? Human nature to me is like sometimes I'll screw up on something. It's like, crap, I'm going to forget that it happened because I'm upset with myself. Right?
essentially.
Yeah. I did something wrong. If I can move past it, then, it didn't happen.
Not even that. I didn't do it, but he did, and that's what fucks with me.
Yeah.
I'm wondering who the hell's been in my head this whole time, because for a long time we've been cool, we've been tight, like me, him, and Cassie have all had conversations.
That's when Cassie is?
No. It would break her heart. It would terrify her.
So essentially, you're more or less in denial at that point, I would say.
Still, part of me is in denial because I didn't pull the trigger.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't pull the trigger.
As far as letting somebody know what happened, or
Doing it.
you feel like zero pull the trigger?
I feel like, yeah.
Okay.
I tried to disarm the gun.
Yeah.
I tried to stop all of this from happening.
I guess the whole motivating factor, and again, going back to that why, is, hey, we bumped this little girl with the truck, and I'm gonna lose my job, potentially lose my freedom, you know, potentially.
I wasn't worried about the losing freedom part, because honestly, that's an honest accident. You know what I mean? Like, all it would take is going up there and just talking to the parent. And like, hey, I accidentally bumped your daughter. Like, there's more jobs out there, you know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to find a job. I mean, shit, like.
But that was Tanner that bumped Athena. That was Tanner that put Athena in the van.
No. I set her on the back of the van, trying to calm her down.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't calming down. Zero kind of took over.
Yeah. So when Zero took over, do you remember that, or can you see that? Or did he put his hand over her mouth? Did he physically restrain her and put her in the van? How did that go down?
He told her, just get in the back of the van. We're going to go to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then she goes into the back door, right? Okay. And then of course we walked through this map. You can kind of remember drawing that, don't you? Yeah, just kind of where we went on that day, leaving the house and then coming back out, going around and finding that dead end road. And that's obviously where she was killed on that dead end road. And then private road, I'm sorry. So after that private road, after she's killed on that private road, we go back out, we go up that main road to the bamboo. Where the bamboo was at, what was the?
Number 123, they cross over 46A, 4699.
Cross over 51.
Yeah, over 51, 4699, and back into Boyd and then back to the creek, where essentially, you know, her body was left. And then after that, you go to the Love's convenience store, and then you ask them for cleaning material, which we obviously corroborate that. What kind of cleaning material did they give you? Do you remember what kind of spray they gave you?
Just some sanitizing spray, I'm guessing. It said sanitizer on it.
Okay, so just some generic spray. Paper towels, the brown paper towels, white paper towels, something like that. And then you kind of clean the poop and the vomit out of the truck, right? And that was approximately, according to my time. Do you remember what time it was? I think our time, I think we have a time stat there, was around 7. That's a little after 7 when you were there at that Love's. So, and obviously this is a time span, we believe, approximately from about 5:45 to 7. So it wasn't an extended period of time, you know. It wasn't a long, drawn out thing. It happened pretty quick. Do you recall at all any times in your head, or do you remember seeing a clock or anything like that? I know there was a little bit of a confliction there on the phone. Was the phone completely turned off, or did it legitimately die throughout that thing?
I'm guessing that he turned it off. I don't know if it just died or if he turned it off. I only noticed when I plugged it in, it had a really low battery.
Okay. So it was off at some point within that time frame, and then it was plugged back in and came back on when you had it. Is there anything else you recall that kind of sticks out to you?
I think I can think of.
Yeah. And obviously Investigator Oliver has been, you know, kind of letting us chat up, and I know he's probably sitting over here thinking of 1,000 things he wants to ask you. Is there anything particular? I know we covered a lot of things, so you may not have anything you want to ask, but.
Not right now. I knew there was some stuff that you kind of cross over some of these things and cross them off my list for me. You said that one of the things that got me is that said you're in the backseat sometimes, you're in the trunk sometimes, talk about Zero and everything like that. And Cassie said you have 3 personalities.
And she says I have 3, but I've never personally seen any evidence of this third one.
She given a name to the 3rd personality?
Not that I know of.
Did she give any particulars on the 3rd personality? Nice, mean, any descriptors?
Not really. She just, there's been times where she'll just say, like, you know, you have a 3rd person up there, right? And I'm just like, no, I don't. Because I figured of all people I would know. You know what I mean? Like, it's my brain. I figured if I knew there was someone else in there, I would know.
You mentioned earlier too, I guess you're aware of the FedEx cameras, that there's FedEx in that FedEx, cameras in that FedEx truck.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know how they operate.
Yeah, they operate on, if you make any, they record if it's, like, you're speeding, or if, like, you may take a turn too tight, something like that.
Mhm.
That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah. And because you made the comment earlier that we'd be able to see it on the cameras anyways.
Yeah.
I guess you're aware that, those cameras can be accessed without any type of, impact or anything like that.
That I didn't know.
Okay.
Tanner, do you think Zero told anybody about this? Because you said you did. Do you think Zero told anybody?
I don't believe he did.
You don't believe it, though?
Is that tattoo on your forearm? I mean, that.
No, tell me about that. That's actually how we came up with the name for him. So this is a Christian metal band named Under Oath, and the O in Under Oath is, the O with the line through it.
Mm-hmm. So that's a Christian rock band?
Yeah, Christian metal band.
Christian metal band.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So like, when we were trying to think of a name for that, other personality of mine, I just kind of looked at mine and was just like, Zero. And that's how I just came up with it.
Okay. So essentially that was something you guys came up with.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's the first thing I saw. So
Are they a pretty new band? I mean, is it?
Oh, no. Technically, okay, so the first EP came out in like 99.
Okay.
Their second EP came out in like 2002, and then their first full-length album was 2003, and then 2004. Between 2003 and 2004, they switched vocalists because he's going through a lot of like mental problems at the time. He fell asleep at the wheel, and his girlfriend died. It was a big thing, but yeah, they've been around for a long
I'm
time.
gonna have to look them up. I'm gonna have to listen to some of it.
Well, so some of their earlier stuff, it's more like death metal kind of sounding stuff, but they're trying to bring that whole positive spin to an otherwise really negative scene, which I love the crap out of. And then after their first 3 EPs, they went more towards the like emo direction, where there's a lot of singing and screaming like mixed together pretty well. You know what I mean? Then they went more towards metalcore, which is still singing and screaming together, but less on the emotional side. Even though he does talk a lot about like mental health problems and all that stuff. And then they got experimental for 2 albums. On the second of those 2 albums, the drummer left, who was also the clean vocalist, the singer.
Mm-hmm.
Then they made one more album with the drummer from this other Christian band called Omagene. Then they split up for a long time, and they got back together a few years ago as more of like a heavy rock group.
Mm-hmm.
Like, almost like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's definitely a lot more singing. But when they got back together, they weren't Christian anymore, sadly, but it's their band, their choice, they can do what they want.
Yeah, so that kind of explains the name a little bit. It clarifies something for me as far as the name goes.
Sorry, I went on a tangent about that. I like info dumping.
I'm not
Tanner about.
I want to know Tanner, right? I want to know that's important to me. So the tangent, I'm good with. I don't go on a tangent, explain things to me that way I can fully understand you, right?
Like my all-time 3 favorites are like Under Oath, Linkin Park, and recently Dance Gavin Dance, which weird name for a band, I know, but the singer, his voice is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
Dance Gavin Dance?
I know, right? Like, that is a weird ass name, I know.
What I got this on the tip of my tongue before I forget. We talked the other day a little bit about, you spoke to Athena. You kind of remember that, you recall that when I was talking.
Bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces.
Like when we were talking to Athena, me and Zero were also arguing.
Mm-hmm. Over what to do next.
Yeah, like I was trying to be like, dude, just put her back and forget the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? But he seemed adamant.
So you obviously asked her name.
Yeah, he seemed a little bit different than normal too. Like, cause normally, like, he's the cool guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's almost like everything I wanted to be. He's like super suave, super like, you know what I mean?
Confident.
Confident, yes.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit more manic than normal, I guess. It was kind of weird.
It was a panic mode situation, right?
Yeah.
Are we gonna get in trouble kind of deal? Do you remember, and this is more for do you remember any of the conversation with Athena? I know you asked her name and she told you her name was Athena. I know that you told her you were going to go to essentially get her out hospital or whatever. And I know she asked for her dad several times. Do you remember any other conversation with her? Anything else she might have said or anything like that?
I remember the point where me and Zero were getting verbal, like outward verbal versus inside the head verbal. And she was kind of like freaking out over it.
How was she freaking out?
Like, she was just kind of looking at us like, why is this dude talking to himself?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Do you remember Athena saying anything during that timeline?
No, she just kind of looked like, what the hell?
She rightfully so, she was terrified, right?
Yeah, if I saw someone talking, like having a conversation, arguing with themselves, like, I'd be freaking out too.
Yeah. So, again, there's some things that are, obviously she asked for her dad, and she was scared. She did ask you to stop, right? I mean, asked Zero to stop, not to do it. Did she say anything like that?
I don't think she knew.
Yeah.
I think she was just more like not knowing what was going on.
Mm-hmm. Need some more water?
Yeah. Sorry. I think it's more stress than anything. And I have to, like, when I ask people for water while I'm in that fucking padded cell, I'm sitting there waiting for, like...
I've got a case of water, so if you want to, then I'll get it for you, okay?
When I'm sitting there asking people for water, like, everybody there looks at me like I'm a monster. Which, understandably so, given the circumstance, but I'm not a monster.
Give me just a second, okay? I'm make sure you have no smoke. You need anything else?
Can I be right quick?
You gonna pee? Yeah, let's do it.
So, you never told me what that means.
Hang on a second. Let's get you out there.
I don't even know the mark. You go back in.
Okay.
Do you have further questions to ask Ranger Espinosa?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's break for lunch. Your lunch is here, and we'll start back up at 1:15, okay? So we'll enjoy your lunch. All rise.
Okay, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm watching this 2-hour interview with Tanner Horner. I don't know if sickening begins to cover it, but it's pretty sickening to listen to him.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I sometimes try to think of what's a jury, someone that's never been down to the courthouse or seen some of the stuff that we see sometimes on a daily basis or weekly basis and things. And this has to be something that I think in understanding or seeing the allegation of what could happen and then how someone within a week can just sit and talk about it almost so nonchalantly and even seem as though there's any sort of real effect. I mean, it's hard to believe. I think it's something that's hard to kind of wrap your mind around. And I know we've been sitting and talking about some of this and how it comes off over the break period, and it's something that, like I said, it's hard to fathom and it's hard to put into words, really.
You know, we've both have done this a long time. We both have seen a lot of horrible things, but this ranks right up there. Just the level of also his seeming disconnectedness, right?
Right.
You're a week out from having kidnapped, strangled, and dumped this girl's body, and you think you're going to get out on a monitor and go spend Christmas with your son? Really?
Yeah.
On what planet are you from?
And that seems like that really was. I mean, starting out from the very beginning, it's like, I really need this out of you, talking to the to the ranger and everything, and it's it really is pretty fascinating that's where he's at. And like you said, the whole disassociation. One thing that really stuck out, and it'll be interesting if this sticks out to the jurors that are listening to this, but just even in reference to whenever they were just asking him, or he's talking about all of this, and the trying to get him to just apologize to the family, or hey, they give him the hypothetical, if this happened to your child, what would you want someone to say? And it seemed like that was even work to even get him to acknowledge the fact that something was clearly wrong about this. I mean, I was dumbfounded. I think that's going to be something that it's easy. It's one thing if you say, or you're put in that situation, what would you want to say, or what would you say to the family? And I get it if it's one of those where he's trying to minimize or protect or go back and forth to zero. But then whenever you get the hypothetical of if this happened to a family member of yours or to your child, what would you want someone? Clearly that would be a little bit easier to put yourself in that situation and speak on behalf, almost not necessarily saying, yes, I'm apologetic about this, but yes, I would want someone to show me or be apologetic to me and my family for going through something like this.
When I went going back to kind of the beginning of my notes, the ranger once asked him, if he's remorseful, and he says, I'm a father. I took a, but he never, and he says something else, I can't read my own handwriting now, but he never says he's remorseful.
Right.
And then he says, I just want to spend one last Christmas with my son. And then they keep asking him. He asks him again, "Are you remorseful?" And he repeats, "I'm a father." And then they ask him, a couple times. The ranger asks if your mom, if her mom and dad were here right now, what would you say to them? And he just doesn't really have anything to say. He says at one point, he says, I don't know what I would say. I would be speechless. Yeah. Then he also mentions that he'd like to be under house arrest.
Yeah.
Again, I just don't understand it. And then even his answer to, have you ever killed anyone? No, sir, nothing like that has ever happened before. It just, his, almost like disassociated, but it also feels like it's an act.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, I absolutely can see what you mean in regards to that, because he's a little bit all over the place in regards to his conduct or how he is acting at this point. At one point, it's more like I get in the back seat and zero takes over, and then at another point, it's more like, well, what Athena, whenever she saw, she could see us arguing with each other, and it's like, okay, this is the first time you've talked almost where y'all are having a dual dialogue between each other. So it's almost, I can see exactly what you mean when you say acting, because it seems like it's almost where it's making it up as he goes along on some of those aspects of the conduct. It's not consistent with what you would expect, so.
Well, he says, it wasn't my decision. I wanted to let her go. And then at another point, later on, he basically says that it was as if he woke up from a dream.
Mm-hmm.
So he's clearly trying to make it seem like it's, Zero did all this, right? Not me. I wouldn't kidnap, strangle, and dump a little girl's body. It was Zero that did it, but it's just, you're right, he's kind of all over the map about how this interaction with this supposed alter ego, but
yeah.
I still have to give it to the Rangers for just being willing, for having the patience. And somebody emailed me and said basically that essentially that his name is fitting because the Ranger's first name is Job.
Yeah.
And he clearly has shown the patience of Job, because to be able to sit there and listen to all of this, but this is becoming very important in this trial, to play all this, because the jury is seeing this and making up their own mind, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that what the jury will end up doing is they're going to take all of this evidence. They're going to already know what they've heard during the opening statement, what each side has basically promised that they're going to bring or present to them during the course of this trial. And I think that a lot of this, they're going to start comparing, okay, this is what the state told us that we were going to hear, what we were going to listen to. Defense has told us this is what we anticipate that the evidence is going to show, and now we're going to hold both of y'all to what y'all have already said. And so I think that they're going to look at this evidence and look at this interview. Like you said, this ranger has been very, very patient, and I think he was rewarded for that patience in regards to that. And one thing in regards to how this interview was conducted in this time, he's had a week in which to contact the detective and have another interview with them. And the thing that kind of sticks out is a lot of this narrative that you're hearing in regards to this interview is Tanner talking. You don't have where they're going back to,
he can't make up
it's
his
Zero.
mind which personality he is.
Exactly. And then he'll say, well, it's been a couple of days since I've spoken to Zero, you know. He says that in one point. So it's like you said, I mean, I can see why if someone starts looking at this where they're like, man, this guy is all over the place on this. This isn't consistent with the things that he's saying in regards to that. And I think sometimes, and just by looking at the evidence in and of itself, could play into the prosecutor's hand. And I think that they'll go back to use some of this whenever they get ready to close, to potentially in their argument to just try to hammer away at how he says things that are beneficial, but he can't keep a story straight until he gets busted on it.
Well, that's why it's called lies.
Yes,
Lie.
it's hard to keep a lie.
What do the
yes,
prosecutors
lie
say?
upon lie.
Lie upon lie. And I think what we have seen, and I think some of this is when you tell the jury you're going to give them certain things, you lay out that roadmap in that opening statement, and that's what they're doing right now. They're laying out, the lie upon lie. He at one point says that no, she still had her panties on when he dumped her, but then but that's not the case.
Right.
And then he before we take a break here, just let's talk a little bit about his victimhood, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we had to hear about, if this hadn't happened, I'd be at work right now. I finally got a new car, and just kind of like this whole, and then of course we had to listen to his life story.
Right.
This tale of woe is I.
Right. He is based on what he says, it seems like he's always the victim. Anything that happens, or that might be normal as far as, okay, now he can't afford his car because his girlfriend told the collecting company something in regards to that. So it's always someone else's fault, it seems like. And I think that stuff resonates whenever a jury starts seeing that. I mean, it goes along with what he's been doing throughout every time that he talks to them. It's always about someone else, or that he is the victim of all of this. So, and including he's the victim of, I guess, Zero's actions in regards to what
Zero did it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So.
it's all very convenient. It makes me think, are we going to put Zero on the stand? Because, but being facetious, but yeah, it's almost. It's stunning to me that he would even call the ranger. It's almost like he was enjoying it, right? Mm-hmm. Like enjoying the attention, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then, and it looked like he was smoking a cigar. Had they brought him cigars or something? I couldn't tell. It didn't look like a cigarette.
It was a thick cigarette if it was one, but it did look more than likely like it might have been some sort of cigar. But I mean, he just seemed so relaxed and just kicked back and goes through his life story. I mean, I think just in having the grandparents there and having them help raise him, it seems like that would be better than some other people that grow up on their own, or that they don't have the support or backing. And I understand that he had talked about his brother and his dad and trying to run away from what their history was in Parker County and in that area. So
And then a couple more things. He said one of the things I wrote down is he said, "I thought it was a nightmare until I found the pants in my backpack." Stuff will happen, and I don't remember how it happened. That's sort of, again, that kind of goes back to how he's trying to create this weird alibi.
Right. And I think just as telling in regards to whenever the ranger confronts him on how the cameras work on the vehicle.
Oh, yes.
And I think that's going to be one of those where it's, oh, I did not know that. And of course, and I think that's going to end up coming back to bite him later on in regards to that. So.
Well, because we know that we've seen the screenshot of that from that video, although we have not seen the actual video yet.
Right.
That she's just clearly not injured. And they've also said that the video from that delivery truck will show that she was not hit by that truck. And that wouldn't have mitigated it anyway,
right.
But his whole story, a story he's still a week later sticking to, trying to claim that he hit her and oh, woe is me, and Zero did it, and she was crying, and we felt like we had to do this and that and the other. So it just... I don't know. And of course, we still have. They're showing that picture right there. You know, that for me, on that first day when I saw that picture, the picture of her in that truck with him just was just heartbreaking. Like I can't even put into words how it made me feel as a mom, and as just a human being, to see something like that and to know what he's going to do to that little girl.
Right.
You know. Yeah,
you see a child in that picture, and you know at that point they have absolutely no idea what their future is going to entail. And as a parent and having a young child or having young children, I can just only imagine, if I'm a juror, just how that resonates with them as well. And I think it's one of those things that, like I said, from the defense side, you've got to try to build credibility where you can, and try to gain some sort of empathy and emotion and favor with the jury. And I think that this part, whenever they go back to look at this, and by the Rangers being able to really get an outline of what happened and get him committed on telling what his rendition of story or of what happened, I think by getting him locked into that still photo is probably going to be that one thing that gets raised up there, because that completely shoots down all of what he said on the very beginning of how he got nervous because he was stressed and scared because he had hit the girl, with the vehicle. So
I would call it hogwash.
Yeah, I can see
unmitigated hogwash.
Yeah.
And so obviously, now we have played. Prosecutors have played this entire 2-hour video. Presumably, they're going to come out. They're going to interview this trooper some more. We don't know, but I think this is the end of the videos from the interrogations that they're going to play. I believe this is it, of the interrogation type videos. So we were talking about this while we were watching this. So if you're the defense attorney, what are you going to do with this trooper?
Yeah, I think you have two strategies, in my opinion. Now, like I said, reasonable minds can disagree, but I think you either with the trooper. My first thing is this: he's done a really good job. I think that the jury probably likes him. He comes off as respectable. I mean, that's how he gained the rapport with the defendant in this case, is just by saying, I've been the same since day one.
Right.
I haven't lied to you. I've completely been the same. And so the deal is I think that if you're the defense, you want to get him off the stand fairly soon. And if you are going to keep him on the stand, if you're not attacking something that he has done, then I think that the way that you're going to play that is you're going to point out anything that resonates that your client said that maybe the jury couldn't quite hear, because we know that the video and the audio has been a little rough. Then you're probably going to question them, well, he told you X or he told you Y, things that you want to draw the jury's attention back to in regards to what he said. If there's anything mitigating that he said, or anything about his childhood or what he brought up, or his cooperativeness or owning up to certain things, then I think you may question the trooper on that. If there's something, and we don't know if there were any sort of pretrial hearings in regards to things. I know that they've had some things that potentially was redacted, and we don't know what that goes to or what that's in regards to or anything. But the thing is if that's the case, then I think you're going to pick a couple of things that he did that you might disagree with or that you don't think was handled the best, and you make light of that. You enforce those things that your client said that may help their case, and then I think you make short work of it, and I think you get him off, because the last thing you want is, if the jury really respects him and they like him, is to just let him continue to shine up there.
Yeah, because there's not much. I think it would be very hard for them to do much with this trooper in terms of damaging his testimony. And then one more thing I want to bring up. We wrote it down, and was that he said he was 98% sure that Zero didn't sexually assault a little girl.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is just, hey, he knows. But it's just amazing that they spent that time on that, and he's like, no, and then he, after that, 98% sure that Zero didn't, he didn't do it. But clearly the thing that we've seen throughout this is that he's going to say his rendition, and then if confronted by actual evidence, because that's the thing, he points out, well, it didn't happen, or at 98%, then it didn't happen because I haven't seen anything in regards to that and stuff. And so I think that that's where, with him, his story continues as they get more information, or when they confront him on something that's now known, that he usually ends up now being able to try to find a way to try to explain that away.
And he seems genuinely shocked when he realizes, oh, there's video.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think that's one of those things that he probably thought that, well, we know that this angle or this camera is not going to at least show what might have happened. And so I think that was a moment where clearly during that interview, you can tell he has a moment of reflection, like, oh, I didn't know that they had that ability. I'm paraphrasing in light of what he said, but you could tell that caught him off guard whenever the agent or the ranger told him.
Well, because in his mind, he's probably thinking, oh my God, which cameras? Mm-hmm. Are they serious? There's cameras? Mm-hmm. I mean, because he had to have known there was a dash camera, but it seems like he thought it was only would be operable if he got in an accident.
Right.
But he knows he hasn't been in an accident.
Right.
Because you didn't hit her.
Right.
You're a liar.
Right.
And so and that's the thing.
That's a great point that you bring up on that, because like you said, that's the way that he says, hey, it becomes operable if you're speeding and things of that sort. And I think you're exactly right. I think that's exactly what he thought, is that there's not going to be camera footage because, there wasn't the accident.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we're going to take a break for lunch ourselves. We'll come back just after 1 o'clock. We're understanding court's supposed to start back up. I saw in the notes between 1:10 and 1:15. Okay. You guys on the live stream caught the time, and I didn't actually catch what time they said they were going to come back. But we'll be back a little bit after 1 o'clock, and thank you for joining us. Good afternoon, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. Kevin Harris, our legal analyst for the day, is with us throughout the day. So just to give you a quick rundown, we spent most of the morning watching this 2-hour video. Tanner Horner had contacted the Texas Ranger from jail and had asked him, this is about a week after he's killed Athena Strand, he asked for another opportunity to come talk to them, and he's proposing a deal. And the deal he offers is, I'll tell you everything, I'll give you all the details if you'll just let me out on a monitor so I can spend Christmas with my son. And then we're gonna, and of course in that 2-hour video we heard a whole litany of excuses, a lot of victimhood. Zero did it, his alter ego, and so, and then that's my quick summary of that video.
It's a good summary. I mean, that's exactly what it was. You're exactly right on all of that. Is some of the excuses that he had, or the talking about Zero and what Zero did, and then also at times how he can remember certain things, at times he just can't. So, I mean, that was a great summary of what we heard.
But it's interesting that Zero is conveniently the one who does all the bad things, right?
Right. It's almost like whenever it says the devil made me do it, kind of defense and stuff. It's always Zero. If it's something that's bad, Zero did it, and Zero can tell you about it. But then I can then go back to Tanner whenever it's convenient for me on that front as well and stuff. So it's this has been an interesting on how he's decided to go about telling his story in regards to this. So.
Do you think he had cooked this up in advance in terms of how he's gonna try to explain this? I mean, or does he think when he kidnaps and kills Athena Strand that he's really gonna get away with it?
Yeah, I actually think he probably thinks he's gonna get away with it, because he just gives so many excuses at the very beginning, and I think he thinks that if he can either get them going down a separate trail, like the trail with the van. Well, at first starting out, I don't know anything about it.
It was the green Astro van.
Yes.
The Hispanic guy in the green Astro van. Right?
At first I don't remember this, and then I do remember this, but I remember seeing a van later on. And that's what you need to go down, and the rabbit hole you need to chase down and stuff. And so I think it's one of those things that I think he took advantage of the opportunity. It'll be interesting. I mean, we don't know exactly what else, if the state is going to put on additional evidence during the duration of this sentencing part. So it will definitely be interesting to see what might come to light.
Okay, so we're getting a live look inside the courtroom. Do we have sound yet from the courtroom? Oh, that was a VO. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry, folks out. For a minute, I thought that was actual video from the courtroom. Well, it was from earlier. We're on our screen on the other side. We're still seeing the state of Texas seal. You want to show that video again of him in the courtroom? If you want to bring it back up, yeah, that was from earlier. And of course, pictures of Athena Strand. And you know, it's interesting when you look at him. When you are advising a client, how do you tell them in terms of demeanor in a situation like this?
Oh yeah, on something like this, I mean, once they walk into the courtroom, they are going to be constantly looked at by the jury. And the thing is from the defense side, you've got to try to humanize your client on facts like this. I mean, because clearly most people are going to assume only a monster could do something of this nature to a 7-year-old. And so you let them know exactly how they need to appear. You make sure they're fresh shaved, that they've got their Sunday best on. And then also you let them know from a standpoint of facial expressions. If you disagree with what a witness says, I mean, you keep that stuff to yourself, because a jury does not like someone that's going to come in there and, you know, scowl at witnesses.
Right.
So you're probably going to see him, a lot of times the posture that I've seen him take is almost like a hunched down.
Right.
And I imagine that that's going to be the posture that he take most of the trial.
Right. Pretty impassive in general. Mm-hmm. You know, you and I were talking at lunch about just this issue of if Tanner Horner, like, you know, and Mike Howard and I talked about this yesterday, that let's say we're 15 years ago, no dash cam video, Tanner Horner doesn't talk. Maybe we got to go 20 years. I'm trying to think about when we would be predating DNA, maybe even further back.
Yeah.
But no DNA, no video. Tanner Horner doesn't talk.
There's a good chance that, that we still, everything's still going on as far as in regards to looking for the killer of Athena. There's a good likelihood that that he skates this, because we don't have even potentially how these trucks now have videos at all angles and things of that sort, especially these delivery trucks and commercial trucks. So a lot of the things that the state is building their case on, we potentially that far ago or that long ago don't have that. And also we clearly know that whenever he's discussing the case, if he does discuss it, that if he's not confronted on something that they already know, he's going to give whatever his rendition or his side is, or whatever he feels is going to be in his best interest and stuff. And so I think now having that technology and having all of those tools allowed the ranger to be able to really gain insight and narrative and be able to confront and get more to the truth of the matter of what actually happened and what occurred. And like I said, that's a tough situation if this was tried or even investigated 25 years ago, 20 years ago, or a little bit further.
Well, and he it's interesting because he does hold firm to this story, this made-up story. And we know it's made up because there's video. He did not hit Athena Strand. That is all a lie. And we know it's a lie. So why do you think he holds firm to that in all these interrogations?
Yeah, I think because, and almost what we saw in that last video, I think he truly believed that they're not going to have that. And so I think, and nor at the time that the ranger spoke to him, I don't think he felt like that they were going to get access or be able to see that. And specifically whenever he mentioned, well, I didn't know about that, I think he always thought it was...
You could see, oh.
Yes, exactly. So I think that is definitely one of those things where he rode that horse for as long as he could. And now, and this is the thing that me and you were talking about over lunchtime on giving these statements and talking, now he's kind of made his bed of what his rendition of what happened was, and since he stayed on that horse and rode that horse till the very end, he's locked into, well, this is what you said happened. So as we mentioned, from the defense standpoint, you've got to try to build credibility, or your client has to, from the get-go, in your representation and everything. And so with that being the case, that's going to be a clear lie that they will be able to point out to.
And he's consistent about it, which means that, when the prosecution's trying to argue that, oh, he's autistic, he had lead poisoning, all this, that, and the other, and I have a nephew who's autistic, right? So this idea that just because you're autistic, you're going to be a murderer, that's just ridiculous.
Right.
And we also know that autism is, there's a huge spectrum, right?
There is, yes.
And so it feels very much like a cop-out. I do want to read something. This is from one of my colleagues who's been live blogging the recordings, and you and I didn't catch this part because sometimes it was hard to hear. I'm going to read this. It says, Espinoza on the recording then begins going back over the details of what Horner previously told them about strangling Athena. Horner interrupts to say that his alter ego did those things. Right, the investigators tell him, but your body did it, Espinoza says. He tried to break her neck. This is a quote. He tried to break her neck, but that didn't happen. Obviously, there are some people who can do that, Espinoza tells Horner. And this is how Horner responds. Maybe like Mike Tyson, Horner says, feigning a lisp and then laughing. I'm sorry. Every time I say Mike Tyson's name, I do that. It's a joke that me and my cousin have.
Wow. And that's, as we mentioned, that detachment, that just goes to show, how someone could joke about that after having 7 days of just sitting and thinking about what their actions were and what they did, and to be able to just tongue-in-cheek throw out and laugh about the Mike Tyson on a bad fact in regards to someone trying to break a 7-year-old child's neck. I mean, it's appalling. And if the jury in specific, because like you said, and like we've mentioned, the recordings sometimes are a little difficult to hear from our perspective and our feeds that we're getting. That's going to be something that's clearly, clearly if that was, with that being said, you can really understand why the state would play something like that for these guys.
What do you think was going through his mind? I mean, it's hard to get into the mind of somebody as demented as this, but what do you think is going through his mind when he is spinning this tale? Does he think they're buying it?
You know, that is a good question, and it's hard to say. I definitely think he probably thinks that other than the accident part of it, if he believed that they believed that he had accidentally hit her, I think he's feeling like that's probably going to be that one thing. Well, let's just play this. And it seems like, just because, like you said, I mean, it does seem like it's made up. It seems like he's almost going with the flow and doing or saying something as it's convenient. And I think that that's one of those things, and it'll be interesting when these doctors get in, if they do call experts in regards to some of this stuff, which we anticipate and think they will. Clearly, the way he's going back and forth and some of the things that he's saying and doing are just not consistent, if that makes sense.
Well, and you know what, I think what we've, you know, when Horner pled guilty on Monday, you know, I had Terry Bentley Hill here with me on Monday when that happened, and to say we were both stunned would be an understatement, because that was clearly not what I was expecting. And at first, you know, we were thinking, oh, maybe this will be a shorter trial, right? Oh, this is going to be, we're going to, you know. But then we quickly realized, well, wait a minute. They didn't give their case. You can't really ask the jury to give him the death penalty if you don't lay it out.
Right.
And so my sense of it is, and I don't know if you agree with this, is that they're largely laying out the case that they would have laid out in guilt innocence.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And I think that's one of the things that probably from the defense standpoint, you've got terrible, terrible facts that you're having to work with. And not only that, but you have a client that's not consistent and that clearly lies. And whenever it is about building up a credibility to some extent of to show your client as someone that may have some redeeming qualities and things of that sort. And I think, and I can understand why they would decide to go in and plead guilty, because maybe you can build a little bit of rapport by, hey, he's not wasting your time, he's taking ownership. But then also, if you're the state and you're looking at that, of course he's going to plead guilty, because there's so much stuff. I mean, just so much stuff. And he doesn't come off as a likable person on that. Hence, that quote that you just read. I mean, if you're a juror and you're thinking about how bad these facts are, and he's almost tongue-in-cheek joking about it after having a whole week of sitting and just being able to stew and understand the gravity of what he's done.
Okay, so we're seeing that door open. That's the door that they'll bring Tanner Horner out of. That's a I don't know what they call it exactly.
Oh, the holdover.
The holdover, yes. I was looking for the word. There he is. He's seated there in the courtroom, and we're going to start back up. Can we bring sound in the courtroom yet? Is there sound in the courtroom yet? Okay, so we're still waiting on sound in the courtroom. So just kill our mics as soon as we have sound from that courtroom. But basically, what happens is that as the judge, as part of their court orders, we're not supposed to have mics operable whenever they're not on the record. And Judge Gallagher, the judge presiding over this case, has presided over a lot of high-profile cases. He presided over Aaron Dean, and he is amenable to cameras and has shown that in prior cases. You know, let's talk. We talked a little bit about Judge Gallagher. What's his reputation?
Yeah, he had a great reputation in Tarrant County, and anytime you have a judge where both the state and the defense feel that they get fair shots at it, that he'll listen. He's knowledgeable of the law, and he also lets each side try their case. He tries to do as little interference as possible.
Right.
So he's going to run a tidy and tight ship. He's going to have things go appropriately to the time schedule, but he really is going to defer to the attorneys. I mean, he is an independent individual, and normally the judge doesn't know much about the facts of the case until and at the time the jury is actually hearing this, so that they can continue to be impartial and not be one side with one side or the other. And so Judge Gallagher always had that reputation of just letting both sides try their case and get fair shots at it. So he was always a pleasure to work in front of and to try a case or to have a hearing in front of him.
And one of the things we don't know is, I think this is, okay, hold on, there's bringing back up. Do we have sound yet from the courtroom? I'm talking to the producers. Okay, we're watching it here, waiting for sound to come back up, and I think we should have it here in a minute, that they're going to be kicking off, and we'll be, you know, the Texas Ranger is back on the stand, and he will be, you know, continuing to testify. We're still on direct,
you estimate
so we have
during
not
your
had the
questioning
process
him
of
did
the
he come
defense
back
attorneys.
around
Okay, we got sound.
and ask you to either present this to a judge or talk to somebody again?
Approximately 5 or 6 times during the first course of that initial interview, he would always redirect to asking that question.
And I noticed in here, when we were talking about this, you know, he presented what his terms were, his price, I think is what he said, for this, and conditioned it, if he was able to get this, he would tell you the truth. Is that what your understanding was?
Yes, sir, that's what I understood.
And absent meeting that price, he wasn't going to tell you the truth, right?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's a mischaracterization.
Overruled. So, once you get done talking about that, you said he redirected you. What types of questions were you asking him when he continued to redirect you to want this deal?
I was mainly wanting to ask why this happened, as you heard in the interview, because we were able to corroborate a lot of the what with physical and digital evidence, so we already knew what transpired. It was more of a why for closure.
Push that microphone back just a little bit. There you go.
So at any point, was he willing to tell you why?
No, sir.
Now, I noticed in here there was a point at which we were talking about, you were asking questions about Athena. And you made a statement that basically she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that statement.
And you made that statement to Tanner Horner, and what was his response to that?
I can't exactly recall what his exact statement was to that, but I believe it was something to the extent of, I guess so.
So let's talk about a couple of things that have now come up in this. I noticed in here that Tanner Horner mentioned something to you about wanting to take her to the hospital. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir, I recall that.
Okay. And was this the first time that's come up?
Yes, sir, that was, to my recollection, throughout the course, this was the first time during an interview where he had mentioned something about taking her to the hospital.
And again, this is Tanner telling you that's what he wanted to do.
Yes, sir.
Now, when we go through this and we start looking at this, we start talking about the pants. And at some point, does he admit that he found he found Athena's pants in his backpack?
Yes, sir. I believe that was a statement that he located Athena's pants in his backpack at his grandmother's residence.
Now, prior to this, if you'll remember, did he deny taking any items of clothing from Athena with him?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me just ask you, he talked about the pants. Did he mention whether or not he took her socks? with him?
No, sir, he did not. The statements made on the socks were varied from he threw them out to he found one in the truck at the Love's.
And did he mention where her underwear ended up?
Initially, he stated that the underwear were on her, and then after that, he stated he could not remember what happened to the underwear.
And let me just ask you, with regard to this whole zero thing and how it came up, was he finally able to explain to you how that it came up and how the name came about?
Yes, sir. As you heard in the interview, I got a few statements from him essentially about the name, where the name originated, which was based off a tattoo, a Christian band. Then I also got some clarity on something that he and his girlfriend discussed about her having personalities, him having personalities, and that's how they came up with the name Zero, and that's how they referred it to it throughout the course of that interview.
All right. Let's move a little bit, if you will, now that you've done that final interview. Is your involvement in this investigation over?
No, sir.
What types of things are you doing once you've now found Athena's body, you conducted this interview on the 7th? Was there anything that happened in between locating her body on the 2nd and this secondary interview on the 7th?
Yes, sir. Obviously, this is a tremendous investigation as far as moving parts go. There's a lot of key elements that we now got to start focus on, which is one, preservation of evidence, getting the evidence properly stored, figuring out who's going to take what to what lab, and then we also have this digital evidence that we have, which is an SD card that obtains potentially more video. So I have to figure out a way to get the proprietary owner, which basically who owns the software to play that SD card, and figure out a way to preserve that evidence.
Let's back up a little bit, talk just a little bit about evidence. We have the truck in which Athena was murdered in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We have the truck in which he was found in on the 2nd, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do both of those items, are those going to need to be processed, CSI work and things like that done to them?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that there was a search done at the Horner home in Lake Worth, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And in Horner home in Lake Worth? And you didn't conduct that search, right?
No, sir, they were just conducted in my direction.
Social media, DNA, things of that nature that are all happening, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And then, I didn't ask you this before, was there an autopsy performed on Athena?
Yes, sir, there was.
And do you remember who the doctor was that did that?
I believe the chief medical examiner now was Dr. Dwyer.
Okay. And so we talked about evidence, so all of that is, would you say, in process when we're working on that, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, like I said, a lot of moving parts, a lot of things moving forward, a lot of things that we need to get doing. I've literally been working on this case along with the district attorney's office for over 3 years.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the items that needed to be tested. Were you involved in, once the forensic, the CSI stuff was done on the vehicles and all of that was done, were you involved in getting that evidence from Wise County to the lab?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why would you, being the lead ranger, be involved in getting it from Wise County to the lab?
One, it's chain of custody, so everything that goes in, evidence-wise, DNA-wise for testing, it's one person handling it. I grabbed it, took it to the lab with essentially a submission that says what needs to be tested for what, which would be trace evidence, DNA evidence, and different things like that.
Judge, ma'am. Yes. Ranger Espinoza, I'm going to show you some marked as State's Exhibit 41. Is that what you were talking about with the evidence?
Yes, sir. This is a chain of custody transfer receipt from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to me.
And is that a true and correct copy of that chain of custody receipt when you took the evidence to DPS?
Yes, sir.
And when did you take that to DPS?
February 21st of 2023, and I can verify that with my signature at the bottom of the page.
Judge Whitoffer states 41.
Your Honor, we object as this is a police report and not admissible under the hearsay exception.
Let me see, 41. Mr. Staten, what's the relevance of this documentation?
This is the evidence, that he took from the lab and then picked up from the lab. It's not a police report.
Right, your objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 41 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joe. Additionally to that, you mentioned, and I think we talked about this a little bit before, mentioned an SD card, and we'll talk to some other people about the SD card, but are you aware that there's an SD card in the FedEx truck where Athena was kidnapped and are you aware of that?
I am aware of that SD card. Like I said before, we knew it contained video evidence, digital evidence, because we'd already obtained it. So I was already in the process of going to North Carolina to meet with Velociter in reference to that SD card.
Now let me ask you, when we say an SD card, and I'll show you the card, the evidence here in just a second, but is this what we would consider just to be like a normal, like an SD card, like we would see in a camera or something along those lines?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just your standard SD card you slide into, when you take a photo or when you're collecting in a smaller video camera, that type of SD card.
And at some point, were you attempting to access that SD card to obtain the video from the FedEx truck?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. And what steps did you take to be able to view what was on that SD card?
Like I stated before, we knew that we needed to get with the proprietary owner, which is Velociter, and get on their schedule. They do nationwide contracts, so it was a matter of getting them at their headquarters in North Carolina. Numerous times we were working out a schedule, and we finally nailed a date down of January 23rd, and I was able to request a plane through DPS headquarters in the governor's office, and it picked me up in Decatur and flew me to North Carolina, where I met with Jim Becker to preserve and obtain the digital evidence from the FedEx truck.
All right. And I'm not going to ask you specifically questions about what's on it, but let me ask you, so you said something about something being proprietary. Well, what does that mean?
Yes, sir, I did. So the software that they use for that SD card is basically only for them. If you want to play their videos, you have to have.
Object. This is all based on hearsay.
Overruled.
You basically have to have their software in order to play that SD card. So we just can't play it. They own it. So in order for us to play that, we have to go and use their software.
Okay. And that's what you mean by proprietary. It's not just a reader that we have on a common laptop. Is that
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that particular reader have a name?
I believe it's TrueView, if my memory recalls.
Okay. But we could get Jim Becker to talk about that. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's the brains. He provided me the software, provided me the video, and then that allowed us to play it.
And so, and again, I'm not going to ask you directly about it, but once you had the proprietary software, okay, once you had that, did you get that when you were in North Carolina?
Yes, sir. I flew there, obtained it, stayed until we had the evidence, secured it, made sure it played, and then I flew back to Wise County from North Carolina.
So at that point, you got the software, and now you can see the entirety of the video on the date in question. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge? Approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this little envelope? Can you tell us why?
Yes, sir, I do recognize it, and it does have my initials and a date stamp.
So let me ask you, is this states 116, is the SD card contained within that?
Yes, sir, and also contained within is jump drives, which the video evidence was actually transferred to.
This is what you picked up from Wise County?
Yes, sir.
And then this is what you took to Veloster, and this is what you brought back?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's your initial and signature on it?
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like all you needed was their plate.
Essentially, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So we've made that happen. You've gone to the crime lab. You're taking the jet to North Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
So why go to all these links just for that?
Is very important. One, it's to preserve the evidence of what happened. It's all there. And two, it's important for us not to essentially tamper with any type of evidence. Like, I don't know the software. I don't know what it is. It's better to have the people that run it, operate it, and own it do that for us so we can get it back, and the video has everything on it.
Rainer Espinoza, I want to thank you for the last couple of days of your testimony, evidence in this particular case, and thank you for your work on it. Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ranger Espinosa, while we're talking about the SD card, who removed and recovered the SD card from the van?
That would be the CSI group, which would be with the ERT and the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And who with Wise County Sheriff's Office removed the SD card?
I would have to check the chain of custody on who actually removed it and placed it into evidence.
So you don't know how many hands that went through before it was placed in evidence?
No, ma'am. Because I did personally not do it.
You had said that you had to go to North Carolina in order to have this card reviewed by the software engineers. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so who at Wise County, or I'll even make it a little broader, who attempted to play that SD card prior to you taking it to North Carolina?
Only to my knowledge, when it was checked out of evidence, it was only Patrick McGuire with the FBI and myself while speaking to the Velociter.
But at some point you knew that someone had tried to play that card and were unable to.
I had no knowledge of that, no, ma'am.
And the reason you took it to North Carolina was because it was not able to be played on a regular reader.
That's correct.
I want to talk just a little bit about these interrogations. When Tanner was first arrested and was first taken to the Wise County Jail, you had the moments in the car where you were talking to him. But at that point, you had not read him his rights, had you?
No, ma'am, I had not.
So even though he was arrested by your brother and placed in handcuffs and put in the back of a car and being questioned about an offense, you did not see fit to read him his rights.
Correct. That falls under
And
the public safety exception, which is an
So,
exception to Miranda.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
One at a time. Your objection is sustained.
Ranger Espinosa, if you need to expound on something, then I'm sure the district attorney will ask any questions that need to be followed up on, okay? So right now, if you'll just answer only the questions that I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that point, In fact, I think it wasn't until 16 minutes into that video did you read Tanner Horner's rights.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Throughout these interrogations and throughout the videos that the jury has watched, Tanner asked several times about attorneys. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked how the attorney thing worked. You would agree with me on that one?
Yes, ma'am.
At one point, attorney. Would you agree with that one?
Yes, ma'am.
He asked about what happens if I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And he also asked what happens when I get an attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so then, and that was just in the first two interrogations. So now we get to December the 7th, and we have that fourth interrogation, the fourth video. And when you Mirandized Tanner, he told you that he has an attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you didn't reach out and try to find out who that attorney was, did you?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't try to make any contact with that attorney?
No, ma'am.
You didn't even bother to find out who that attorney was?
I actually did find out who the attorney was after.
Afterwards, you found out who it was?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make any attempt to contact that attorney and tell him, hey, guess what? I just spent 2 hours with your client talking to him about his case.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Ranger Espinosa, you had testified earlier that Tanner had reached out to you on December the 6th of 2022. And this was about 4 days after his arrest, right?
I received the notification on December the 7th, but you're correct. The actual timestamp, I believe, was 9 p.m. on the 6th.
Were you aware that the night that he reached out to you, he had cut himself in his jail cell?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I asked him what that was on his arms.
Now, during your interrogations, Tanner talked to you about his history of self-harm, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had learned through these interrogations that he had several suicide attempts.
Yes, ma'am. By his statements, I was able to corroborate those.
And the most recent suicide attempt was while in the custody of Weiss County Jail, correct?
You'll have to tell me about the day, or...
So, were you aware that he attempted suicide in the Weiss County Jail in May of 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Throughout the interrogations, Tanner also spoke to you about his suicidal ideations. Would you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you learned that he had previously tried to hang himself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also learned that he had also suicidal ideations before his arrest. Did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
And you learned that he had current suicidal ideations. In other words, he was still feeling suicidal at the time that you were speaking with him.
To tell Jeff, that's cause for speculation about what Tanner Horner was feeling.
Sustain.
Well, isn't it true, Ranger Espinosa, that Tanner asked how you can stop him from hurting himself?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that was his statement.
And didn't he also ask you to just shoot him in the head?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, didn't he ask you on several times, can you just shoot me in the head?
To the best of my recollection, he only asked me once to shoot him in the head.
During your interrogations, Tanner also talked about his history of mental health issues. Is that correct?
I don't know about the mental health issues, but yes, he talked about some of his issues.
Well, he talked about being hospitalized in a mental health facility, did he not?
I believe that was an outpatient visit is what I believe, which means it was not hospitalized.
And you were aware that he was hospitalized after his suicide attempt where he attempted to hang himself?
I don't recall that one. I believe in May of 23 he was, but I don't know about the other one.
And you did know that he was, had received medications.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we discussed some medications during the course of that interview.
You also learned during your interrogation that Tanner has Asperger's.
I believe Asperger's was mentioned by him, but I had no knowledge that he was diagnosed with Asperger's.
So you knew by report from Tanner that he had Asperger's.
I don't know if he has Asperger's. He just said he had Asperger's.
You learned about the hospitalizations. You had mentioned that he had talked to you about medications that he was taking. In fact, you even asked him about the medications he was taking.
Correct.
And he told you that he was taking Prozac and Strattera. Is that right?
I believe so.
So are you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
Judge, I'll object. He's not an expert on that.
I'll let him answer it if he knows it.
Were you aware that Strattera is used to treat ADHD?
I'm not aware of that, no ma'am.
And are you aware that Prozac is used to treat major depressive disorder?
I'm also not aware of that.
During these interrogations, well, let me back up. You testified to this jury that you did not think that Tanner expressed any remorse during all these interrogations. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
But you would agree with me that he told you several times that he felt bad about what had happened. And he may not have said, I feel bad, but he expressed his emotions about what had happened.
Yes, ma'am. I did not believe him.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustain.
Yes, ma'am.
He expressed that when you had said, he had been talking about what had happened, and you go, that's all right. And he says, no, it's not all right. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
And your response to him was that, no, it's all right for you to talk to me. That's what you were referring to, right? About it being all right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so.
And then based on Tanner's response, he was telling you that it was not all right to hurt a child.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's what he was implying.
And later on, when you asked him if he was remorseful for what he did, he told you, and was very emotional when he told you, that I'm a father. I took something away from someone. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
And when you asked him about what he wanted to say to the community, do you remember his response to that?
No, ma'am. I do not recall.
Do you recall that he said, no one deserves this?
Yes, I do remember that.
He also told you that the fact that Athena was dead broke his heart.
Yes, ma'am. I recall that.
Ranger Espinosa, you also recognized that Tanner was being remorseful as well, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall telling him, I see remorse in you, I see regret in you?
That is part of an interview tack in order to maintain rapport.
So you lied to him?
No, ma'am. Again, that's a rapport. It's a common strategy. If you want to call it a lie, you can, but it's strategy.
But you did tell him that you saw remorse in him.
Correct, I did.
And you did tell him that you saw regret in him.
Yes, ma'am.
During these interrogations, Tanner was being cooperative with you.
Yes, ma'am.
And at times you even praised him for his cooperation.
Yes, ma'am.
And you even told him that you would be sure to tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process.
Correct.
Did you tell everybody how cooperative he had been during the process?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In fact, you even thanked him for his willingness to help. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did you tell anybody, or did you tell everybody that he was willing to help?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You testified on direct that Tanner was not being truthful throughout the interrogations. And at one point you told Tanner that what it was all about was doing the right thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing would mean confessing to the murder. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner confessed to the murder, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And for you, doing the right thing meant helping law enforcement to recover the body. Do you
Yes.
agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Tanner eventually helped you recover the body, did he not?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
You also stated on direct that Tanner blamed everyone else but himself. But Zero told you the truth about abducting Athena. Is that correct?
Tanner told me the truth about abducting Athena.
And he also told the truth about killing her.
Again, that's Tanner. It's Tanner Horner, not Zero.
So the persona of Zero brought you to Bobo's Crossing.
Yes, ma'am.
So when Tanner is being truthful about those other things, and Zero is being truthful about other things, and Zero is Tanner, doesn't that mean that Tanner was being truthful about what had happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Although you claim that Tanner was not being truthful during the interrogations, he wasn't the only one that was being untruthful. Would you agree with that?
Could you elaborate?
Well, Tanner asked to talk to Cassie, and you told him that you would allow him to do that in a minute. But you never let him call her, did you?
What I meant by that is he'd be allowed to make phone calls from the jail.
But you told him that he would be able to do that in a minute. But you did not allow him to do that, did you?
I'm sure the Wise County Sheriff's Office provided him his phone call to Cassie if he wanted to call her.
But my question is for you, Ranger Espinosa, did you allow him to make that call?
I did not.
He asked to have a video chat with her. And your response was, okay. Did you allow him to have a video chat with Cassie?
No, ma'am.
You asked about, or Tanner asked about seeing his son, and you told him that you would do that for him. Did you let him see his son?
I don't recall telling him I was going to let him see his son.
Well, the jury heard the video, so they'll remember what you told him.
Mm-hmm.
When Tanner made the request, and I believe it was, your phrasing was that he wanted to cut a deal. You said that you felt that, well, actually what you told the jury was that the deal would be that if he received the deal requested, he would tell you the truth. That's what you told the jury, right?
I believe it's what he stated. Yes, ma'am.
But that's not the complete truth, is it? Because, and again, the jury saw this video, so I'm sure they will remember that, and you would agree with me, that Tanner was willing to enter a plea in this case. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember him telling you that he would be willing to give up all of his defenses
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember telling him that he would be willing to give you any information that you wanted?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remember him telling you that he was willing to give up everything and go to prison forever?
Yes, ma'am.
And all of this, the plea, the defenses, the information, going to prison forever, was just so he would be able to have a chance to say goodbye to his family.
I believe, yes, ma'am, that's what he wanted.
He asked you to relay all of this to the judge and to the prosecutors. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You told him that you would do this. Did you relay it to the judge?
I believe I spoke to the judge and the district attorney's office in reference to that.
To the deal?
Yes, just that he wanted to cut a deal.
You didn't give him any of the other details?
No, ma'am.
When did you speak to the judge about this? And which judge, well, let me back up. Which judge did you speak to?
I believe during the course of that week, I informed everybody about the reinitiated interview, and I mentioned of Tanner wanting to cut a deal where he was released on an ankle monitor with video surveillance, which is not possible, and I told him that was not possible. So,
Well, you're not the prosecutor in the case, are you?
no, ma'am, I'm not.
And you told Tanner that you couldn't give him legal advice, right?
Correct. I'm not going to.
But now you're making a legal conclusion about what is and isn't possible. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am. Again, I told him it is above my pay grade. That is a decision for the district attorney's office.
And you said it's a question that you'd have to ask.
Correct.
So the question I have is, and you just said that you talked to the judge about it, which judge did you talk to?
It was mentioned to Brock Smith
When?
during that time frame sometime.
When did you speak to the prosecutors about it?
I believe, actually, district attorney's office we had a meeting with the district attorney's office that day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, and I informed them about it.
The question I have is, why wasn't that included in your police report that you prepared for this case?
It was included in the police report.
The fact that he was willing to give up all of his defenses?
Yes, ma'am. There's video evidence of that.
What I'm saying is that in your written police report, you did not update your written police report to include all this information, did you?
My police report says for all the details reference the videos in this report. So yes, ma'am, I did include it in this case.
Now, you have, how long is your police report?
I believe this one is 75 pages.
And you have other details in that police report. Do you agree with me? What you're telling the jury is that something as important as he is willing to make a deal, you didn't think was important enough to put into a written form?
Correct. Again, I did put it in a written form as far as reference my report. My report references that all the details are contained within the video.
All right, so let's talk some more about this video.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's demeanor during his interrogations. Hold on one moment, I'm sorry. You would agree with me that during all of the videos that were shown to the jury over the last couple of days, that it was obvious during some of those videos that Tanner was easily distracted.
That's a matter of opinion.
Well, you testified earlier that he became distracted and you would have to redirect him. Do you remember that?
No, ma'am. I actually stated that he would interrupt to talk about his deal, and I would have to redirect him back to what we were talking about.
So when he was distracted by the gel that was in your hair, when he was distracted by your shoes, you were able to redirect him back to the information that you were interested in, right?
Yeah, I was definitely able to keep communicating with him. Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that Tanner was polite to all the officers?
To the best of my recollection, yes, ma'am.
And, well, I mean, you've sat here and watched all the videos. Was he rude to any officer during those videos?
Not in my presence, no ma'am.
He said yes, sir, and he said no, sir. When
Yes,
asked.
yes ma'am, correct.
He didn't curse at any of the officers.
Yes ma'am, correct.
He didn't threaten any of the officers.
No ma'am, correct.
Didn't raise his voice in anger at any of the officers.
Correct.
The only time his voice raised a little bit was when he got excited about talking about something that interested him, right?
Yes ma'am.
When he was arrested, he didn't put up any resistance.
Correct.
When you took him out of the jail, he didn't put up any fight or any resistance.
No ma'am.
When you walked him around the bamboo forest, he didn't try to run or escape.
No ma'am.
He was respectful to your authority, was he not?
Yes ma'am.
Ranger Espinosa, you have a Bible verse on your handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes ma'am, I do.
That's Romans 13:4.
Yes ma'am.
And you would agree with me that Romans 13:4 says, "For he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer." Is that what 13:4?
It depends which version of the Bible you read, but yes ma'am, that's correct.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to try to get through this here. This fourth interview that you conducted, who requested it?
Tanner Horner.
In this fourth interview, when you go in there, you said before that he wanted to cut a deal. And that was essentially, he wanted you to cut him loose on some kind of monitor, and then he would tell you the truth.
Yes sir.
Correct? Now, all of this stuff that Ms. Anderson went over with you about his suicide attempts, mental health, all of the things that are in there, that all came from Tanner Horner, correct?
Yes sir.
Now, this is the same Tanner Horner who told you that Athena's body was in the bamboo
Yes sir.
and took you on that 3 or 4 hour boondoggle out there trying to
Objection,
find
Your Honor, to the characterization.
Overruled.
He took you out there and lied to you twice and drug you out there where she wasn't, correct?
Correct.
And let's just go through this. If we're going to talk about a little bit about the things he's telling you, you don't have any knowledge whether anything he's telling you is true, do you?
I have knowledge that it's all lies based on evidence that I had.
Well, let me back up. Anything that he is saying about himself, you don't have any evidence that that in and of itself is true.
No, I don't have any medical records. I don't have any history of that.
That's what he's telling you.
Yes sir.
But he also told you that that he backed into her with the truck. Is that true?
No sir.
He also told you that at one point that she was deceased when he put her in the truck. Was that true?
No sir.
He also told you additionally that he didn't take off her clothes when he dumped her body. Was that true?
No sir.
He also told you that her body was next to the bamboo forest. Correct?
Yes sir.
Was that true?
No sir.
So essentially, you told him several times when during these interviews that you had faith in him and confidence in him and he was telling the truth. You remember that, right?
Yes sir.
When you told him that, do you really believe he's telling the truth?
I know he's not telling the truth because I've already seen the video and I already have physical evidence. I know that he's lying to me the entire time.
So when you're telling him that, is that just to keep him talking?
Yeah, that's called maintaining rapport, so I don't lose the rapport and then essentially lose finding Athena.
So when we're talking about this and we're going through this bit of information, you asked him if he felt remorseful, did you not?
Yes sir, I did.
You had to ask him what it was he would say to the community, did you not?
Yes sir, I did.
And at that time, that is when he did not answer and say that he was remorseful. he just said he was a father,
Yes, sir.
and that he said that no one deserves this.
Yes, sir.
But he didn't say, I kidnapped her, I killed her, I'm sorry.
No, sir, he did not say that.
So when we talk about whether or not Tanner Horner was truthful about what happened, you were asked a minute ago if he was truthful in telling you that she was placed in the bamboo. Is that right?
No, sir, he's not truthful about saying that.
You were asked if that was truthful. Is that truthful?
No, sir, it's not.
As far as whether or not there were any clothes taken from the scene, was he truthful about that?
No, sir, he was not.
So how are you to believe anything about him as a person if literally the entirety of his statements to you have been lies?
I couldn't believe anything that he was saying.
And in fact, when he's lying to you throughout this, you said you knew he was lying,
Yes, sir.
but you kept him talking.
Yes, sir.
And throughout the entirety all of this, yes, he is being cooperative,
Yes, sir.
except that he's lying.
Yes, sir.
He is being cooperative, except he's trying to divert you from the truth.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
When you sat down with him in that fourth interview, he wanted you to pay a price to buy his truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question. Go ahead.
His statement to you was that was his price.
That's correct.
Objection, that is a misstatement of the testimony. He
Jury.
never said the truth.
The jury will recall the testimony.
So throughout all of this, the only thing that he told you that was the truth was that she was deceased. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
The rest of that stuff you had to learn on your own.
Yes, sir.
That's what it's.
Ms. Anderson.
Just a couple of things. After Tanner told you about being at Millwood and taking medications, did you attempt to confirm that information?
Yes, ma'am. That's information that was passed, and at some point, either Watts County Sheriff's Office or the District Attorney's Office would attempt to make or obtain medical records.
And so, knowing that they were able to obtain medical records from Millwood, it wasn't a lie then when he told you that he was at Millwood.
I actually don't know what medical records were actually obtained. I wasn't privy to them. I just know that the medical records were requested.
And earlier you just said that they obtained medical records. So if they were able to obtain medical records, you wouldn't be able to obtain them if they weren't there. Would you agree with that?
I'll object to speculation. He said he doesn't know about these records.
Sustained.
But you don't obtain records for somebody if no records exist, right?
Same objection, calls for speculation.
He can answer that one.
Basically, what we do is an overall. It doesn't have to be from a specific place. Usually when we have a defendant, we try to find a medical history. So it may not be for that particular, but the District Attorney's Office would obtain all records. It does, maybe not these particular ones we're talking about, but all records would. If there's some there, we're going to try to obtain them.
All right, so if you were able to obtain records from Millwood, you would have obtained records from Millwood.
Correct. If the District Attorney's Office would have obtained records from Millwood, they would be privy to the District Attorney's Office.
And the way the District Attorney asked the question, he characterized that Tanner's price for telling you the truth was that he received the electronic monitoring. Do you recall him asking you that question?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's what he said.
That's not quite accurate, is it? Because it wasn't the price for telling the truth. Tanner's price was for entering a plea in this case.
I believe the underlining purpose of the deal was to tell the story or the truth and then get the deal for the monitoring.
Well, actually, that's not quite what the video showed, is it? I mean, the video said that he would be willing to enter a plea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he'd be willing to give up his defenses, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That he would be willing to go to prison for life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he would be willing to tell you everything you know, or everything that you would like to know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's just not telling the truth. There was a whole list of things that he wanted. And that was what he was willing to do if you were to speak to the judge, speak to the prosecutors about the possibility of electronic monitoring.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Mr. Stanton?
Just a couple of questions, Your Honor, thank you. I didn't hit on this before, and I apologize, Ranger Espinosa. When you initially detained Tanner Horner on scene there at the corner of Faith and Hope, you had testified before about your basis for doing so.
Correct.
What was that basis?
Objection, Your Honor. Miss Ranger Espinosa did not detain him on. That was his brother.
Stanton?
Once you got to the scene and Tanner Horner was there in cuffs, what was the purpose of your question?
So the purpose of the questioning fell under the public safety exception, which has an exception to Miranda, which is exception to rights, which is basically preserving life, which means I don't have to Mirandize him. If I'm looking for a kidnapped child that could potentially be alive, Miranda does not apply.
And your questions to him at any point prior to the time that you Mirandized him, did you ask him what happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to Miranda or after Miranda?
After Miranda. Pre-Miranda, there was no questions about any details of the case other than where's Athena, take me to her.
And in fact, he attempted at some point to tell you what had happened and you stopped him from talking about it.
Objection, Your Honor, this leading.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
When you got in the truck, what did Tanner attempt to tell you about what had happened?
At that point, when I asked him, as y'all saw the video, he attempts to say something or tell me something. I said, stop, we'll worry about that later. We just need to find Athena, which falls within the parameters of the public safety exception and the exception to Miranda.
And at that point, was he under arrest or just detained?
At that point, he was detained.
And then once you read him his Miranda rights, at that point, was he under arrest?
He was.
House witness.
Ms. Anderson?
Nothing, Your Honor, I'm done.
May Ranger Espinosa be excused subject to any potential recall?
Fine with the statement.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
And can we approach?
It's been a long day and a half.
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
Can we approach?
So, okay, our mics are back up. Let me turn this off. Brief break while the attorneys talk to the judge. This often happens, in trials where they'll do that sort of thing. I think they're
Taylor Page.
calling her.
Taylor Page.
You can see Athena Strand's mom. What do you think about the defense attorney's tactic here?
I think I get trying to get out some of the information that she felt might have helped her client in regards to his self-harm and things of that sort, if she feels that that was important. Getting it through another witness other than having to, in particular, put him on the stand. I think on something like this, I think it's one of those things that the jury's going to look. The Rangers always, in the handling of all of this, has seemed to be,
we requested those personnel records, which could be potentially exculpatory. They denied access to all of those. I believe that's a violation of the Michael Morton Act. I would ask the court to allow any FBI agents to testify in this case based on that. They require a 2B letter for you to get their personnel records. We went through the process of doing that, and they denied us any of those records. Obviously, with any Texas law enforcement officer, we would get those records directly from the district attorney, but the federal government just doesn't do what the states ask them to do. They don't have to, and we can't make them.
All right. Your objection is overruled. You may have a running objection.
Your Honor, I think there'll only be one other agent testify, but I would ask for the same.
So the same objection would apply to the second agent?
Yes.
Okay. Just remind me when that agent comes in.
Thanks, Your Honor. The other issue is when he testified at the 702, 705, I believe his testimony was that he did only perform.
Your Honor, I'm going to object us to having this discussion in front of the jury about things that happened in hearing outside the presence of the jury.
Go to your room.
Okay, so we're gonna chit chat for a bit while we wait for this. We were talking about the defense attorney. Just again, kind of what do you think about her tactic here?
Yeah, these facts that with what she has now, I think the Rangers' credibility. I know she spent time attacking his. Well, I wouldn't say attacking his credibility, but some of the things that you would expect to be pointed out in regards to how her client was handled. But I mean, like I said, with him talking about the public safety exception, and also from prior videos showing that he tries to stop Tanner from disclosing too much, and at the very beginning, whenever they're just trying to know or find out where Athena is, I think that that's going to be. I think that the jury already. He's built rapport. I think he's built credibility. I think those little things of hitting him on those, I get it. I mean, she's having to do and work with what she can.
It's almost like a Hail Mary, right?
Exactly. I mean, but at the end of the day, I don't know. It'll be interesting. I don't know that it landed anywhere with the jury, just because at some point, I think for something like that to land, the client has to somewhat be have some sort of. You almost have to have an empathy for them, and I think right now, based on what they've heard, it's hard to necessarily feel bad. But not only that, I think that the redirect was great because it constantly built up to the lies. He lied. Nothing was truthful that he said, with the exception of that he killed her. But everything else was a lie. So therefore, why would you necessarily believe that whenever he says, "Well, I harmed myself"? It could be true, it could be a lie. If you go off of what his history is, it's probably going to be a lie, so I thought that was a good point and a good strategy on the redirect to bring that up.
Okay, I'm going to explain a little bit about why we don't have audio in the courtroom. Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter who's at the courthouse, has texted me and said that for the moment, the judge has asked us to cut the feed. Right now the defense is objecting to I'm reading this, some testimony and evidence. Apparently there's going to be a witness talking about how some records were obtained. I'm making a guess that maybe that's medical records. And I'm basing that on, again, okay, wait a minute. And she just says we should be starting back up again, and the jury is coming back in. So this is the way that trials work. Yeah. Judges have the absolute authority at any moment to tell us, hey, you have to, kill the audio in the courtroom while we're doing something, and so that's what's happened right now. But I believe we should have it back here pretty soon.
And the defense could be preserving some air off the record, away, things that may be coming in, they're just still vocalizing potentially, that they still have an objection, and they're asking the court to run that objection through the whole process so that that error is preserved. And it's part of the legal aspect, legal things that attorneys have to do outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I will say that I think this ranger, if there, at least at the moment, if there's a hero so far in this case, it really is this ranger.
Yeah, I think a lot of times when you're putting on cases, you definitely want to start with your stronger witnesses or people that you feel might ingratiate you with the prospective jurors or the people that are listening. And I do think that ranger did well for himself, and I think he did well for his case.
And let's talk about that video, kind of a wild story, but just the story of flying from Decatur to North Carolina to get the software to play this video. And I just can't emphasize enough how extraordinary that is, because that would not have been the case only just a few years ago. Okay, we're seeing Judge Gallagher on the stand.
Previously sworn to testify truthfully. Who's with us? Mr. Berry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Page, would you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is Taylor Page, spelled Taylorpage.
And what do you do for a living, Mr. Page?
I'm a special agent with the FBI in Dallas.
So Special Agent Page, can you tell me a little bit about your background as far as how it was that you became a special agent with the FBI?
I've got a bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Worked in private sector for about 10 years before coming over to the Bureau. Nothing law enforcement related, but the Bureau has a history of hiring folks from a lot of different fields. So I went through the application process, and then everything that I've learned through the academy, and then since I've been an agent, obviously brought me to this point of being an investigator with the FBI then.
You talked about the academy. Where's the academy located?
Quantico, Virginia.
And what does that entail? What kind of process?
It's about 5 months from start to finish at the academy. There's legal training, tactics, self-defense, firearms, everything that you would expect kind of in a police academy. Same type of things for FBI academy as well.
And were you a field agent before you do what you do now?
So I'm still a field agent. I'm assigned to the Dallas Violent Crimes Task Force. So it's going to be agents and task force officers from surrounding agencies that investigate primarily violent crimes, so carjackings, bank robberies, kidnappings. There's about 20 or so of us on that task force that specialize in those types of offenses. And then in addition to that, I have a certification within the FBI for the cellular analysis team. And so part of my role is to serve in that capacity as well.
Okay, and the cellular analysis team, does that have some type of a special acronym that goes with it?
Yeah, so Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST, you'll hear it often referred to.
Okay, and tell me what do? You said that you work with these different types of violent offenses, including kidnappings. what does the cellular analysis survey team do?
So the CAST unit is different than the Violent Crimes Task Force. So I happen to be a CAST asset that just sits on that Violent Crimes Task Force. But this CAST unit within the FBI, again, there's about 100 or so of us spaced throughout the country. We specialize in the analysis of cellular records. And oftentimes, to your question, if there is something like an Amber Alert or a mass casualty event or something that requires a big law enforcement response, if there's something that's going to have a cellular component to it, a lot of the times you're going to see a CAST asset that gets dispatched to that command post or that location.
And we're talking about command posts. What is, explain what you mean by a command post.
So a command post is oftentimes set up by law enforcement in response to usually a threat to life type situation that's occurring. It's oftentimes set up in an area very close to where the actual crime may have occurred. So while our office is in Dallas, if there's a situation that occurs in a different part of North Texas, we may send a command post or establish a command post in an area nearer to that so that the law enforcement response can be centralized to that immediate area.
And how is it that you do that? Do you pitch a tent out there? How does it happen?
So the FBI has a mobile command post. Several agencies I know around North Texas also have mobile command posts. It's a giant semi-trailer that will pull up to the scene, and it allows us access to some of our equipment and technology that we would otherwise have at our headquarters division, and that isn't necessarily always available right there in the field. But again, it's a good centralized spot for the law enforcement response to be concentrated.
And when a crime occurs, like a kidnapping, and there's somebody missing that you're trying to locate, what kind of things do you do to try to make that happen?
There's a lot of things that can be done from a law enforcement perspective. No two situations are the same. Certain, again, mass casualty type events, things like that where the subject of that may already be deceased. Sometimes the law enforcement response is to uncover what was going on with that person before they committed that mass casualty event. If it's something like an Amber Alert or a missing kid, the number one priority is to find the missing kid. And especially from the CAST perspective, a lot of times there's cellular records that could become relevant, especially in a world where most folks have cell phones. If it's able to be determined what cell phone may be of relevance to that investigation, we're going to try to help identify that device and then locate it with the expectation that maybe that missing kid is near that device.
And were you called to come to the scene where a girl by the name of Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was the second CAST agent that went there. One of my colleagues, Mark Sedgwick, was the first CAST agent that responded to the scene, and then I arrived, I think, the second day to help him out.
Okay. And when you arrived that second day, so you say the second day, did you arrive on December 1st or December 2nd?
I believe I was there December 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so the day after, and then if the arrest took place on December the 2nd, would that be correct?
I think that sounds correct.
All right. So as agents, you and Mr. Sedgwick, or Special Agent Sedgwick, are you collecting certain information that you can then analyze?
Yes. Again, it's all dependent on what's happening in that particular situation. If, again, there's cellular records that appear that they're going to be of relevance, we will reach out directly to those cell providers, so Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and try to explain to them, hey, here's what we've got going on, and we'll make what are called exigent requests for information. So things that are not accompanied with a warrant at that time. There is an immediate threat to life that's going on, and we're trying to mitigate that as best we can. So we make the request in good faith to those cell providers that, hey, we believe these records could be helpful in locating or identifying this missing person.
Now, in this particular case, was the child still missing when you arrived?
Yes, sir.
And was there any knowledge one way or the other as to whether the child was still alive or not?
We had no indication of her status at that time.
So did that qualify then for these exigent requests that you're making to different phone companies and different social media carriers, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, there's a commonly known or a common term that's out there called geofencing. Can you kind of explain what that means?
Yeah, so geofencing, just the general concept of a geofence is that there's a particular area where something happened. And then if you draw basically a radius around that, say 400 meters, you could potentially identify devices that fall within that radius. It's done in order to identify possibly unidentifiable persons that may have been present in that area by way of cellular connectivity oftentimes. Certain geofences are not only related to cell phone connectivity, there's other types of geospatial geofences that can be done that may be GPS related, but the general concept of it is just that there is a known quantity or a known event and then a radius that you want to establish around that area to identify the devices that were present in that spot.
And are you able to limit that to certain times and parameters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this particular case?
We did.
Okay. Now, when you go to the scene out there, or really any scene of a missing child, who are the first people that you are often tasked to look at when you look at their mobile devices?
Usually it's the parents or close family that may be living with that person. So a lot of times it's not even necessarily that that person is a suspect per se, but you also want to get corroboration for statements that those folks may be making to law enforcement. So if a parent says, I was at work all day, if you get the phone records for that person, you could pretty easily identify, depending on how far away they live from their work, you could potentially identify that, yes, they were at work that day and their statements are consistent, as opposed to someone whose phone was not near their office that day, then maybe the statements that they made that they were at work could be more concerning.
And was that done in this particular case with regard to the missing child, Athena Strand?
Yes, sir. I believe Special Agent Sedgwick started that process.
Okay. Now, when you got there and you became involved in this process, was there another phone number that was identified as being a potential point of interest that y'all wanted to obtain some records related to?
So there were a couple things that took place. We did a geofence to T-Mobile, and there was a device that was identified within that geofence. That device became of interest for us. Second to that, there's a phone number for Mr. Horner that was also identified, and that became more relevant as the command post situation started to unfold.
Okay. And with regard to that, did you obtain these exigent records related to that phone number for Mr. Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And based upon reviewing those records, are you able to determine whether the device that is generating those records is moving or not moving based upon your analysis of that device?
We can usually get to a pretty quick conclusion about whether a device is movement or stationary based on those records. Yes, sir.
And with regard to this particular device, did you find that this device was at times stationary?
We did.
And that then it would move some and then be stationary again for certain periods of time?
That particular device associated with Mr. Horner, yes, as well as the device, the second device that was within that T-Mobile geofence. We saw consistent movement and stops for both of those devices.
And are those two devices moving at the same places and stopping at the same places?
Generally, yes. That would be my overarching conclusion, that they were generally moving together. There are subsets of information within there where there would be gaps of information for the phone number associated to Mr. Horner that the other device in that T-Mobile geofence could kind of fill in the gap of what those movement times might have been. But generally, for the time period that we were looking at, both devices appeared to be moving together.
Now let me ask you this. If a person turns off their...
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so Kevin, we were listening to this agent. They were building up into it. Again, this is, well, it looks like we're back. I think they must have been doing a sidebar. Zeke, who's in our control room, the moment they start talking in that courtroom, kill our mics. So.
Now, if one of the types of devices that you may be looking at, cell phones.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There are also sometimes GPS or cell
Modems, more to that point, yes, sir.
Explain to the jury what a modem.
So a modem could be something that's got, in this particular case, cellular connectivity. So it's a mobile modem to provide internet access, but that internet access is provided via the cellular network. So it's not a hardwire internet connection like you might have at your house on your home router. It's transportable. It's usually a battery-powered thing, but it connects to the cellular network in the same way your phone does in order to provide internet service to a particular device. So it's not a phone, but it provides internet to another mobile device.
So if my car that I'm driving down the road has one of these modems in it, and I also have a cell phone while I'm driving down the road, are both of those essentially going to be moving at the same time?
Your phone would very likely have its own SIM card, but yes, you would see movement on both devices.
Okay. And if then I turned off my phone, or I took the SIM card out, or whatever it was that I did, would then that keep that particular device from communicating with the cellular network?
Yes, correct. If a cell phone were powered down, you would see a gap in communications with the network during that time period.
Okay. But my car, unless there's some way I disable it, would continue to connect?
I would expect that it would, yes, sir.
Right. And is that the type of thing that you're talking about?
In this particular case, it's a modem, and yes, that device maintained connectivity.
Even though the phone stopped communicating?
That's correct.
All right. And so, based upon the information that you were receiving for these two devices, were you able to determine potential points where maybe searches might need to be done based upon areas where these two devices were stopping and stationary for some period of time?
Yes, sir, we did.
And were you familiar with the location? I'm not asking you to give an address, just asking if you know the location where Athena Strand body was ultimately located.
I don't know the exact address, but I am familiar with it, yes, sir.
And based upon the information that you had from these two devices, did you target that location as a place that needed to be searched?
We did.
Okay. And was that information communicated through the command post to officers in the field prior to her body ever being located?
It was.
Now, many officers were all called to look in a particular location during that same period of time, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And so was there enough bodies to then go out and look at all these different areas where you're saying we need to look here, we need to look here, we need to look here?
It can become a big strain on resources when you're trying to dispatch law enforcement to multiple spots. So to answer your question, I don't know exactly what personnel were assigned to which area, but again, we did identify the location where her body was ultimately located as one of the areas to be searched.
And that location was actually identified in advance by some period of time of when she was actually located. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But because the resources were diverted to a different location, that area was never able to be searched prior to her body being located. Is that right?
I don't think it was searched thoroughly. The area that we identified was a body of water, and obviously if the body is not readily viewable on the top of the water, and especially given certain times of day, darkness would be a factor in that as well. So yeah, if you don't have adequate personnel to do a proper search of that spot, you may not find what you're looking for at that initial search.
So if officers had been available to thoroughly search that location.
Objection, speculation.
Let me hear the question.
Is it your opinion that if officers had been available to thoroughly search those locations, that her body could have been located earlier in the day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to your work, you said you were working with Mr. Sedgwick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he is also a member of this CAS team.
Yes, sir.
And then, does the CAS team often, in preparation for a trial like this, or to sort of analyze the data that you have, do they prepare something called a cast analysis?
We do, yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me what a cast analysis is.
It's oftentimes going to be centered around cellular records, as you might expect, but then it's going to have information related to activity of the cell phones that are cellular devices that are being analyzed, and then that activity is going to be mapped in concert with known events related to a particular crime. Just because the mapping of a phone or a cellular item itself isn't necessarily meaningful unless you have locations of relevance as it relates to the crime that's being charged.
And are there potentially other devices that could be used to corroborate the modem in the vehicle as well as the cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would package scanner potentially be something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would geolocation data on a video be something like that?
That would also assist in that, yes, sir.
And so if those things also corroborated those points of data you already had, that would be something that might go into the CAS analysis.
Yes, sir.
Objection.
Don't lead your witness.
Now, with regard to this particular case, was a CAS analysis done?
It was.
And who was the officer that did that CAS analysis?
Special Agent Sedgwick.
And with regard to your part in that, did you act as a technical reviewer of that?
A peer review, yes, sir.
Okay. And, but it would be Agent Sedgwick that would be the one to actually present that analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
Just one question. So, as far as that analysis goes, your contribution was to request the geofence data from T-Mobile.
So the initial geofence request was done by me, and then once the phone number was identified as the result of that geofence, as well as the phone number associated with Mr. Horner, both of those exigent requests were also made by me to T-Mobile.
Okay. And then you're talking about from this command center, you're comparing data as it comes in with Agent Sedgwick.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Nothing further, please, witness, Your Honor.
May Agent Page be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, I need a break. Okay? Give me 15 minutes and we'll start back up at 5 minutes to 3, okay?
Okay, so I'm Tanya Iser, senior investigative reporter here. Continuing to be joined by Kevin Harris, who is with us today. It seems like, somebody had texted me and asked, well, why are they doing this testimony with this FBI agent? And I'm making a guess here that this is part of showing that he had the wherewithal to know, oh, I'm going to turn my phone off so they don't know I'm over here and this is where I've done X, Y, Z. Is that what's going on?
I think you're exactly right. I think because the defense right now wants to show all of the ways that he cooperated and giving information, and he was truthful, and you wouldn't have recovered the body but for him talking, and he was yes sir and no sir and very polite, and you didn't have to worry about him attacking y'all or being violent. And I think that they are still continuing to lay that block of some of the instances where you can clearly, for them to try to establish that he clearly knows and has the intent of trying to circumvent the situation and trying to take them down all of these rabbit trails. He's really not being forthright, forthcoming, and truthful, and that he's doing what he can to try to protect his situation and to protect him and him being caught in regards to this offense.
Well, and it's sort of like at the beginning of this, when the FBI agent, the other FBI agent, whose name escapes me, first talks to him, he says, "Oh, it's the Hispanic guy in the green Astro van. He's trying to throw law enforcement off the scent. So you're turning off your phone, you're trying to throw law enforcement off the scent, and then when they finally do identify you as initially, I guess, a person of interest, you are lying up and down the line. You're doing everything you can to throw them off the scent." When you finally do acknowledge that you've done something horrible to Athena Strand, you're trying to claim it's zero, and you're taking law enforcement twice to the wrong location, and then finally taking them to the correct location, but you're pretending you're zero, right? Because zero did it, and zero's really the bad guy.
Right.
So I think that, like you're right, it's part of this kind of showing chapter and verse, especially if given that it appears that the argument from the defense attorneys is going to be, oh well, he had autism, he doesn't have the culpability here. I think it seems like the prosecution's trying to just show that that's not going to work.
Right, and that the thing is that it was a constant him buying time or him delaying in the ultimate of giving of the full truth, just like they pointed out in this situation where the special agent, because of what he did, it delayed the time frame in which they found Athena. So, and all of that in regards to whether it be potential evidence or being able to evaluate what evidence you do have, anytime you can put a delay or a hindrance in the investigation, all it does is make their job tougher, and it also diminishes potentially what evidence may be out there or what evidence may be recovered. And I think that might end up coming back to bite him, or that's probably the reason why they've decided to call this agent, just to your point as well, is that it's way more calculated potentially than what he wants to give credit for, that he's thought this stuff out, or he is in the midst of this. I know he said, well, I was so stressed, I backed up and I hit her and stuff, but to be so stressed, and if you want to ride on that on that horse and you want to believe that, then why are you going and have the wherewithal to turn phones off to show of extra things that you're doing and stuff? So like I said, I see exactly why they would call this witness. From what we've seen so far now, they still have other things to testify to that we'll wait on and see. But
right before they went to this break, they were talking about this body of water, and somebody's posting Myler Pickrell is saying that he thinks they're got the FBI agent on the stand mainly to show they would have found her body regardless of Tanner's quote-unquote honesty.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's a good point, and that is very.
Well, we don't know exactly where this is headed.
Right.
We're all making guesses here
right.
at the moment.
At this point, it's all, we're just kind of looking forward and trying to see or figure out exactly why they're doing what they're doing or what witness is going to have to offer. But I think that's a great point that he brings up in that comment, as well as that.
Because they were talking about the body of water, and I wasn't completely clear on why they were going there.
Yeah, and that could be the case, and that
could be multiple things too.
Yeah, and what part of it could be that, yes, we already had this area isolated or located. Now we sent other resources to other areas because there were other leads that we needed to run down, so we were delayed we would have potentially found that body later on, or it could be something that, showing that he's interfering and he's basically obstructing not only is he just giving lies, but he's also trying to obstruct the investigation. And the only time that he does give the truthful stuff is whenever he's been caught or busted on and confronted about the agent or that the ranger knows the truth, and then he will then he will move or make moves off of his story.
It's interesting, we have some other people commenting saying that they think that he staged her body to make it look like she was drowned. Somebody else said they think he was delaying to try to let the water destroy DNA. So, I mean, obviously people have their own theories.
Sure.
I personally don't know why I put her in the water. I'm going to be, well, and I don't know that we're going to know.
Right.
Because he's given all these interviews to law enforcement, and he never says, to my recollection, why he put her in water. And even if he did, would you believe him?
Right.
There's not much that he has said other than the fact that he has killed her that's believable.
Right.
So even if he did give a quote-unquote reason for why he did it, it would still be, conjecture as to why. Unless and we don't have any indications that there's, jailhouse, that he talked to someone in jail or that, well, we don't know. I mean, is there someone going to testify against him? Did he tell a family member something? Did he tell a friend? We don't know.
Right.
Did he make phone calls from jail? Now
Right.
that's the thing. Could have. It wouldn't be the first time that I've seen in a case where people make phone calls from jail and then you see those played in court. I've been frankly quite. He gives a lot of interviews to law enforcement.
Yeah, he does.
He spends a lot of time with them.
He does. And that's the one thing is that, the ranger would constantly ask him, who else did you talk to? Did Zero talk to anyone? And I think that's exactly why. I mean, he talks a lot. He talks a lot to these rangers, so I assume that they probably believed he might be running his mouth and talking to other people about this, which would potentially make them a witness in regards to what he said, or potential another avenue to run down and see exactly what he told those individuals.
Well, I'm increasingly of the belief also that the state is basically going to put on their entire case that they would have put on if we'd have had guilt innocence.
I think you're exactly right. And I think I can see why they would do that in this case now, just because of the facts of it. And I think the more and more you start seeing the things that he's done to try to either, look out for himself, I think that's something that resonates, and I think that's something that a jury will not like. And I think that that's one of those things when you're looking at potentially implementing the death penalty on someone for sentencing and stuff, that I could see why they would feel that the jury has every right to know every little lie that he told, because we're going to ask y'all to make a hard decision, and y'all need to know exactly why. And when the defense gets up there and says that he's being helpful, he's been truthful, he's cooperated, I think they want to show all of this to show exactly, no, he's not. He's doing that whenever it benefits him.
It's self-serving.
Absolutely self-serving.
Yeah. And I guess they want to imply that, he didn't try to run from the police, or he didn't try to attack the officers as they're taking him into custody. Well, they already kind of had him. I mean, where's he going to go?
Yeah, and I think they might be trying to lay the groundwork on that future danger, because they're going to want to say maybe in closing or later on in the sentencing that, hey, if he goes and he's in prison and he's around all law enforcement, we've seen how he acts with law enforcement, therefore he's no longer a future danger. He will get in line with whatever rules there are. So I think that could be one avenue or one reason why they bring that up, or they want to discuss that.
Well, I mean, my guess is even if by some miracle the jury didn't give him the death penalty, he's not going to be in general pop. They can't imagine he's in general population. I assume they would put him in protective, some sort of I don't know, protective custody or whatever. But given what he's done, you know.
I think allegations of this nature, and you go down there in general population, he would probably be begging
because prisoners
to go.
have kids too.
Absolutely.
You know, and what he did is so horrific and heinous. I can't even like come up with all the adjectives to describe how horrible it is, because it's unspeakable what he did. And in fact, when I went home last night after listening to all of this yesterday, and then watching him lead law enforcement to her body, and then him trying to mitigate and talk his way through it and out of it, it's the kind of thing that sort of sticks with you forever. I think I'll have that forever. We'll have that image of Athena in that van, because that's probably among the last moments she had on this earth.
Yeah. I think this will definitely be something that, it's unfortunate, but every juror is going to take this to the grave with them. This is an experience, and you're listening to evidence and things that sometimes you don't even know that the human population can be a part of, or sink down to do something of this nature and stuff. And so I think for most people that don't go to the courthouse, this isn't something that they hear on a regular basis, or anything even close to the magnitude of this. And that's a blessing for them. I mean, they're fortunate not to see and know that some of this stuff happens, but like you said, this is going to be something that's going to stick with a lot of folks for a long, long time.
So a couple people suggested a couple other adjectives: barbaric, evil. Those feel pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I have other people saying that he doesn't deserve to be protected and or not put in gen pop. A lot of that's really, guys, that's going to have to do with the policies of the prison system.
Right.
For how they handle inmates like this. I mean, I think I would compare him to a sex offender. Someone a rapist. That's why they frequently will have different levels of how they house people in prison. And if he does get the death penalty, he'll be on death row, and he will spend the vast majority of his time in a little cell awaiting lethal injection. Now that process is probably somewhere between 15 to 20 years, the appellate process for the death penalty. I actually have witnessed 2 executions. Both of them were cop killers, and it took years for those cases to get to the point where the death row inmate was put to death. And as another example, I covered Eric Williams, who was sentenced to death, I think back in, I want to say 2014, because it was for the murders of the Kaufman County DA and an assistant district attorney. It was Kaufman County DA, his wife, and then assistant district attorney. So really a crazy case. Actually, it was really, if I had to compare cases, I mean, certainly the types of people killed are very different, but the thing that reminds me of is that Eric Williams, the defendant in that case, was a sociopath. I mean, but anyway, my point in that is that his appeals process is ongoing, and we're more than a decade from that.
Yeah.
So this is not a person doesn't get the death penalty, and it's not like it's do not pass go straight to the death chamber.
Right.
It is a lengthy process. And also the thing about the death penalty is it's an automatic appeal.
Yeah, it's one of those things and rightfully so. And this is one of the great things about our country, is that we have, no matter what the evidence is that's out there, that we all have a right to due process and a right to have a trial. And the fact that, and this is great, that the community gets to see the system working as it's supposed to right now. And there is always a presumption of innocence, and I want us to always remember that there's that presumption of innocence for everyone, and that's a great presumption that we have. And we're just getting to watch the whole process play out right now and everything. And like I said, I think because jurors are the same way. I mean, they come in there with their own life experience, but a lot of them have never seen or been around something like this.
A lot of them are not denizens of the courthouse.
Exactly. And so for them to be able to see this, I think, some of the feelings and the strong emotions that you may be seeing as watchers or viewers watching this. I think that's exactly what the jury is experiencing as well.
So somebody had said, and I'm trying to monitor these comments, somebody says, so he didn't hit her with the car. No, he didn't, or the delivery truck. No, he did not hit her with that delivery truck. And the reason that they know that for sure is because they have that, I'm gonna sit up straight. Okay, they have that video from that truck, right? They were able to take that SD card and pull that video off that card.
Right.
And when you think about that, and then also, part of the reason we know what he told her was because there's audio. There's audio from that delivery van. And apparently at one point and we haven't seen it yet. They haven't showed it yet. Okay, so he covers up the camera, and he leans down and tells her, I'm going to my memory here, something to the effect of, "Be quiet or I'll hurt you."
Right.
We will hear that. I don't know if we'll hear it today,
right,
but I do believe we will hear it.
I think that's probably why we saw some of that contention from the defense whenever the ranger was talking about going out to North Carolina, and they were going through the chain of custody, and there was an objection as far as to that, and she had asked the question as far as, did someone try to play this video, trying to go on and attack maybe the first line of who would have touched or had access to the SD card and things of that sort. And that's because I anticipate that, but for them being able to get that video or the SD card and be able to pull that back, maybe his story has some weight because they don't have those stills or the photo of being able to see that she wasn't hit, that he was loading her up and being able to hear exactly, as we anticipate, some of the things that he might have said. So
yeah, and that's what they've said, and that's part of what also that when you go back to the opening statements, what they said was, this is what we're going to show you. We're going to take you step by step. We're going to show that the story he told about how he what happened, the genesis of this, how he kidnaps her, is a lie. And somebody asked if in the chat if court was over for the day. No, it's not. Right now. I can see on another screen that there's a state of Texas seal up right now, and I'm going to show you. Okay, so you can see it now. There's a state of Texas seal up in the courtroom. That's indicative of they're probably having a sidebar, and they may be taking a break. I don't know. We didn't catch it. This judge,
and it probably is about that break time for their afternoon first break, because they had gone a little bit. So it would not surprise me if a juror or someone indicated that they needed to go to the bathroom at this point. So, or like you said, Tanya, they could have some sort of sidebar going on, or even scheduling. Sometimes the judge wants to know, okay, about how many more witnesses do y'all have before we take the break, and how much more from this witness, or if there's any sort of objections that the defense has made, or some clarity in regards to what one witness may be getting ready to get into. Sometimes they'll approach just so they can either find out what the judge is going to rule on something, or how to go about handling pieces of information or evidence that may come in.
Yeah, and I'm also texting Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, to ask her. She's there physically at the courthouse. Okay, I'm now seeing the judge walk back up to the bench, and he sat down. So that would indicate to me I feel like they probably took a break, but he is really fast. It's like earlier when he went to lunch, it was like, oh, we're at lunch. Okay, did I catch the time? He does run a very tight ship. So we're watching this. Or at our station over here in Dallas, and of course the trial is taking place over in Tarrant County. And so when you're watching it remotely, sometimes stuff gets by you, and that's why I'm thankful for you folks in the chat, because a lot of times they are paying attention. Actually, Sam, I am reading the comments. I will not tell you that I can catch every one of them, but I am reading the comments as best I can. Somebody asked, is this guy married? I don't know if I don't think he was married to Cassie. I think it was his girlfriend or his fiance. He did have a child. The child would be, I feel like maybe about 5 now,
That's
because I
probably
think he
about
said
right,
the
yeah.
kid was born in 2021. Okay, somebody says the judge needed a break. Okay, somebody caught that. And so yeah, so I am again, guys. I am monitoring the comments. I do the best I can. I can't promise you that I can, in writing reply to every one of them. But we do really want to, answer your questions and as best we can, because part of, what we're doing here is different than what you'll get anywhere else. None of the other stations locally are offering, kind of play-by-play, walk you through it, gavel-to-gavel commentary, and so we are attempting to do that. So. For you, this is your, okay, Rebecca just texted me and said, Judge says they needed a 15-minute break.
Okay.
So there's your answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so for you, what have been the things that have stuck out to you most today, Kevin?
I think it's just their persistence in showing exactly who the defendant is, and by way of, clearly they have established whatever their trial theory is, or whatever way or avenue that they want to go down, and paint the picture for the members of the jury. It seems like they're staying on course with what they said that they were going to do during opening statements, and so the thing that has just stuck out to me is, one, a little bit of the detachment of him whenever you watch some of this, and just how lighthearted on some things he is, and just it doesn't seem like it really affects him. And I also think of whenever they say lie upon lie upon lie, and now getting a chance to hear all this stuff, I mean, that's something that has just stuck out. It's like, man, yep, that was a lie, and that was a lie, and that was a lie. And so when you start breaking it down in that front, they have been true to point on their theme in regards to that he's lying. And so those are the things. The thing that I was impressed with, and I think Mike discussed this yesterday, is that Ranger was impressive in how he handled everything. I think it's just the defense had a tough job trying to show something unethical or wrong that he did in his investigation and everything, and he came across as someone that gave the defendant a fair shake at things, and he was trying to do his job, of course, and he was familiar with what tactics he needed to do to get the information that would ultimately lead and help out. And like I said, there are some people that would run in there and just based on what the allegation and what could potentially happen would already kind of be a little thrown off or upset.
Okay, we got the judge back on the bench. Kill our mics if there's audio. And so we're waiting to see.
Rule of evidence in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, sir.
First and last name for the court reporter and spell it for her, please.
Bruce Sherman, BRUCESHERMAN.
Ms. Dooley.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
Do me a favor, push that mic back just a little towards the way. Yeah, there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you go ahead and tell the jury how you are presently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Texas Department of Public Safety.
And what do you do for that?
I'm in our Internal Affairs Division. We call it the Office of Inspector General.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, how were you employed?
I was a Texas Ranger for the Department of Public Safety.
So the same overarching thing, but a little bit different.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you become a ranger?
I started with the Department of Public Safety in 2007, and as a highway patrolman out of the academy, and I was a trooper around several places in Texas. I started out down in the Beaumont area, and then I've been in North Texas since 2008. I worked in Denton for a little while, and then I was in Rockwall before I went into the narcotics service in our criminal investigations division. And I conducted investigations into drug trafficking organizations for about 3 years before I went to the Rangers.
And how long were you a Texas Ranger?
From 2017 to 2023.
So not long after this case, you made a move.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How did you initially become involved with the investigation and the search for Athena Strand?
Yeah, the initial call that I got to be involved was really for a support role. I got called by one of the ranger lieutenants. It was actually not from my area, but covered the Wise County area. And he just requested for me to come out and offer some sort of support. And so I responded to kind of the command post, if you will. I don't remember the exact location, but I remember there were a lot of people doing a lot of different things.
Is that normal for, I guess, a large scene to have multiple rangers involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how many other rangers were out there?
You know, when I got there, just a handful. I would say, you know, somewhere between 4 and 6. But I know that there were others out in the field that were tracking down, you know, potential leads, following up on things. Some of them had gone home to take a little break because they'd been out there for countless hours. And so just the ones that I saw, there was a handful of us out there.
Was this an all hands on deck situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned a lot of people. Was that a lot of other law enforcement agencies besides the Texas Rangers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who all you saw when you arrived?
Yeah, I know the Federal Bureau of Investigation was out there. A lot of what appeared to be civilian personnel, people who were out there just waiting for an assignment. They wanted to help, and they were there to just offer any kind of help that they could give. But a lot of civilian support, but also a lot of law enforcement support as well.
Athena Strand went missing on November 30th of 22. What day did you actually get involved?
December 2nd, 2022.
And when you were asked to come out, where did you specifically go first?
I went straight from my duty station out in the Garland-Rockwall County area, straight to that command post again. I don't remember the address or even what city it was in, really. I can see it in my head. I just don't know exactly where it was at.
And when you arrived, were you given a task by a ranger or anybody else at that command post?
Yeah, initially I wasn't. I was there just kind of waiting for a lead to follow up on or some support role. But after a short period of time, there were some developments that were made, and I could tell just by kind of body language and some information that I was getting, things were rapidly evolving as far as the leads that were coming in. And at that point, one of the ways that I assisted was by using social media and working with our intelligence and counterterrorism division to try to locate potential online leads and efforts to preserve any information that could potentially be evidence.
And at this point, was that lead that they had a suspect who was a FedEx driver?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what were you asked to do to preserve any evidence within social media?
Yeah, one of the things that we did, certainly it involved online leads, social media leads, but it was involved parties that were associated with the person of interest, which I think at that time, that's what we would probably call them, was the best lead, and based on the evidence that had come in with that lead, we were just trying to find out common associates with him, you know, any of their online accounts, if there were any abnormalities, things like that. And then, of course, our analysts with the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Division were helping me with that. They actually have a lot of better resources than I do. So we were collaboratively working to locate and preserve some of those things.
And you said with him, so at this point, you were looking for persons of interest associated with Tanner Horner.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were taking anybody that you found associated with
Objection, Your
Tanner.
Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What were you actually doing with the persons of interest of Tanner Horner that you were speaking about?
Yeah, we were finding any digital fingerprint, if you will, of them that existed publicly online. And so, you know, some of the most common ways that is maybe a Facebook account or an Instagram account, Google accounts, things like that that are publicly available. And then obviously if we found something of interest or more interest, then we would use our intelligence and counterterrorism division to look into those things further.
And did you start your search with Tanner Horner or with someone else?
With Tanner Horner.
And what did you do to preserve any accounts?
Yeah, so the way that works with most of our social media and digital evidence, if you will, those don't require a formal legal process, if you will, through the court system. We're simply asking those digital online platforms, if you will, Meta, Facebook, Instagram, Google, places like that. All we're asking them to do is say we've identified an account of a person that we believe is the owner or user of that account, and based on our criminal investigation, there could be evidence there, and we're just asking you to hold that or preserve it so that it can't be deleted or tampered with. And so as we would identify those accounts for Mr. Horner, we would just ask those platforms to preserve it so it couldn't be deleted or tampered with.
I want to dumb this down, but is this essentially a form that you fill out somewhere?
Digitally, yes, ma'am. So what we do is there's what's called a law enforcement portal, and so once these platforms have confirmed and vetted us as law enforcement investigators, we have a portal we can go into, and we can use that portal to tell them what kind of crimes we may be investigating, but the accounts that could be associated with it at our request to preserve it.
This puts a hold on the account to where it preserves the information. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
It's the same, rephrase your question.
What is the actual, what is Facebook, Meta, Google, whomever you're sending these to, what are they actually doing to preserve anything?
Yeah, so as far as we'll just use Mr. Horner, because that's the example we're using. He would never know, nothing changes for his account, doesn't freeze, it doesn't hold. It just means that if he goes in and tries to delete or tamper with some sort of potential evidence that's there, it can't disappear. It's there. And so if we followed up within a 90-day period with a legal process, which would require probable cause, then we would still be able to have that evidence that can't be tampered with.
So with the preservation request, does that allow you to receive any information?
No, ma'am.
And what would you need to receive any information?
A search warrant or an order from a judge, a district court.
And you were not the person to get any search warrants in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
No, ma'am.
At some point, you were asked to do something different, a different task, if you will. Can you tell the jury what you were asked to do next?
Yes, ma'am. So at some point, as that information was coming in, the leads had evolved. I was asked to go to his residence, or the residence of his family. So we went out there, and I conducted surveillance, along with several other law enforcement, between DPS and I believe there were some other agencies as well. But we were in unmarked vehicles, wasn't a marked presence, and we just basically were there to ensure or keep an eye on the residents for anyone that came or went, if you will, while we were waiting for a response from our SWAT team, if you will. They call it a special response team.
And you say our SWAT team or special response team. Who is the our?
Texas Department of Public Safety.
Now, is this a Texas Ranger SRT team or a DPS SRT team?
Both.
Okay.
So the Ranger Division, it encompasses our SWAT and special response team, but both are under the DPS umbrella.
Okay. And at some point, did they arrive on that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And where were you at that time?
I was within sight of the house, and just kind of kept a visual on the house when they went in the home to look for Athena.
Was this Tanner Horner's house?
Yes, ma'am.
You said when they went into the house, was an exigency search performed?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what an exigency search is?
That means that there's, in this case, imminent threat to serious bodily injury or death. And so we're trying to locate physical person to ensure their well-being and locate that person.
And who was the physical person you were looking for in this case?
Athena Strand.
Was Athena Strand found in this home?
No, ma'am.
Were there any other people in this home when the search took place?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was in there?
Mr. Horner's mom, his grandma, and his brother.
And what did you and y'all's team do with those individuals?
We had them basically walk outside. So they didn't stay in the home, made them come outside. And then I was one of the people that actually spoke with them and just did kind of an informal interview, if you will. It was a recorded interview, but it was an informal interview outside during the exigent search of the home.
And why is it important to remove them from the home?
Well, it kind of goes back to preservation of potential evidence. And so we had reason to believe Athena was in potential harm, serious bodily injury or death. And so that's the purpose in serving that exigency search for her. And because of that, we wanted to preserve the scene. If there was any potential evidence related to her being missing or her being hurt, or in this case, her death. And so having them come outside with us is just a way for that team to be able to execute a thorough exigent search, maintaining the integrity of the potential scene.
And at that time, the exigent search was only looking for Athena, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you mentioned you were speaking to the family members. Did you do anything else with the family members regarding their phones?
Later that afternoon, we did.
And what did you do with those?
I did a cellular extraction of each of their phones with each of their verbal and written consent.
And after the exigent search, what was your kind of role at that point on the house?
Yeah, so some time went by. We basically, again, it felt like, now that I'm talking about it, it was a night of preservation on my behalf between potential digital evidence, cellular evidence, and then the home, the residence. And so, in talking to the occupants of the residence, we kind of learned a little bit about the structure of the residence, where folks lived, and the home, and a separate piece of the home, if you will. But basically, after that exigent search was conducted, we figured out that Athena wasn't there. We preserved it, and so we kept Mr. Horner's mama, grandma, and his brother outside with us. Of course, I was visiting with them for a long time, and we helped facilitate get their animals into a safe location so they'd be okay and not run off. And then we worked on, with another ranger, procuring a search warrant to be able to go back into that evidence, a residence, and process a potential crime scene.
And why did y'all need a warrant?
Because based on the information that Ranger Espinoza was receiving at an off-site location. So that's another kind of piece of this, if you will, is that while we're at the residence, Ranger Espinoza is nowhere close to us, to my knowledge. It certainly didn't feel that way. And so, we're getting bits and pieces of information from his end with Mr. Horner. And so as we're getting that information, one of our other rangers was having to procure a search warrant in order for us to go search that residence and process it.
You mentioned Ranger Espinoza. At this time, so we kind of understand timeline, Ranger Espinoza is with the then suspect, now defendant in this case, interviewing him.
Yes, ma'am.
And you and your team are at his home.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, did y'all get that search warrant?
We did, and so that kind of what we're talking about, this encompasses several hours, so this didn't happen fast. The surveillance that we did lasted for a good while. The search team was able to get together, respond, execute the search. These interviews were conducted. There's a lot of things that are transpiring at a pretty rapid pace, but it happens over several hours.
And Your Honor, may I first witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this photo taken by you?
I think this picture was sent to me, but that.
Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Oh yeah, yes, ma'am.
And is that how that looked on the day and night that you were there?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is it a fair and accurate depiction of what's in this photo
Yes,
as
ma'am.
you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 52.
No objections.
State's Exhibit 52 is admitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That's the front of Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and brother's residence. There's a separate structure to the rear where Mr. Horner and his child's mother were living.
And so when you, as we're doing surveillance, I think was the word you used, on the home, were you guys just kind of sitting outside the house looking at it?
Yep, so as you're looking at this, if you can imagine to the left, there's just a driveway on an empty lot, if you will, just down a block or so, and that's where I was backed into watching the residents, you know, to the left, if you will. But then there were other units, unmarked units, I remember being down the road to the right as well. And so we were trying to stay in communication with each other throughout our surveillance while we were waiting for the SRT to get there.
And once your SRT team got there and the other ranger came back with the warrant, what happened next?
Yeah, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation had a unit or a team come out and begin processing the scene. We're canvassed, again, they're in communication directly with Ranger Espinoza or the folks that are with him, relaying information, which I'm not privy to. He would best answer what those things were, but I know that they were back and forth in communication, and so they knew the things that they should be potentially looking for while they're searching and processing this residence. So they're canvassing for potential residents based on the information that Ranger Espinoza has and knows, and then during that time, Ranger Don Stoner and the FBI group had identified several cell phones in the residence. Come to find out, that was for Mr. Horner's mom, grandmother, and his brother. They all provided verbal and written consent for those. And so while FBI was processing the crime scene, at that point I did digital forensic extractions for their phones.
So, so it's at that point that you and the other team, I guess, take the family's phones out of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
So they did not have them on them when they originally left the home?
That's correct.
Okay. So while they're doing their CSI stuff inside the house, you are doing the extractions. Is that kind of the timeline?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this point, did you have any other role in this search or investigation?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. I'll
Yes,
pass.
ma'am.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Ranger Sherman, how you doing?
Good, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. The way that you described this search and the way that you described the approach of the SWAT seems like it was just another day at the office. But wouldn't you agree with me that it was just a little bit more than that?
Oh, it was a lot more than that.
Well, let's back up to the search. All right, you said that you were working on the street, that you were down the street surveilling the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you were waiting for the, what did you call them?
The SRT, Special Response Team.
And describe for the jury the SRT arrival at the house. What did they arrive in?
As you would expect, almost, it's a tactical unit, right? And so they're going in there prepared to encounter any threat, if you will.
So this tactical team arrives in basically an armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're rolling up the street in this armored vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
How many are there?
A team. It's
So,
not,
okay.
like you said, it's not a normal day at the office.
So you have more than one armored vehicle riding up this residential street
Yes, ma'am.
with how many people in each vehicle?
Ooh, I don't know.
Were the officers just in the vehicle, or were they also hanging out on the outside of the vehicle?
I don't recall that.
Okay. But you have these officers rolling up, and they are in, and they're wearing body armor, are they not?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're wearing helmets.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have automatic weapons.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you have this tactical team rolling up this residential street to this small house, and then the officers swarm the house, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
They did not get an announce and say, please let us in, they just broke on in.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they broke in, they're screaming, there's yelling. Would you agree with that?
Those would be assumptions. I didn't hear those things from my location based on the way exigency searches would go with an SRT. That would be fair to say.
And you said that they found his mother and grandmother and brother in the home, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And these officers, when they came in the home, pointed these automatic weapons at
Judge,
members
I'm gonna
of his
object.
family, is that correct?
Let me hear the question. Now, what's your objection?
I mean, it would be speculation. He's already said he was not there with the team, so he doesn't know if they pointed guns at anyone.
Sustained.
So do you know if they pointed guns at them?
No, ma'am.
And you said that they were escorted out. Are you the one that did the escort outside?
No, ma'am.
Or were you aware that the grandmother was in a wheelchair?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you have officers breaking into the house wearing tactical gear and pointing guns at an elderly woman in a wheelchair.
I don't know if they pointed.
Objection, Judge.
He was getting ready to answer. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I don't know. I don't know what transpired inside the home.
Okay. With regards to exigent circumstances and the warrants, or let's try that again. With regards to the exception to the warrant that we call the exigent circumstances.
Yes, ma'am.
That's really not a free-for-all for officers to search, is it?
Agree.
And that there are limitations on an exigent search.
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with me that when performing an exigent search, you are not there looking for evidence of crime.
Agree.
The only purpose of that is to determine whether or not the person that you're searching for is in the home.
Correct.
So if an officer finds something that they believe might be evidence of a crime, they would have to go and get another search warrant.
They would have to get a search warrant. Yeah. If you're talking about like in plain view, if they saw something in plain view during the
Correct.
exigent. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so in the case of a missing person, like I said, the exigency involved is to find that missing person.
Yes, ma'am.
And hopefully find them alive.
Sure.
And if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that particular exigency would disappear, would it not?
I don't know if that presumption was there. That's information that I don't have.
But let's just go back to my question,
Okay.
that if a person is presumed to be deceased, then that exigency no longer exists, does it?
I think that would be dependent on circumstances. That would be a case-by-case basis, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
When you had Tanner's grandmother and mother and brother outside, you know what, Judge? I've got nothing further. Thank you, officer. Or Ray.
Bruce. Bruce.
Oh, Bruce. Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Bruce.
You bet. Yes, ma'am.
That's my dog's name.
I'm flattered.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Sherman be excused subject to any potential recall.
And no objection.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Who do you have next?
FBI's Kurt DeRoss.
I'm sorry?
FBI Kurt DeRoss.
Kurt DeRoss.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Okay, so what we've been told is they're looking for the next witness. This is not terribly unusual that they would do this. So we've been listening to this former Texas Ranger really just kind of describe the search and the exigent search.
Right.
But what's the importance of this witness? Why do we need this witness? I mean, he's pled guilty. So.
Right. I think it is one of those things. They're just trying to go step by step of the process. And I think with the defense bringing up and talking about things that were done in regards to, especially with the Ranger, immediately talking to the client, to the defendant, without reading the rights, and they bring up the public safety exception and this exigent circumstance still. And I think that, as me and you were talking off of camera, this is one of those deals where, I think pointed it out. I think they're going to put in everybody. They've spent years prepping and preparing for this trial, and I think that they really do want the jury to see all of the aspects of what went into this case. I think you brought that up. You're the one that said,
well,
hey,
I'm not convinced they're leaving any witnesses out.
As of now, because those last couple of witnesses they've had were about 5 or 10 minute witnesses. Nothing lengthy. I know it went a little bit longer than that, but I think they really are wanting to show detail for
step
detail,
by step what they did.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's just still breaking down on, of course, he pled guilty. Don't give him credit for that, because you're going to see exactly why he had to do that, or why he decided to do that. Right. Because we have a lot of evidence and a lot of things that we can put on to show why he's doing what he's doing.
What'd you make of the defense attorney, kind of trying to say that guns were pointed at Grandma and trying to make it seem like law enforcement was over the top? What's your thought on that?
It's one of those, same thing. I don't know how much or how well it landed with the jury, and I think all of us can understand. And I know Susan, I think she's a good attorney, and it's tough being in this position because, she's got a difficult job, her and her whole team, they do. But the one thing is just, when you have exigent circumstances, these officers roll up there and they don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. There's definitely a an immediate imminent harm and the potential of them trying to rescue someone. And so when you roll up and you arrive on scene, you don't know who's a part of the whole crew that's could potentially be harming this girl or this child, and you don't know exactly what their role is. And so that, I think, is one of those. I understand why she would ask the question. I think it might fall flat on the ears of individuals, because when you truly think about that, you want to go to a scene over prepared as opposed to under prepared, because when you go into the house and you're trying to locate or see if you don't know if she's in the process of dying, if she has already died, or if there's other individuals that are going to harm you whenever you get in there. So you always want to be over the top and be well prepared when going in there. So
well, and getting into the minds of law enforcement at this time, they have a 7-year-old little girl who's disappeared. They have now identified a person of interest. Espinoza is interviewing Tanner Horner at that point. I believe at that point they've not established that she's dead.
Right.
So they're hoping against hope, right? Hoping against hope that she's alive, right?
You're right.
Knowing that probably she isn't, but hoping against hope. And so they're going to do everything they can to approach that. So I don't see how that would really land with the jury, because it doesn't mitigate what he did.
Right. And they're limited when they go in there. I mean, it's not, and as the agent testified to in regards, let's say there's a jewelry box, they can't go opening small containers and things of that sort and looking to try to locate and secure her safety and her body, her presence and things. And so they're limited on that. That's something they have to get a search warrant to go in particular and go into some of the nooks and crannies of the house. But yes, absolutely, they can go in there and be prepared in order to try to rescue or save the child.
And so some of what folks are saying is Myler says, I think prosecutors are proving how many resources they used to find her, because he put all in caps, wouldn't disclose her location. I could see that as an argument.
Right.
Because he's going to take them on an hours long wild goose chase until he finally takes them to the right spot. Somebody else says that the defense attorney seems to be pretty good at her job. Not that I agree with her whatsoever or want her to be good, but at the end of the day, she's doing her job. And look, that's the reality.
Right.
These defense attorneys, they are, and maybe you can explain this better. They're part of a special unit that works for the state, right?
Right.
To provide representation for people accused of capital crimes.
Right. I mean, those are the hardest cases to defend at times. I mean, because you already start out with, if they're seeking the death penalty, the facts alone in and of themselves are usually pretty heinous. Not only potentially the individual, and they have to show that individual on top of that. And so, a huge majority of those capital cases don't get tried for death, or the seeking of the death penalty. And so she's got a very tough, like I said, I think she's a good attorney. I think she's got a tough job. And as a defense attorney, you have to deal with the facts and the cards that are dealt to you. You've got with your client, and you're working on things that could be potential mitigation or exculpatory, something that would show that they didn't do the offense at hand. We know that clearly that's not the case in this case, and so I think she has to pick some of those battles. I think she's doing what she needs to do. I think she's going down some of those avenues that she needs to go down. But it's one of those, you're an attorney, not a magician. You're not going to be able to change the facts or the cards that you've been dealt. You can just try to make the best case possible to advocate on behalf of your client. And I think that her client has left her in a position that she has limited avenues to advocate on his behalf. And I think she's doing the best with what she has.
Well, you have a client who committed a horrific act.
Mm-hmm.
Something awful and beyond awful, and then you have him basically, giving multiple interviews to law enforcement, which you might as well just dig your own hole.
Right.
So somebody asked, Steelheart asked, did Texas law enforcement give Tanner a lie detector test? It doesn't look like they polygraphed him.
And that's something that's inadmissible. I mean, even though either side would know or have access to if it happened, I doubt that happened in something like this, just because, I mean, they know kind of what happened. It's not one of those things where he's saying that he didn't do that. Now, I don't know. We don't have the specifics of that, but even if that had been done, that's something that the state would know about potentially, or the defense would know about, or strictly only the defense would know about if it's something that potentially isn't great for their client. But that's just one of those deals. It's not admissible in court, even if he passes it. It's not something that would be admissible at trial and things. So that's something that we'll probably never know.
Right. And I have my qualms about lie detector tests in terms of their veracity and what they really show. I understand why they're still used, but I don't want to call them junk science, right? Because that's going too far. But because if there's any polygraph examiners out there who might not like that, but I think they're useful within bounds is how I would describe it. So I'm going to say our names. I'm Tanya Iser, Senior Investigative Reporter here at WFA. Kevin Harris, our legal analyst today. We're on a break right now while they while they're going, I guess, hunting down, and we believe it's another FBI agent who's supposed to testify, and so we're in the process of waiting for them to bring him. It could, this often happens at court. You'll have witnesses waiting out there to testify, and maybe somebody.
And sometimes what happens is that from the defense or prosecution standpoint, you may have, especially in something like this where it's a long trial, rather than have your witness be there first thing in the morning and you know that you're not going to get to them until later on that afternoon, you might give them a time frame of, hey, I'm going to need you here at this time because the way things are moving, it's going to be about this time. And sometimes whenever you have a breakdown of that, or things either move a little bit faster or a little bit slower, sometimes they do have to take breaks, or they're trying to get on the phones to say, hey, I know I told you this. And it's a lot of times behind the scenes you don't see what's going on, but when they take these breaks, it could be prosecutors calling their witnesses, hey, I need you, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, I need you to go on and come on down. I know I told you this time, but it was this time. And we're just speculating. They sometimes they're there all day, and so we don't know exactly what the reason of this break, but that's kind of all the behind the scenes thing. There's a lot, it's almost like the duck that's just on the water floating, and a lot of times you don't see the feet just constantly pedaling underneath that water and everything.
Trials are an inexact science. So somebody asked, he pleaded guilty, but death penalty is still on the table. Amor, yes, that's true. So the way that the way it works in Texas is capital crimes. If the prosecutors were not seeking the death penalty, once he pled guilty, he would have been sentenced and we'd be done. There would have been no point. We wouldn't be still here today. But because they're going for the death penalty, then we're still going. And of course, because the prosecutors didn't lay out their case in a guilt-innocence phase, because we didn't have one, we're basically seeing that case now. I think people are still kind of trying to understand, well, why are we still going? He pled guilty.
And that's the thing, just because it's a two-part trial, and that guilt innocence is normally the first phase, and then punishment is the second phase. And in something like this, with asking or having the death penalty on the table, it's only right for a jury to know what those underlying facts were that he pled to. If he just pleads guilty and they say, oh, it's a capital murder, he pled guilty, and then you just go on to specifics about the individual, or why are we going to punish him, or what the punishment should be, you should also be able, especially in a case like this or any death penalty case, be able to understand the underlying facts, because I think sometimes that is going to affect sometimes in your judgment call of what to do in a case of this nature. So
So Amanda asks, why did Ranger Espinoza call in the FBI when they noticed the FedEx package? Was it for the tracking of the truck? I don't think it would be unusual for the FBI to be called in a case like this.
And a lot of times in things of this sort, different agencies have access to various things. I mean, FBI agents, you have a wide web of individuals that you can, and resources that you can lean on and go to. And remembering that this happened in a small town,
Right.
and so the thing is you can have something like this happen in a small town, and just based on just the dynamics of the agency, they're just not equipped to handle
Well, this
all
is the
of
Wise
this.
County Sheriff's Office.
Absolutely.
Small office.
Yeah, and so when you're talking or thinking about a child, a 7-year-old, and the things that'll go into searching for and trying to locate and information, and also breaking down information. And I think as Ranger Espinoza said, maybe yesterday, that whole saying, if you know one ranger, you know them all. And it's just, I think calling in the FBI, there were going to be some things and resources that they were going to probably need access to, or having a front, a united front to be able to get and have one agency do one thing, this officer or ranger do this thing. And so I just think it was smart of them to go on and try to gain access to these other agencies to help out in something of this nature.
Well, I will say this, I know if we go on too much longer, I could see the judge calling it for the day.
Yeah.
Because we're closing in on 4 o'clock. And you know this, because you and I have been sitting here getting very tired, is that towards the end of the day, your jury's tired, the lawyers are tired. How difficult is it because I'm sure you go up and talk to jurors after, and I've talked to jurors at the end of trials. I mean, it's exhausting for them.
It really is. You're asking them, they've already sacrificed going to work, they've sacrificed their work life or their home life for this time frame, and these cases can take a while, especially on these these death penalty cases. And so with that being the case, you don't want to appear to waste their time. So in the afternoon when everyone's tired, you don't want them thinking that you're wasting their time. You don't want them thinking that you don't respect their time. So you want to be very meticulous about, okay, I'm calling this witness for these specific points, and then get them off the stand, because the last thing you want is them getting upset with you or your client because they feel like you're wasting their time.
Okay, we can see the judge back on the stand. Either they have found the witness, or we'll see. I think he looks kind of tired. I think we're about to have sound in the courtroom. I think we're probably about to start back up here in a minute.
And I'm not going to be surprised.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to be surprised if, like what you said, that he decides that he's going to send them home and then they'll start afresh tomorrow.
I think it depends on how long this witness is. Zeke, when they bring the mics back up in the courtroom, just kill ours immediately. Zeke is working our control room. Everybody say hi to Zeke. Zeke is doing a great job. He's the running these live streams has become quite the operation. There's Zeke is running the control room, and then we have a producer who's live blogging, and then of course I'm up here, and then we have Rebecca Lopez at the courthouse and with her photographer, and then of course I have Kevin Harris. So it's a lot of manpower doing this to try to really make sure that we're bringing you guys this gavel to gavel coverage up. People are saying hi, Zeke. And then the other person you should all say hi to is Jason Trahan. He's back there as well. He's the one doing the live blog. If y'all want to also kind of keep an eye on the live blog on our website, because he's also doing a more written play-by-play. So we don't have sound yet from that courtroom, which would tend to indicate that we're still off the record. That's one of the judge's rules, is that we not, be very careful about airing audio when they're not on the record.
Yeah. And I understand, in a situation like this, I mean, it was transferred for a reason, and I think if everyone hears all of the stuff and the sidebar and things that may be going on, and sometimes like we mentioned, outside the presence of the jury, there's sometimes things that get discussed that the jury's not intended to find out or know about, and it's for the protection of both sides in order to secure a fair trial. And so I understand his reason for something of a rule of that nature.
Well, and I know during the Aaron Dean trial, Aaron Dean was a Fort Worth police officer who was convicted of killing a Tatiana Jefferson. He was convicted of manslaughter. And during that case, he was very stern about kind of what I would call errant audio. And so we're all very cognizant that we do not want to tick off the judge, because he could call quits on this like this and say we're not going to do it. So he is, and some people are saying the judge looks tired. I think we're all tired. You know, when you hit 4 o'clock, you're getting we're almost 4, you're getting towards the end of the day, everybody's exhausted. And gosh, it's been an emotional day.
It has. I mean, it really has. No matter how many of these that you see or that you handle, these things weigh. These are things that you'll never change how these cases, whether you just hear them and watch the trials or you handle them, how much they affect you forever. I mean, it's just something, there's things that you'll never be able to replace, not knowing some of the things that you learn. And so I think it weighs on everyone, all parties, and I think you can see that by the end of the day. Judge Gallagher's great about continuing. I mean, he's a professional. He does his job. These judges, they have ears just like the rest of us. So just as we hear and we're processing so much information, by the end of the day, sometimes you can see that look on the face of, yes, this has been a long day. I have heard a lot of information. I've taken in a lot of information. I think with him having to make rulings and always be attuned to know and hear exactly word for word.
I don't envy him the job.
Right.
Because it's easy for me to sit back here and give my opinions, and for you to give your opinions. We're not, because the one thing about these death penalty cases is every single thing will get scrutinized.
Oh yeah.
Everything.
Yeah. I mean, someone's going to grade his paper later on down the road. Just like you said, it's automatic. So when this case is over with, all of his decisions and rulings will be graded by an appellate judge as well. So they have a hard job. I mean, and they're getting sometimes some of the information for the first time whenever we hear it as well, to prevent from them taking one side or the other and stuff. And so I've got a feeling that it has been a long time in processing a lot of this information.
Hey Jason, can you put a link to the live blog in the chat for folks, because they're interested now that I told them about it. But yeah, we do have. He has been, and the thing about I think the live blog is sometimes we're hearing testimony in either because of the audio or because of it's just sometimes stuff is getting past us, like that Mike Tyson thing.
Right.
I mean, that's just and I'll leave for folks that weren't listening earlier when I read this thing. I just let me pull it back up on my phone because Jason sent this to me. Oh, hold on, it's in a group text with Rebecca. Let me find it.
Yeah, but that's the thing is just with.
Oh, you know what? Rebecca's willing to hop on and explain what's going on. Can y'all get her on a V call?
Oh, great.
So Rebecca's at the courthouse. Mm-hmm. Rebecca Lopez is at the courthouse. Rebecca, just call. Just call. Obviously you're listening. And let me text her in case she's not listening. Okay. Okay, so I'm asking her to call. Hold on, I'm texting her, folks, to get her to call, because she's like I said, she's at the courthouse and can give us more of a better 411 about what's going on. I mean, that's one of the wonderful things of technology, is that we can get her on a video call and have her, give us an understanding of what's going on and why we're kind of in this holding pattern. And I was telling Kevin earlier that, one of the things is that I've had situations where we're doing these things where we're tap dancing for 45 minutes. I'm really hoping we don't have to do that today, but I have done it. Oh, and somebody's mentioning this whole. They're talking in the chat about multiple personalities. Mike Howard was saying yesterday that this whole multiple personalities thing has been completely debunked.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that. I'm sorry, I got hearing something, but I think it's one of the things is that in order to be tried in regards to the death penalty, and like I said, we've seen how he's acted on the videos to kind of make our own judgments on whether or not we believe it's legit or not legit and things of that sort. But I also think it's one of those things, the Supreme Court just requires that you have an understanding of why you're being punished and what you did to know right from wrong, but also then if you do receive the death penalty, on understanding why you're receiving the death penalty. And I think in what we've been able to see, it seems as though Tanner is well aware of all of this.
Oh, I think he's well aware. I think he was aware in those interview rooms. I think he was aware when he was spinning his tail, making up zero, apparently from tattoo. Oh, Jason's posting in the chat. We're told by Rebecca in the courtroom that there's discussion going on about trying to exclude this next FBI witness. I guess the judge has made a decision right now to allow that audio to play. And that's the judge's choice. He can choose to allow us to listen to that or not listen to that. And sometimes he's going to err on the side of being very cautious, and clearly I think that's what he's doing here. Somebody asked, when will they sentence him? Well, I don't know. They'll sentence him when we get to that point. The defense, the prosecution will continue to go through their case, which kind of feels like to me we're going to go into next week with the prosecution's case. I think you're exactly right. And then the thing is we don't know exactly how long their case is going to last. And we got Rebecca.
Okay.
All right. Oh, well, maybe we got a witness. Hold on.
The FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation.
All right, let's take a listen.
And do you go by any special title with the FBI?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
Okay. So if I refer to you as special agent, that would be appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the FBI?
21 years.
And what's your educational background before or during the FBI?
So before the FBI, I graduated from Texas A&M, class of 99. I was an environmental science major and did environmental consulting for 4 years before joining the FBI in 2004. And when I joined the FBI as a special agent, stationed in Washington, D.C. for 7 years and moved back to Texas in San Antonio. I was then back to our headquarters and then back here to Dallas in 2019. The whole time I was as part of our evidence response team, our hazardous evidence response team. So I've been doing evidence response for at least 18 of those 21 years.
And to be a part of the evidence response team, do you have any specific training?
We do. So as special agents, we have some basic crime scene training in our new agents class, but we then can volunteer to be a part of the evidence response team, which is an ancillary duty that we can take on with our normal day-to-day jobs. But in order to be a part of that team, you do have to go through a 2-week basic class that teaches you evidence collection, fingerprinting, DNA, photography, alternate light source, and some other techniques that we use, a little bit of computer forensics, not much, we have specialists for that. And then we can go to advanced crime scene courses as well, so advanced fingerprinting, we can go to the body farm, which is to recover bodies, and we can go to some outside of the FBI classes as well.
Have you been to the body farm?
I have not, no.
Have you done any of these other special or advanced trainings?
So I have done, like I said, I'm the team leader for our hazardous evidence response team, so I focus a lot on collection of evidence in hazardous environments. So I've done some extra latent fingerprint lifting and some DNA training as well.
Now, how did the FBI get involved in the, I guess, search and investigation for Athena Strand?
Sure. So, case, we're invited by whoever the executive authority is for whatever agency, whether it's a sheriff's office, like in this case, or a police chief of a police department. We're asked to assist, and we have a method for doing that from executive to executive level. And then one thing that the FBI provides, the ERT at the FBI Dallas, we have 3 teams of 8 to 10 people. So that's 30 personnel. Some of them are still in the process of training, but I would say probably at least at the time of this, especially over half of them were fully certified with advanced training. And so we would be kind of a force multiplier. So anytime there's a scene or a crime that spreads across multiple crime scenes, lots of police departments don't have the crime scene capability to handle 3 or 4 crime scenes at a time. And so we can provide that supplemental crime scene processing.
So the FBI in this case was an assisting agency because there was multiple crime scenes?
Correct, yes. Yeah, it was a state warrant that we were assisting on, so they provided that warrant, and then we provided the trained personnel to conduct the search.
And I think you mentioned you were a team leader. How does a team leader work in these teams?
Correct. So with a team leader, it's my job to assign roles within the search. So we have various roles on each search. We have obviously a team leader. We'll have an assistant team leader. We'll have a photographer. We'll have a person that does sketching. We'll have an evidence custodian that is in charge of making sure the evidence stays clear and is labeled properly and is packaged properly. And then we have usually several searchers that will then go out into the scene and do various searches, just depending on what we're doing. If it's a forensic search, then we have certain techniques that we utilize there. If it's just a document search, it might not be quite the same as a forensic search. So it's my job as the team leader to decide what steps protective equipment needs to be used to both protect the agents or the professional staff, the ERT team, and then what personal protective equipment needs to be worn to protect the crime scene as well. So we have our suits, Tyvek suits that we wear. You've probably seen them, on TV or something, but they have hoodies, we have booties, we always wear gloves, so that keeps our forensic fingerprint, our DNA, our fingerprints, our hairs, our fibers out of the scene for a forensic scene. So it's my job to not only assign those tasks, but to decide how people are going to enter that crime scene.
You mentioned the Tyvek suits. Are those a certain color?
Typically they're white, yes.
And in general, are there certain standard policies and procedures that the FBI ERT team follows when going into a crime scene?
There are. So we have a set order of how we process a crime scene, and first step is to conduct a kind of a one-on-one turnover with whoever initially had that scene. The FBI ERT is never, I feel confident in saying never the first one on scene. Typically, the local police department was there, or maybe our FBI SWAT team, or in this case, the Texas Rangers SRT. So if there's another agency that's there, it's my job as the team leader to liaison with them, figure out what kind of situation, see if there's any evidence that is obvious and possibly transient that might disappear. We may need to collect quicker. Sometimes electronic evidence such as phones or computers can be perishable, so we need to react to those quicker. So all that would be discussed in the turnover. And then once I have that turnover from whatever agency was holding the scene until we got there, I would then go ahead and walk the scene with that person. And while the rest of the team is kind of setting up a little base of operations area, just simple table, chairs, places that we can bring out the evidence to, getting sign-in logs started and getting some of the the other admin logs started about like what time we got there, who was there, other things. So we would then walk through the scene as carefully as possible with the proper PPE on to preserve the scene itself. Like I said, as we're walking through, I'm noting, I'll have a sheet from time to time of noting certain evidence as we walk through, just depending on how big the scene is and how much I can and can't remember. So we'll walk through the scene completely, and usually we're with the photographer too, who is also one of the first steps we do in that walkthrough is we take initial photographs of the scene before we do any searching. So they're called entry photos. It's to show how we found the scene. It's not necessarily how the scene was before anybody got there. It's the scene as we found it when we showed up. And it starts with the front door, hopefully getting the address numbers in the picture, and it's usually walking through into the house, if it's a residence, around the house, and any other outbuildings that may be on the property itself. So those would be the entry photos that get taken as we're doing the initial walkthrough.
And at some point, your ERT team was called out. Where were you guys called out first to?
We were called out directly to the residence. It was 7628 Somerville Place Road, Fort Worth, Texas.
Was that the defendant, Tanner Horner's residence?
From what I understand, from when I was called out there, yes.
Okay. And when you arrive on scene, what did you see?
Sure. When we arrived, there were multiple law enforcement personnel already there, multiple Texas Rangers, a couple of FBI special agents from the squad that was assisting Wise County, and they were kind of there holding the scene until we got there. At that point, the Rangers had already secured the scene from any kind of a threat, like a person threat at the house, so they cleared it, and they were just kind of waiting for us to show up. And so I got there, and the rest of the team got there a few minutes later. And we started to do all the things that I just described, kind of set up a little base area and start with our entry photos.
And so I think you said when you got there, the Rangers had already secured the house.
Correct, yes.
Did you receive a warrant, like a search warrant for the home when you
Yes.
arrived on scene?
Yes, we did, from the Rangers.
Okay. And earlier you said part of your procedure is to do a walkthrough. Did you do a walkthrough with the Rangers in this case?
I did, yes.
And after you did that walkthrough, what did you do next?
So after that walkthrough, we identified a couple of things that looked like they were possible items of evidence outside of the residence, around behind the shed, which was later identified as the defendant's quote-unquote bedroom or place where he stayed. And then we were able to see in there, and I could see that the area inside that shed where the defendant stayed was very messy, very much in a disarray. There's lots of trash, so I knew from there that the search was going to be a little bit more difficult because of the nature of that residence. It was separate than the main house. The main house was a little bit more orderly, and I kind of divided up. So from that walkthrough, I decided we're probably going to tackle this in kind of almost like two teams, one in the main house and then one focus. It just wasn't big enough. The shed wasn't big enough for multiple people to be in there. It's really big enough. We search in teams of two, just for checks and balances to make sure we always have two of our ERT folks together. So I saw, after that walkthrough, I saw what was identified as children's clothes back behind the shed in the grass. Typically, and in this case it was no different, when I see evidence like that could have trace DNA on it outside at night, I tend to collect that as quickly as possible, but still following procedures. I don't want the weather, the wind, or somebody else trampling through there to mess it up as we see it. So we started moving forward. Once the entry photos were done, I would have instructed the photographer to go place pictures of those items, and then we would label them with our evidence tents and then go ahead and collect them so that they were out of the elements and we could secure those as quickly as possible.
And so you noticed these items yourself on your initial walkthrough?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other items, I guess I'll call it evidentiary value that you saw that were ultimately collected?
There were, in his bedroom, I believe, excuse me, I believe on his bed there was a FedEx shirt and a hoodie that during this whole search we had been talking to the Rangers, and that turnover, like I mentioned, they were telling us kind of what kind of clothes we might be looking for, what they were interested in. I believe they were interviewing him at the time of our search, and so little tidbits of things would come out from that interview, and so one of those was a FedEx shirt, and so we collected that FedEx shirt, and then a hoodie that was also found on his bed.
So during this search, you were getting information that was being provided by the suspect, and were you also providing information back to others for the interview with the suspect?
Yes, yeah. So as we located items that appeared to be, as we started photographing them, they fit the description of the victim's clothing that she was wearing that day. We told the Rangers, and they were able to phone that back to the interview team.
So that's so Ranger Espinoza would have updated information while he was interviewing the suspect?
Correct, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are marked as States Exhibits 53 through 82. And prior to you sitting here, have you gone through all of these photos?
I have, yes.
And can you tell me what those are?
So these are crime scene photos from the residence that night, starting with our entry photos, and then there are some photos of the actual evidence taken both in place and when we process forensic items of evidence, we usually have to stretch them out to get a good idea of what they are. We don't want to leave them balled up. We do that on a clean sheet of brown kind of butcher paper that we had just unrolled and cut. And we do two sheets, one on the ground, and we do another sheet, and we place the items on top of that sheet. We take photos of both sides of the item, and then from there, we wrap that sheet, that brown sheet, over the items and package that so that if anything had fallen off while we were moving the items, it still gets collected within the bag and can be processed by the lab.
You can take a look if you don't recall what are in those pictures, but if you do they all fairly and accurately depict the actual resident and all the evidence collected as you personally saw it that night?
They do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 52, 53 through 82.
Any objections other than in addition to those previously given to the court?
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Okay, your previous objections remain overruled, and States Exhibits 53 through 82 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And may we publish?
Yes.
We we're talking about how one of the first things you do is do a walkthrough, and then you do, I guess what we'd call initial photos.
We call them entry photos.
Entry photos, okay. Is that what these photos that we're gonna be looking at are?
Correct. Yeah, this would have been probably the first photo that was taken, because our first photo tries to incorporate a house number as well as the front door of the house, which this photo does.
And so in this photo, does it have, I guess, the address in the photo?
It does here on the mailbox post. Yep, 7628.
So this next photo, what are we looking at here?
What exhibit number are we looking at?
This
I think
is,
we're at 50.
Be sure to identify them by exhibit number.
So this would be 54.
Okay?
I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 54.
So that's the front of the residence.
Now I'm showing you what is marked as States Exhibit 55. Is that just kind of a slightly different angle of the residence?
Yes. Yeah, we try to take all sides of the residence before we enter.
Okay. And this is States Exhibit 56. What am I looking at now?
So this is, if you were looking at the house, the right side of the house, and then the shed over to the right side of the photograph is the shed where the defendant was, I assume, living. There's a bed in there, and that's where his clothes were.
In States Exhibit 57, what are we seeing in this?
So now on the left side of that photograph is the same shed where the defendant was living. And then the building on the right was just kind of like a storage building. And then if you walk in between those buildings and around the back of that shed on the left is where we noted the child's clothing.
So States Exhibit 58, it looks like this is a closer up view to that shed. Are we seeing anything else in here?
I mean, there's items, trash. Looks like recent trash outside the item. There's a guitar that may or may not have worked, but yeah, it's just kind of the front-on view of that shed.
Okay. And States Exhibit 59?
Similar, just a closer up version of that.
And is it standard to kind of take kind of further out and then kind of go closer in photos, or how do y'all normally do that?
Yeah, for evidence, absolutely, but even for our entry photos, if we decide sometimes when there's a lot going on, meaning there's a lot of items in there, then we'll kind of approach that scene. It's the photographer's training to make their photography look as if you're walking up to a door that you're going to then go in and search. And so, yeah, different angles is pretty common.
This is States Exhibit 60. This is just a slightly different angle.
Yeah. Yeah, I think noting, so lots of times we want to use even our entry photos can also show evidence in place. So with the bed being there, our photographer would have tried to get as much as she could have on that bed without actually walking in.
I'm showing States Exhibit 61.
Same thing. So she just approached the door a little bit closer, took another photograph.
In States Exhibit 62.
Similar. So she probably stepped, just a little bit into the shed, and.
So she's kind of right at the door frame now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now States Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So this just would have been another angle within the shed. It's still the shed where that bed is that you saw before.
Is this kind of more of the left side of the shed compared
Correct.
to the
Yeah, as you walk
on
in the
right?
door to the left. And as I said, these are entry photos, so this is the condition of it as we found it. And just by looking at it, it was already in that kind of disarray when we found it.
So this disarray was not done by your search?
No, this is before we've done any searching.
Okay. And States Exhibit 64?
Same, just getting our training for entry photos typically teaches us to take a photo from each corner of the room. Because of the amount of stuff that was in here, we couldn't do that without completely moving everything, which we weren't prepared to do at that time. We needed to get our in-place photos. So I remember having this conversation with the photographer that let's just get, from the center of the room, let's just get pictures panning around.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 65.
So similar, now she's looking back at that front door. So she's doing that kind of 360 look as she pans around.
In State's Exhibit 66.
Same thing. Now she's turned to look at the bed and take that entry photo.
Now, was there any floor space for you to walk on, or?
Very little. Yeah, there was a lot of trash, dirty clothes, some kids' toys, just other items that were kind of just all over the place. Yeah.
Now, State's Exhibit 66.
So just noting the items on the shelf here, I think she would have just, like we said, we don't know what's evidence at that point when we're doing our entry photos. So when we see a shelf like that, she would have easily recognized that as maybe a place something could be. So she wants to get it in place, picture of it. And, in this case, there's some children's toys, there's, Tide Pods and just other stuff on the shelf. I believe there's a game console up there, so she might have been trying to get that in there as well. If you can see at the top shelf, that white box is the game console.
Is that a pizza box?
On the floor?
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah.
And looks like we're moving back outside. Talking about, I guess, the inside of the shed, was there any type of smell?
From what I remember, yeah, it smelled like kind of old garbage, like you hadn't taken out your garbage in days, and probably a mixture of dirty clothes as well. It smelled pretty bad.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 68. So slightly different angle. So what are we looking at here?
So this is, now that she has gotten the photos of the inside of the shed, she's going to work her way around the outside before we start doing any evidence collection. So that's part of this process, is taking another photo of that angle as she's moving down that area between the two buildings. And I would have been right with her as the walkthrough. We would be behind her and she would be taking pictures, and then we'd walk and picture and then walk.
In State's Exhibit 69.
Same thing, just continuing that walk. You can see we're getting closer to that trash can if you look back at the other picture.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 70. Now orientate us between those two. Are we between those two buildings? Where are we at now?
So now we're kind of over behind the shed,
Okay.
In that building. And this is the area where the ranger said they thought they saw some children's clothes, specifically a little girl's clothes. So we kind of keyed on that and wanted to get a picture of it before we walked back there and started messing with anything. But it's really hard on the screen, but you can almost see dead center, a little bit bottom of center. There is what looks to be like a little sock. Yeah. So that's the first thing that we noted, that from what we knew of the victim seemed to match.
And is there also, it looks like maybe a cigarette package there to the left?
Yeah, it could be. There was a lot of garbage just buried in there too. I think at one point they were just, it seemed like whoever, whether it was the defendant or other people who lived on the property, were just kind of dumping trash there.
All right, and this is State's Exhibit 71. And what am I looking at here?
So kind of that, you can see down in the bottom of this picture what's labeled number 1 from our evidence tent.
Mm-hmm.
is that sock that I initially mentioned. And then as you got closer to that sock, you kind of looked around that other building. You could see, if you move up to number 2, it's looks to be child's underwear, from that distance. And then if you move on to where number 3 is, over there, just to the right of the number 3 are small in size, looks like little girls' blue jeans.
And so kind of for orientation purposes, can you see that count? So where we originally saw the sock, kind of the front part of that trash pile, now we're seeing those clothes are kind of just all in line, the 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, kind of around that other outbuilding that's next to the shed.
And it looks like there's a little tent there. Can you explain what that is and why y'all do that?
So
This is State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 72.
Okay.
Sorry, Judge.
So our procedures when we collect evidence is we take an in-place photograph. So that would have been that first one you saw that didn't have any label on it. And then we take a medium shot of it. So that would have been the one where you saw all 3 evidence tents. And then we do a close-up in place as well. And so since this will be item number 1, the tent suggests that it's item number 1. And it's the close-up of the item in place where we found it.
State's Exhibit 73. And so what are we looking at here?
So that's that sock, item number 1. You can see it written there on the butcher paper. This is that brown paper that I was referring to earlier. So we always take a close-up with scale as our next photo. So we have the scale there, and then we have the photograph to show size. And then this item after this picture would have been packaged up with that brown paper into a paper evidence bag.
Okay. And so what is the sock is laying on that butcher paper you spoke about earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And you can go next.
Yeah, once we identify it and take our pictures close up, we can then move it from that location.
All right. So once y'all do that, you scale it, you put, I think it's that number 1. Why do you write that number 1 on there?
Just so in the photograph we can remember which one it is, in case there's multiple items that are similar in style or nature. Yeah.
Is that number 1 also how y'all label your evidence log?
Yes, in this case it is, yeah.
And you're on average?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. And do you recognize this item?
I do, yeah. This is our packaging and our labeling style. And this would have been one of our evidence items, number 1.
And what was in evidence item number 1?
It's listed here, child's light blue multicolored sock found behind shed on ground.
And is that the same piece of evidence that we're looking at here on State's Exhibit 73?
It appears to be, yes.
And are there any other identifying marks on this bag?
Yeah, we have 7 items that we put on all of our evidence bags. So we have the item number, we have the date, we have a case number, an FBI case number. We put the address, and then we have 2 initials. The initials are the collector and the assistant.
And is that bag still sealed?
It is sealed with evidence tape, yes.
And are there any marks on this bag that are not yours?
So the Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker, that would have been possibly for their evidence folks. And then these 2 labels might be, lots of times, the lab that it's taken to will put their own markings on it, so it could be from that. We don't, with the FBI ERT, we don't process any evidence. We're collectors, and it goes to the official either FBI lab or state crime lab for processing.
So you collected this item, but then it will go off to a lab to be processed for
Examine, yeah.
DNA or anything else that
Sure.
needs to be looked at.
Yeah, in this case, it would most likely be DNA. Sometimes it's fingerprints. Sometimes it's computer forensics.
Hopefully not computer forensics on our
No.
side. And Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 8030.
No additional objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 83, they are overruled, and State's Exhibit 83 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 74 here on the screen. And what are we looking at here?
So in the previous picture where you saw all three, 1, 2, 3 items, this would be the second item in that row, which appears to be a child's underwear. Looks to be female underwear.
Now I'm showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 75. And what are we looking at here?
So this would have been a picture close up with scale of those underwear after they were removed from the location that they were originally found, as per our standard procedures to take those scale photographs on that same butcher paper like I was talking about.
And is there a number listed on that butcher paper?
There is number 2.
And did that correspond with the yellow tint that y'all had next to the item?
It does.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 84. And do you recognize this item?
I do. Yeah, this is our, once again, our packaging, our labeling system, and it says item 2, and it's child's white Hanes underwear found behind shed on ground. So it would have matched the description of what we're seeing in the photograph.
And other than the lab processing, is there appear to be, is it sealed? Is there any?
So once again, there's a Wise County Sheriff's Office sticker on there. We wouldn't have put that. That would be Wise County that would put that. And then a couple other markers that look like could have been from a state lab or something that would be used for their processing.
Other than that, has it been altered in any way to your knowledge?
No, it looks like it might have been opened and resealed by the lab. And other than that, no.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 84.
Same objections to Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your
All right, those are overruled. State's 84 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
So in those 3 items out behind the shed, this would have been the third one in that order. It appears to be a pair of small blue jeans. At the angle we're at, everything, it kind of fits the description, but we're not sure. But we went ahead and labeled it item number 3, took photos of it in place so that we can then remove it and better examine it.
And you said fits the description. At this point, was there a did you have a description of what the Athena Strand was wearing when she was kidnapped?
I believe we did. It was a pair of jeans with some flowers on it. We didn't have a picture or an exact knowledge, but it was blue jeans with a flower pattern on it.
And what are we looking at here?
So as with the other photographs, we would have removed it from that area to better examine it, get it out somewhere where we can spread it out on the brown paper, the clean brown paper. And I just want to reiterate, the brown paper gets wrapped up with each item, so it's a new piece of brown paper each time we take this photograph.
And just to be clear for the record, this is State's Exhibit 77 that we're looking at right now.
And it's labeled item number 3 on the paper. It has scale, so we can add size to it. And this would have been obviously the back side of the blue jeans.
And I'm showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 78.
So this would be the other side, the front side of the blue jeans. And from this, I told the rangers that were out there, I can't remember exactly which ranger, and they were able to see it and relay that back to the other investigative teams that were either talking to the family or talking with the defendant to see if that's an accurate description of what she was wearing at the time of the abduction. So, and we also note when we saw this, you can see there's something in that leg, the pant leg, so it looks like a sock, which it turns out to be a sock.
Now I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 79. And so what are we looking at here?
So these are the blue jeans with the sock removed. We would have packaged these together since they were found inside, since that sock was found in there. So we removed it, photographed it with scale, and then we'll wrap it up into that brown paper.
So one sock was found separately out
Just
in
by
the
itself,
garden,
right.
but one sock was still inside her pants.
Inside the pants, yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our packaging, our labeling system, our item number, and the description of the item is youth denim jeans with flowers on pocket and one light blue multicolored sock and pant leg found behind shed on ground.
And does that also show that it's item number 3?
It does, yes.
And kind of like the packages before, other than the markings and resealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Yeah. Nope, just the additional markings from the lab and the Weiss County Sheriff's Office sticker labeled.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit, can't read, 85.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, sir.
Those are overruled, and State's Exhibit 85 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. We're now showing on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 80. And what are we looking at here?
So this was a FedEx shirt that was found in the shed on the bed. That we did our same procedures of collecting it with scale and identifying the number. So it would be item number 4.
And it looks like State's Exhibit 81. Is this just the front side of the shirt?
Correct, yes.
And were you given information of why to take this specific item, or?
We were, because at that point we had determined that she was taken in the FedEx van from the defendant wearing his FedEx uniform or clothing.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. And do you recognize this item?
Yeah, it's labeled item number 4. Same labeling system that we use, and recognize the initials. Extra large black and purple shirt with FedEx found on bed in shed.
other than the labeling and the sealing from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
Nope, just the Wise County label and the Martian lab.
Your Honor, at this time, the state officer of the evidence states Exhibit 86.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes.
Notes are overruled and states Exhibit 86 is admitted.
Judge. Now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 82. And what are we looking at here?
So dark colored hoodie. I believe at the time we were told that he might have been wearing a hoodie as well, so we went ahead and collected that as part of the evidence.
And does this also have the number on it?
It does, number 5.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. And do you recognize this item?
I do. It's our labeling process, and it's item number 5. Large tech gear, gray and navy hoodie found on bed in shed with those additional Wise County labeling and lab.
I'm going to have Mr. Berry here. Can you zoom in on what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 82? And does that read large tech gear sweatshirt?
Yes,
So does that match the item that's listed in that bag?
it does.
And other than the any type of resealing or labels from the lab, has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers into evidence State's Exhibit 87.
Same objections, Mr. Gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, those are overruled. States Exhibit 87 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Tanya Iser, senior reporter here at Channel 8 with Kevin Harris, and we've been watching this. They went to a sidebar, and then we lost the feed. I don't know if they've ended court for the day. It is just before 5, so that is possible. Kevin, we have been. What'd you say? I've got Pete in my ear. What'd you say? Okay. All right, so they're gonna check with Rebecca Lopez and see what's going on. Like I said, it just could be that they've ended court for the day. But we've been watching these. We've seen this FBI agent on the stand showing these pictures, these photos. First of all, these pictures of this shed, which Tanner Horner has described that he cleaned the shed up, and I don't know what his idea of clean is, but he and I have two different ideas of clean. And then, of course, finding her clothes behind the shed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's just seeing, I mean, you heard about the recovery of the clothes, but when you actually see those photographs and also where that got discarded at, how close it was to the shed and seeing the filth of the shed, I mean, that's something, it's an attention grabber whenever, I'm sure if the jury was struggling getting through all of the minute details of all of the recordings for the day, I imagine that grabbed their attention for the evening for sure, as they had a chance to look at that. You could see the bags that were taken up there to the stand. I think those are those bags that held those items that were noted in the photographs and stuff. So I imagine potentially the jury tomorrow or later on today probably going to get a chance to look at some of those items.
Well, and they say, picture says 1,000 words. Mm-hmm. And, at the beginning of the trial, the picture that said 1,000 words to me was the picture of Athena Strand in that delivery truck, appearing quite unharmed, contrary to what Tanner Horner had said. And now to see her clothes found behind this shed, more of a hovel. I mean, it kind of the indescribable conditions. And then the idea that he had apparently his girlfriend and his toddler at the time living in these conditions. Well, that's as if I didn't think much of Tanner Horner before. If I could think any less of him, I do. Yeah. I mean, this is just abysmal to see this.
The picture with those jeans, when you see those little jeans with the little the flower embroidery on it, I mean, that's an attention grabber. I mean, you think of this little helpless 7-year-old girl, in these little clothes that would be appropriate for a little 7-year-old, and everything. And it's, like you said, a picture's worth 1,000 words, and that picture.
Okay, Rebecca is telling the producers back there, as Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, is letting us know that they are in fact done for the day. And so based on the way the judge has done things in the past, he'll start back up around 9 tomorrow. Our plan, and generally, barring technical issues, is to start back up around 8:30. But while we're, so let's just kind of debrief today. I'm going to start by saying who I am. I'm Tanya Iser, senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. Kevin Harris has been our legal expert throughout this day. You have been amazing. But it's been yesterday was a heavy day. We had all that video, watching Tanner Horner, continuing to spin his lies. And then today, of course, we see this interview with him. He contacts law enforcement and wants to talk to them again a week later, and he wants to cut a deal, right? A deal. Because what he wants is he wants to be let out on a monitor so he can have Christmas with his kid. Apparently in the shed. Oh, do we have Rebecca? Okay, they're efforting getting Rebecca to join us on a video call. But yeah, I mean, it's stunning. And then, of course, just the lie after lie and spinning all these tales and trying to pretend that he's Zero and that it was really Zero that did it, and I'm afraid of Zero and all this stuff. So just your reaction.
Yeah, it's one of those you look at it and you see Zero whenever it's convenient for Tanner and his theory, and then whenever he meets with them 7 days later, it's pretty much Tanner the whole time that's talking. So it's one of those that you absolutely see the going back and forth, and I think it's one of those, it's almost like it's off scripted, just playing as he goes along with the info. And I think the one thing I take away from what we saw today is, I mean, it was a thorough investigation, and there were a lot of moving parts. I think that last witness indicated, especially whenever they saw those jeans, that they're relaying that information. And if we remember seeing Ranger Espinoza talking about his, and even watching that video this morning, that syncs and that links and that corroborates what we can see on video, because at that time, I know at that time, you can see him getting information as he gets ready to ask
in real
additional
time, because
questions
he's stepping out to take that.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have Rebecca is joining us by video call. Rebecca, your thoughts on what we've seen and heard today?
Yeah, I mean, the whole day was it's just so bizarre, because you see this whole video and the jury listening to these the changing stories that Horton is telling, you know, the detective and the ranger and the trooper, and then you have him at times blaming this alter ego, and then I thought that one of the most jarring moments was when you hear him laughing about when they're talking about, did he break her neck? And he starts saying, well, not a whole lot of people would do that except Mike Tyson. And it seems it just comes off as very callous. And I think that what they're doing is just showing all this video and all this evidence to show that this alter ego is something that obviously the Texas Ranger doesn't believe. He thinks that he's using that as an excuse. And so they're showing how he dumped the clothes, so he knew what he was doing. He's trying to hide the evidence. He's callous. He's laughing. He's wanting to get out of jail to spend Christmas with his son, when he actually kidnapped and killed Athena, delivering her Christmas presents. And I think all of that is not lost on the jury. They're watching very intently. I did get to go into the courtroom just a little while ago, and I was watching him as they're showing that evidence of her clothing. And I saw a couple of family members wiping away tears, because you can imagine seeing her little clothes there, her jeans and her little sock that were just thrown in a bunch of trash in his trashy home. And so, I think that all of that, is going to come to play when closing arguments, when the prosecutors give closing arguments.
Yeah, and Rebecca, I think that, they promised us in opening statements that they were going to show us the lie upon lie upon lie, and I think that's exactly what they've done.
It's exactly what they're showing, that he is not telling the truth unless he's talking through this alter ego. But then sometimes it looks like at one point in the interview, he forgets that it's the alter ego, and they're like, oh no, I meant the alter ego instead of Tanner. So I mean, it's just moments like that you begin to question. But you can also see the defense starting to come up with their defense, and that is he had mental health issues, or he says he was on mental health drugs that are used to treat mental health issues, and that he's, may be autistic, those kind of things. And so you see them building that also, because you also see him talking about that in the video.
One of the questions the producers had is, what was the sidebar about there at the end?
Well, the sidebar initially, before the FBI agent came on, was to talk about whether or not they were going to allow any FBI agents to testify at all, because apparently they did not turn over, the FBI never turned over their personnel records. And prosecutors might have gotten them as they were getting ready to testify. So the defense wanted no FBI agents, evidence, or testimony to come into play because of Brady and Michael Morton. And the judge overruled that.
Okay.
And I'll just hop off because I go do a live shot.
All right.
Fine.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Rebecca. Thanks for joining us.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's been, like I said, it's been a pretty eventful day. I mean, we're of course concluding day 3 of this trial, and every day has been kind of building. Even in the parts where we had audio yesterday, where it was difficult to understand, it was still very heavy and still all very important. But I think seeing that, ending the day with seeing this little girl's clothes and where it was found is, it's going to be an image I think that'll stay with me and with Kevin. He's got a 7-year-old little girl, and then of course with Athena's family. I cannot. as a mom, and then showing her face. I mean, that is the most heartbreaking image to me, to see that little girl.
And I think the way that the state and the prosecution has set the case up, I tell you what, those pictures and letting that be the last thing that those jurors see for the night, and I'm going to take this home and think about this, the rest of this evening. I'm just what I was able to see, and I wasn't even in the courtroom. So I think it speaks volumes. It's very powerful, and on cases like these, it's something that I believe they probably feel like they need to do. I mean, let the jury see his handiwork. I mean, I think you'll probably hear him arguing to some extent, possibly later on, in regards to even in the way he disregarded her clothes. That's how he disregarded.
He treated her like trash.
Exactly. That's exactly.
He dumped her. He says he tossed her repeatedly yesterday. He says he tossed her, and then he treated her clothing like trash. But I have no doubt, Kevin, you're going to go home and you're going to hug your little girl.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I'll go home and hug my 14-year-old son, but he probably won't hug me back because he's 14. But we all have kids, and when I was preparing for this trial, one of the things that Terry Bentley Hill said to me was, "This is truly a parent's worst nightmare," and it really is. And I think, and I want to make sure that throughout all this, that we never lose sight of Athena Strand, because Athena Strand is what matters, not Tanner Horner. Tanner Horner is going to get what he deserves, and this is showing exactly the evil. I mean, and I'll use the word evil. What he did in this case is just nothing short of evil, and it'll be up to this jury to decide what the punishment should be. Yeah. So I'm going to wrap up. Anything else you want to add?
No, I mean, I just think I appreciate the opportunity to come out here and give some insight on some of this. Thank y'all for having me. And this is just truly, I mean, in this country, being able to watch a trial at play, and just reminding everyone as we watch this, I mean, there's still a lot of the trial left to go on. And so as heinous of an offense it is, we want to always make sure that both sides get a fair trial.
Absolutely.
But man, it is just hard when you see the things that we've had to see already just in the third day. And like you said, Tanya, I mean, I think that they're building up on their case, and we want to keep an open mind, and we absolutely want to see what the defense presents later on if there's something there. But I can absolutely see exactly why they want to put all of their case on, because as of now, they've got some powerful evidence in way of photos or just videos or catching them in lies and things, and I think that they're going to hammer those on later on throughout this whole process. So. Absolutely, and I expect, I think just based on what we're seeing, that the prosecution's case is going to go into next week. Well, thank you for joining us today, Tanya. Kevin. You were great. And later in the later on, assuming the case is still going, we'll actually have Kevin's twin brother Keith on. I think he's on sometime late next week, presuming that we continue to go on in farther into the week, which I do believe is going to be the case, that we will see towards the end of next week. Well, everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and I will be back tomorrow at 8:30 with another legal guest. Thank you so much.